Caught her look and she wants it back. She's firing up that body up. Yeah, babe. You think that I want you, but not babe. You're one in a million, but it's not for me. I'm not into girls with a plastic trace. Don't take it too personally. Yeah. My fault, my bad. The words out, but you aren't ready for it. Show off, appearance of I got this, but I got.
can pass me down.
Years of gaming history.
You and me, everything that we've been through has made us strong. You won't believe we've had our grey, but somewhere there's a light inside of us. It shows the way. Not looking for no heaven or gold, 'cause I got you, don't wanna stop. Show us off, but you're my all. All that I need, trying to sugarcoat, but I'm flying so high. I don't need to know if I'm coming down. You rock my boat when you hold me so tight. The world just disappears in front of my eyes. I'm telling you why, this ain't no madness. The smoke in the mirrors, our memories now the sun has come down. Like a river rising way up above. This ain't no sugar coated. Yeah, this ain't no sugar coated love. Yeah, this ain't no sugar coated love. I'll stay in bed. I still got the feeling that you're next to me. Stuck in my head when lights go off. You're everything that I could ever want. Your touch so soft. Not looking for no heaven or gold, 'cause I got you, don't wanna stop. Show us off, but you're my all that I need.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Simrigs Spa 12-hour for Octane Online Racing for round 4 of the Endurance Championship. My name is Samwise. It's a pleasure to be here today to commentate for you. I'm joined in the comms box by Tom Maloney. How you going?
Good, mate. Good morning to you.
It is going to be an exciting day. We've also got Bender here with us. Hey, Bender.
Yes, hello everyone. Hope you're all doing well.
How are you feeling? Morning on a Saturday, not as early as it is for those for those in the neighbouring countries for Australia. I think we've got some who are as early up as 6 a.m. at the moment. That's a commitment.
That is indeed commitment. You love to see it. Yes, I suppose given a 12-hour event, then they'll finish a bit earlier, so it all evens out, I guess, in the long run.
And Matt, sorry, Tom. Now, this is a pretty epic track to do an endurance on. Have you ever done an enduro at Spa before?
No, I haven't. I have not. I haven't done any sort of tin top racing for a little while now. I did do an F1 race here a while ago, and it was chaotic. So
that is probably not dissimilar to every Spa enduro I've ever endured myself. It is set to be an absolutely epic race. It always is. You can expect a lot of death, a lot of great racing. I'm really excited to see what happens today.
Good to see as well the weather's matching the weather outside here in Melbourne at the moment. Lovely,
No.
lovely blue skies in Spa.
Bender's very upset. He needs to see some rain.
Yes, well, you would like to see some rain.
You know,
Cold though, 13 degrees.
I'm with you there. I think no enduro is complete without some unexpected rain.
There's time.
There is 12 hours of time, so once that clock gets going, this is going to be a long race.
Well, I think it would be great, particularly. I think there is a time multiplier for this event, if I'm not mistaken. So we will see a day-night transition. Yep. So it'd be great to see nighttime racing. I think that's always pretty spectacular. Looks great. Some of these liveries, can't wait to see them under lights, or a few lights we have, but should be nice.
Absolutely. That'll be excellent to see it under lights. So we do have we're starting at 8 a.m. game time. So if we are, even if we are not on time multiplier, we'll still get some night race, I believe, towards the end.
Let's look at these views. Chopper cam coming up clutch again.
What a beautiful part of the world.
Chopper's flying pretty low, isn't it? A little bit dangerous, don't you think?
This is drone
Yeah.
drone cam out.
That's got some speed on it. Get that helicopter in the race, or the drone in the race.
Have you ever seen drone racing competitions before?
Wait, is that a thing?
Yeah, it's an actual thing.
It is wild.
And they look insane. Just the speed they move, it's ridiculous.
Wait, so what do they race? What do they race in? Is that like how they do, plane racing over the water, and they've got to go through the targets or whatever?
Yeah, so same type of thing. There's gates they got to go through and navigate around and so on, and set a little course. Usually, the ones I've seen have been not over water, so they've been either indoors or out in fields somewhere. So.
I watched an excellent video recently on Spa, every iteration of Spa, over the last 100 years or whatever. Really recommend that. That was bloody excellent. It was just showing, no, it was just Eau Rouge Radion. It was just showing the opening few turns, but it has changed a lot over the last 50 years. It's actually pretty wild. But what do you think of the new changes they've made to the top of the hill there?
Yeah, I quite like it. I think it particularly adds that safety element. I think that's the main thing.
Yeah.
Anytime you're talking about high speeds and cars or bikes racing, I think that's the most important part. I mean, it looks cool. It's not just black tarmac. They've actually put the Belgian colours on it as well. So.
Yeah, they have. Yeah, that's right. So they've extended the wall out at the top of at the top of the hill, and they've added the sand trap, of course. But you've also got down at La Source, you've got at what becomes turn one, not for the first lap. Turn one after the first lap now has that gravel trap on the outside in real life. So I think it's great. To be honest, I think it stops people from abusing what is not actual track.
Definitely. I think it also added a whole bunch of spectator area, which is, that's sort of what people come to do. So, if there's more places people can actually go watch cars race, that's better for everyone.
Absolutely. Alright, so we're heading around on the formation lap, so let's just have a look at who we've got lining up at the front of the grid. So it looks like we've got Stephen Tai. It's going to be starting from the front with Kai Rudin just behind. So two Hondas right at the top of the field. Hasnam in third, Weston in fourth in that Audi. Now that is a very multicolored Ferrari there. What do you think? Fan of the Ferrari colors?
I rate it. I like it.
I've got to agree with you. I really do. Let me guess, Bender. You hate it.
Yeah, look, it reminds me of the rainbow paddle pop, so I guess it's got that going for it. But yeah,
Buffalo
otherwise,
Bill.
not not much of a fan.
Ferrari sorbet. Nice stuff.
All right, so our championship leader is in P2 at the moment, so that's them on the right side. So over in the blue and white Honda, that is Kai Rudin, who's going to be starting off the race.
And it's actually been a quick grid update. Car 66 looped it on the formation lap somewhere, so I think they were starting around P24 or so. Now they're starting last, which is never ideal.
Oh, that is rough. That is rough. What's our total grid today? Does anybody know?
39 cars. I think a few late out.
Oh, so about 15 places further back. That's definitely rough. All right, so we now the finish. They've just gone past the start finish line, but the starting position for the GT cars is just around the corner after La Source. Here's La Source. Nowadays has a gravel trap on the outside, but in the GT world, in this edition, it doesn't. That pack looks fantastic as they come down towards the start line. 2 Hondas at the front, no surprises there. They are an epic car at this race. 12 hours for the Simrigs, 12 hour. It is a go. They come down towards Radion. Through Rouge, up Radion. Now that looks like Ty has held his ground for the start of the race. Going back, so far it's quite clean. A little bumping back down in P6 and 7. But you've got Hasnam there. No, sorry, that is Weston in the Audi, who is really having a look at the Hondas coming down the end of the straight. Kai Rudin just putting a little nose up, a little tap between the Hondas. That is Kai Rudin, who is off onto the grass, loses 1 position, 2 positions, now sits behind the Ferrari. So far, a relatively clean start to Spa. Not as much death as you might think to see at the top of the hill there. That was all in all a pretty clean start. Somebody goes down the inside there. That looks like it is Lamb, who is just trying to challenge the BMW of Hignett.
Yeah, it's definitely cleaner than the last endurance race we did at Spa. I think there was a pile up before the bottom of Eau Rouge, so great to see everyone's got off the line cleanly today. Bit of a low bar, I guess, before Eau Rouge.
The Spa, that's the bar. I didn't intend for that to rhyme. I'm pretty impressed actually that they've gotten through that quite cleanly. Kai Rudin probably the biggest one to lose out in the top 5. So going down just 2 positions there. So getting a little squiggly as they came through Lacombe. He's just trying to poke his nose up the inside of Ty through that through the left-hander at Lacombe, and just they nudged and he's gone onto the grass a bit. I suspect that'll just be a racing incident. I don't think there was anyone in particular at fault there. Nice and clean. Honestly, I was actually thinking we were about to see somebody going around, but the Lamborghini got through there quite nicely and was given plenty of space by the Honda of Gafor.
Yeah, well, this will be the true test now as the race starts. Always lap 2, lap 3 maybe, people getting a little antsy or ambitious. Tyres not quite up to temperature yet. It is very, very cold. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out.
Sonicus getting a nice run. Now they are P2 in the championship right now, so Sonicus and Johnson. Yep. Getting a little out of shape there. That's the Lamborghini there of Houlihan, who's just... Oh, and unfortunately, who's that? We've gone off. That looks like... Is it Gafor? In the Honda. unfortunately loses out about 3 positions there. But and we've got somebody at the back, car 959, who's had a bit of a spin, is now back of the pack. So at the com.
Yeah, so it's action everywhere. I think there was a bit of a spin at the top of Erouge and Radion, start of lap 2. I'll be able to see a replay of that soon. But yeah, looks like it's just calming down a little bit. There's a few gaps forming now, but plenty of pack racing.
Yeah, Bub now at the front of a nice little train here. Look how close they all are. That is absolutely crazy. Everyone within about 2 car lengths. Oh, they're a little bumping and grinding, a couple of spots back from there. Bub now just holding his own. Look at this little pack. They are... This is not a fun position to be in coming towards Blanchimont when you've got 3 cars all battling for position.
No, not when they're this close. That is insane. There's a couple of cars having to run a little bit wide there. But, let's see if we
Oh,
can pull it
around
up.
the outside, is it? Around the outside, coming into the bus shop. Can they pull it up? They can't. Look, they retain their position to fight another day. Does the Audi?
McLaren and Taylor's looking pretty excited about that now.
So far, so clean. Everybody has respected that it is a 12-hour race. Jockeying for position a little, but no massive accidents, which is the best opening to a Spa Enduro that I have ever seen. That is Kai Rudin making a move on Talbot up into P3, gained back one of those positions that he lost off the start. Now ready to chase down Weston. You got Stephen Ty up front. Now he's 2 seconds clear of Weston. So if Kai Rudin and crew want to be a part of that leading battle, they're gonna want to clear Weston and make some headway on Stephen Ty.
Someone started a Rouge 777.
That is a shame to see. Car 777 losing out. That is Tadalaco Sim Sport in the Ferrari, the AM entry.
First victim of the day, perhaps.
You had 959 as well. Also another AM entry. That's Ritama Spin.
Too much curve on the inside.
That's...
Ouch.
Oh,
that is...
Oh, that's disappointing. Disappointing for... Was that a Beamer that hit them?
Hard to say. It all happened so quickly. That pinball, though, that was rough.
Here you go, Jermaine, unfortunately, with just a passenger in that one. So that'll be pretty heavy damage, unfortunately. It's a pretty high speed zone. So that's definitely killer for them. They'll be pitting quite soon to repair that one. And that's the difficult thing here, is that it's so easy to have an accident, but the pit stops take so much time that clawing back a pit stop is just insanity. And we don't have quite as many safety cars as you might in this real life Spa 24-hour. And so the opportunities to catch up are very limited. When you're out, you're out.
Yeah, the pit lane is massive here. I think it's something like, if you're just driving through it, it's almost a minute just driving non-stop as we cut to a replay here.
Oh, another replay. They're going to go 3 wide, are they? Get out of the way, trees. Don't know who we're watching, but there's a Ferrari just poking its nose up the inside. Oh, and there's a slow car just ahead. Is this one of those who tangled in an accident, perhaps?
Oh, it's a car park.
Oh, it almost was a car park. Now, was that one of the slower cars that they all came upon so fast? Perhaps that was one of the cars involved in one of those earlier accidents. It looked like they all converged upon one car and got a bit surprised.
Yeah, the classic 7-10 split. gone either way of the car in front, but unfortunately it didn't work out. Top 6 right now, still all within about 6 seconds of each other, although Stephen Tye just edging away from Mitch Weston there in P2.
Weston doing a good job to keep it within 2 seconds. So far, really holding his ground there. We're on board with Matthew Lamb. He's chasing down Loverink in the Ferrari. Car number 52. A very successful numbered car at Spa. In real life.
Oh, that is close.
Yeah, unfortunately, just yeah, not quite successful there. Regroup and get back at it. Ty's just pulled that lead out to 2 seconds as well. Young on Sonicus, though I believe Sonicus actually made the pass on Young a little bit earlier in the race. As mentioned before, so just ahead, that Beamer for Sonicus is P2 currently in the championship. This is round 4 of 6, so they're going to want to make an impression and claw their way up the fields a bit there so that they can challenge for the title.
Unfortunately, it's a bit tough in the BMW. It seems to be quite a slow car around here, unfortunately.
That doesn't stop him from having a look.
No, it doesn't. Penalties starting to roll in too. 10 seconds for car 52.
I guess we don't know what that one's for. That's a nice little hit, but you know what? At least it's not a drive-through. Oh, that's unfortunate. That one looks like the Honda Bob now. Was it going around Atlas Source? Was car 919. That's right. They've come back on. Doesn't look like there's significant damage. Just a little spin. Little spin you can survive at Spa, but hitting the wall and having to pit, that's what you don't want. So they'll get back to it. Pull their way up the field a little.
Yeah, not sure what position Obnell was. I think just inside the top 20. Looks like dropped about half a dozen places there, so it's not ideal. But yeah, there's almost 12 hours still to go, so plenty of time to pick it up.
Mac Daddy says 76 seconds if you get a drive-through. 70, is that the pit traversal time? 76 seconds. Is that right?
Yep, it's a long pit lane.
That is even longer than I thought it was. Most pit lanes would be about 20 to 30 seconds. It's just sort of standard pit lane length. This is very much a double pit lane. You know, the F1 cars leave just at the Atlas Source. They exit up the top, whereas here you've got to traverse the whole thing from top to bottom. Oh, nice holding around the outside there from Big Yoli. I'm gonna go with that. Oh, trying to come back, but Big Yoli just holding it at the inside. Porsche. We'll see if they can hold it. They are close, coming through La Source, so if they can hold it, I suspect they, being that close, should be able to get a nice little slipstream. Porsche not known for being especially great in a straight line, but in the air behind, no, it looks like they might still be losing ground. That's rough.
That's just depressing.
They were so close,
and you're losing speed.
He's like 2/10 behind and he's losing ground. That's just disappointing. This is Kai Rudin being followed by Talbot. So now Kai Rudin 2.6 seconds behind Weston. So those passes early on really did hurt them. Have a look at their lap times and give a bit of an update there on just how they're how they're traveling full stop.
Yeah, looks like the top 6 just starting to spread out a bit now. Obviously, Talbot, Lovenick, and Lamb battling for P3 with Kyrudin, but a bit of a gap. 4 seconds back to Houlihan P7 now.
So to give you a bit of context, that last lap we actually got the fastest lap from Stephen Ty, so 2:17.9 was the lap before this one. For a bit of context, you had mid 2:18s from Weston and Kyrudin. So right now, so they've just come across the lines for this last lap. So 3/10 faster is Ty than Weston. 2:18.3 plays a 2:18.6 and 2:18.5 from Kyrudin. So absolutely epically fast laps with a full tank of fuel from those guys up front. There's only about a half dozen cars who are in the 2:18s for lap times this last lap, and they that is mega fast with that amount of fuel.
It's always interesting, the discussion as to whether you put your fastest car in the race car at the start of the race, or the person that's most likely to sort of cope with traffic. Whoa, that's a dive.
Yeah, that was an interesting one. It looked like they were almost completed the brakes, but the Audi just was going a bit wide, so the Porsche went, well, there's a gap there and I'm ready to turn in, so I'm just going to turn in there. And the Audi obviously was getting ready to sort of swing and pull back in to get a good exit. Hasn't worked out for him though. There was a Porsche there in the way. But no, good question. Good question, Tom. Do you put your fastest driver in at the start? Is that the best play? Or do you put, as you said, if you've got somebody who's really confident navigating traffic, perhaps get a benefit from the tows, you don't necessarily need to be the fastest one there, since you've got, you know, cars in front to give you a little slipstream, you know, give you a couple of tenths per lap.
I reckon you put the driver in that's most awake.
Hey, well, if it's 6 a.m., you definitely do. What's to bet that what's to bet that our Sonicus team, the other two are asleep right now?
Not correct, John. It's currently P8 just got past Ignan, so JP Sonicus is starting the race now.
So JP's in the car, is that correct?
He is, yeah.
JP in the car, so John fast asleep in a well, actually they aren't in the same house together. I believe they are in separate houses. So I bet John is fast asleep right now. Carl Johnson in Australia, I believe.
Yes, he is.
Yeah. So actually, that's a bit of surprising why they haven't had Carl start the race. In that case, so they put JP, #1 driver, in for the start of the race. He's happy to get up at 6 a.m. I guess why not?
Oh, there you go. John's in chat saying he's awake, unfortunately.
That's you, John.
Alright, here we go. Oh no, that is second victim. But it's worked out alright though. They just managed to sort of get rebound pinballed off the racing line there.
I mean, there's going to be some epic damage, but I'm more worried about that's a car getting smashed coming out of the pit lane. Who's that one? Sue in the BMW. They come, it was just put too much power coming up out of. So we're looking at a battle. We'll come back to that. Young down the inside, but the Beamer of Hignett trying to hold around the outside. I think Young's going to get it here. That was a nice move there from the Ferrari squad, number 90. So Hignett going to take a dive? No. No defending even from Young there. That was brave. He's like, I'm just going to hold it around here. Break deep. It's a great little battle.
Yeah,
it's
really nice move. And the pit exit. Thing there, when I saw that happening, I was like, oh, that's so funny. Please don't come back onto the track and cause a crash.
It wasn't even a replay. It was just as
That was
happening.
live.
I mean, they've got. I guess it's good in a way. They've got the barriers coming out of pit lane here, so you're really tempted to just absolutely floor it out of pit lane as soon as you get past the speed limiter. But this is one of, well, there are definitely a few tracks that's the case on, but this is one of the ones where that is not the case. You cannot floor it out of the pit lane here. You'll end up in the wall like they did.
Starting to make some dents in Western.
Yeah, Western, though, has lost a bit of ground to Stephen Ty, who's absolutely flooring it at the moment. Oscar Lou having a look at Hignett too. Is Hignett going to lose 2 places in the 1 lap? Trying around the outside, didn't break quite deep enough for that. Wants to try and get the cutback. Has a little bit more space. Gives himself a good turn in for the exit. He's just going to stay in behind, but that Ferrari is looking quick, and I'd be worried if I was Hignett. Just trying to get his feet after being passed by Young in the last lap. Oh, good exit from the Ferrari there. And the Ferrari is quick down the straight here, especially with a toe. If they're confident and go balls out up the hill, I think Hignett might have something going for him. Oh, right on the edge of track limits. Oscar Lou having a go. Is it work? Yep, the slipstream is working. Is the Beamer going to move to defend? They aren't. They're going to allow potentially... Oh, they break deep to try and combat what happened to them last lap with Young, but Ferrari now getting a better turn through the left-hander of La Source. That's some great battling. Sorry, say again, Tom?
Just saying that defense in the BMW is fantastic. Just put his car exactly where it needed to be and sort of backed him up a little bit so that he could take advantage of the better exit from the better line in the Ferrari.
2 secs, Ted. Looks like we're just watching a self-binning Porsche. Just going for a little joyride off track by the looks of that one.
That was a bit sad.
I think that was Lockie Nichols, the Porsche there.
Oh, that's really surprising. Looks like they were just having a bit of a joyride. There shouldn't be too much damage there. They're just losing a bit of time. Get back to it.
Just Porsche things.
All right, chat. Good morning. Welcome. If you are, well, it's not too early in Australia. Do we have anyone else who's tuning in from nearby? Who else is up at 6 a.m. like a crazy person? Apart from John. Sorry, John.
Well, who else is it the evening for? So if you're in Europe or North America and you're about, chat, let us know. That must be nice.
Because the majority of our grid is Australian based, is it not? I think
Yes.
It's all Asia Pacific zone.
I think there's 2 or 3 absolute outliers to that, but for the most part, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go, looking at
10:30 p.m. in Canada. Sorry, Bender?
Look at this, we've got some flags out there. Austin, car 676, US flag, and nicely done on the side
That.
there. Look at that.
That's great.
This drone flying is fantastic. So that's
Carpenter, Levine, Bartlett. That's excellent. I wish we had that on every car. That'll make our lives a bit easier. It's planted on the roof, right on top.
Eduardo, 6:30 p.m. in Mexico. Welcome. Tarquin, 8:30 a.m. in Singapore. You lucky man. Hope you enjoyed the F1 last night.
Yeah, qualifying is going to be shortly after the end of this race, so got to after as soon as the Simrigs Spa 12-hour ends, going to turn on the Singapore GP.
Have a look at this. Ty has opened up a 5-second lead now. It's quite nice. Meanwhile, Ali Kairoudan, he's just been going about his business, chipping away, and he's now right on the back of Mitch Weston for P2. I reckon we might see pass up Camel Straight this lap.
Yeah, there's been about 4/10 a lap, pretty consistently from Kairoudan, so it's just been chipping away. We're only 20 minutes into the race, 23 minutes into the race. Oh, it might even be a look down at the inside into La Source. I think there is. Kairoudan goes for the dive, turns it in, but has he put himself on the back foot? Is this going to be a Charles Leclerc in Bahrain moment? let them through after the first DRS zone and get them back in the second one.
I think that Honda is such a beast in the straight line. It doesn't matter.
Well, let's have a look. That looks like a pretty good run from the Audi. So, Audi chasing down the Honda. Are they going to gain? Oh, very little. They are gaining, but like they had a good run. I think they're not going to fight it. I think they know that they'll both lose time with that one.
Surprised the Audi didn't make more of an impression. I mean, I know the Honda's quick in a straight line, but they must have taken out a lot of wing, or the Audi's running a lot of wing, because the Audi's no slouch either.
It's the VTEC. It's the Honda is just mega in a straight line. That's why they are great at. It's a great car to run for this track. So yeah, the Audi got a good run too. They got a good turn in at La Source. They had a great run up the mountain, and they were close. They were 2 or 3 tenths behind and just struggling to make ground. Kairuda now with the task of stepping after Ty. Ty is still doing low 218s, so putting their team in an excellent position. As we flick to an instant replay. Oh, this is never good. Oh, just wide. And is this someone coming out of the pits?
That's a lot of sadness.
Was that a bin at the mountain, or was that a pit exit? For a second, I thought it was the Western Audi.
They look very similar, don't they?
It was a red and black something.
Well, F in chat to whoever that was.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I always feel bad that we're so blasé about like big accidents, sort of complimenting them on the style of their binning and ruining their race.
You're gonna do it. You're gonna do it properly, right?
That's right. Oh, this is a different one. Oh no, is this was that the Bubnow entry? No, who's the one? Oh, is this the Sonicus entry? No, you know what? I'm going to stop making assumptions, because then let's wait until we know for sure. The worst says that's a snazzy graphic and replay function. I agree, but you know what? It's not automatic. We have an excellent broadcaster. We've got Neil, Malik, Alexander running the broadcasting to put all of this together. So, shout out there to the man behind the scenes, the man running the show. As we see Young going up the inside of Sonicus. So it definitely it wasn't the Sonicus entry. Who was that brown one?
I think it was Hignett, car 600.
Ah, Hignett, okay.
Because he's in the pits now, down in 21st. He was.
That's the one. Oof,
Oh,
yeah.
That's a lot of damage.
Ah, that's rough. You'll be doing the calculations now going, alright, so is that an extra pit stop now, or just the one? You really want to be saving your big accidents until later in the stints. That's key. If you're going to have a massive accident, just have it where you're meant to pit already, so you don't lose that pit travel time.
Pretty here in the third place, Pro-Am entry. I think in the highest place, McLaren.
How good do some of these liveries look though? I mean, obviously it's been action packed, and now it's just calming down a little bit. We can have a look at some of them a little bit more. But
Fantastic.
I'm loving the custom livery function. So I suppose the servers handle them a little bit better these days. So that's I mean, I know we've used them in the past, but I know that sometimes they can cause a bit of struggle.
yeah, so the way it's set up now is what we're seeing. That's all on the host setting, so individual users don't have to see all the details. They can download the individual livery packs we put out for everyone if you want, so you can look at them exactly as you see them on stream, but yeah, it just reduces the load of everyone's individual computer then.
That's great. Just noting that Hignet's coming out of the pits now, so hopefully that doesn't end up being it was an unscheduled pit stop, but hopefully it ends up being a part of their sort of pit rounds, because he's come out behind what I think is P10. Is the one near him, and that's Lockie Nichols. Similarly displaced from the pack. We saw him traversing the grass a little earlier. That's Gibbons on McClure, is it?
Gibbons
Either.
Bediger holds on.
Thank you. Bediger for a Pro-Am entry, holding their own. Kai Rudin put 8/10 on Stephen Ty in that last lap. Ty having doing a 2:18.9, playing a 2:18.1, though bit of a gain there. In fact, I think there's a mistake. There was from Ty at some point, because they're down to 5.2 seconds. That was up at around 6.5 seconds.
Yeah, we're also getting some pit traffic coming out now as well, so quite a few cars made early stops for repairs. I think that'll be filtering into the leaders or the lead cars as well.
Absolutely. There's a lot of penalties going on down there. 15 seconds for Carpenter, 10 seconds for DeWar, 10 seconds for Loverink, who we're currently watching chasing down Talbot for P4. Oh, that is a wide Vodafone Ferrari that we just saw going wide at the source. Perhaps just trying to get out of the way. Having another look at the livery. Oh, that's a great one. Look at that.
Getting dirty.
Got the OOR branding in there as well. You'd love to see it. This is our Vodafone backmarker, I think.
Feels weird. It just feels weird and wrong seeing the Vodafone livery on a Ferrari. It just should be on a McLaren.
Oh, I always think
Or
it should be on a
Holden, or a
Mercedes, because I always think Bathurst 12 Hour 2017, Craig Lowndes, Jamie Wincup.
Oh yes.
In the Vodafone Mercedes. So that's where my brain always goes. So I think it looks wrong, basically on, and obviously before that in the was the Falcon, or when they went back to the Holden. That's when I used to follow supercars. So that's all I can see.
Question in chat: is Diabol's racing today? Fan favourite, of course. No, he's not, unfortunately.
That's a disappointing answer.
Just a quick shout out to Simrigs, who are the prime sponsor of today's race, and they also sponsor the OOR Sprint Series as well. And if you sign up for OOR's Patreon, you get 5% discount at Simrigs for some of their very, very high quality sim racing gear. So jump on that, well worth your time.
Yeah, I was having a look at some of their gear today. You know, they've got like the those F1 wheels with the full size screen. You know, showing those like really in-depth graphics and some really cool stuff. That's really tempting, actually. Maddox getting a run on Gibbons, just having to pull back a little in Blanchimont.
Yeah, nice little battle here. 4 cars, all within about a second of each other. Just hope when they make a move, it's decisive and clean.
Just more updates. So Kai Rudin is making ground on Ty. So Ty was dominating the first part of the stint, was clearly, you know, half a second thereabouts a lap up on Kai Rudin throughout the whole first part of the stint. So I reckon it's a tire wear game, which I love is more of a factor in ACC 1.8 than it used to be. So
I was going to say, yeah, you might have gone on that a little bit too hard on the tyres. Definitely, as you're saying, they have updated the tyre physics over many patches. I know they are slightly more punishing if you cook them early nowadays. So
yeah, he's losing a bit of ground now to Kai Rudin each lap.
be surprised if he had used, not overheated them rather, because it is quite cold on the track. He might have just used them up a bit faster than Kai Rudin, trying to build a bit of a lead.
It did him well. He's got a 4.7 second lead. And well, they're about to come around, so we'll give you an indication for their lap times. They've been running in the low 218s, so nothing slow about it whatsoever. So now a 218.1 plays Kai Rudin on a 218.3 that last lap. So Stephen Type actually pulled out 1.5 tenths that lap. So this is going to be a tight battle between the Hondas, we can tell, and so these two are very evenly matched. It's going to come down to what their teammates can do and how their teammates compare as well.
Oh, that bodes well for the next 11 hours. You don't want to see anyone running off and hiding with it, winning by 2 laps or something. I mean, fair play to people if they're that quick, but obviously you want to see the last hour, cars battling for position still.
Absolutely. So now in the championship, so for a bit of context, so Ty is currently P3 in the championship. So, but they have had no wins, no podiums yet in the last 3 races. So they are currently P3, sitting behind the Kovacs Purple, which is the Sonicus entry. But it's only 2 cars, so 2 drivers in the Rockets Evolved VTech Edition team. So Ty and Lee, that's it. 2 of them for 12 hours.
Wow.
Oh, lovely little battle going on here. It's a Carpenter in the great seat there. Maddox and Gibbons going at it, but it looks like Gibbons has finally got it. So actually, I think it might be Maddox who's actually putting the move to Gibbons. I think we're looking at Gibbons v Vettiger before, if I'm not mistaken. So Gibbons just has fallen back to Vettiger, and I think we're seeing Maddox coming up at Gibbons. Gibbons is no slouch. Gibbons is a very, very quick racer. Maddox really putting him through his paces.
Yeah, I think Gibbons has got going for him is he's got our number 1 fan favourite chat member, Jan Tully. Hope you're doing well, Jan.
Yeah, Jan Tully saying, hi, number 2 grandson?
Well, number 2 grandson's doing well at the moment.
Well, you rate your grandsons to order of preference.
Everyone's got favourites, right?
Scotty B is in the UK, 1:34 a.m. That's commitment. Thanks for being here, Scotty, if you're still around. If you're still around, give us a yell.
I'd love to see that. That is, like you said, commitment.
Jen's giving you a bit of a wave, Bender, in chat. So apparently has favourite commentators too.
Yes, of course. You gotta be in it.
Number 2 grandson is Mullock. Now that was an easy pass for think, is it Carpenter who's done the pass?
I think it was blue flags there. You can see them.
Oh, is it blue flags?
Yeah.
I thought they might have just gotten a bad run, but no, you are right.
Only
Yep.
40 minutes in. It's gone quick. Yeah, 40 minutes in, and blue flags starting to play a bit of a role now. See, you've seen plenty of pit stops for damage early on.
All right, so let's have a look. Where are our players right now? So, Sonicus, our championship P2, they're currently sitting in P9, and as we know, we've got Ty. Currently, he's in the lead of the race, P3 in the championship, and Kai Rudin sitting in P2, currently top of the leaderboard in that team. Bit of fun facts across this stint. The average lap time for Stephen Ty, 2:18.36. Average lap time. And
That's quick.
yeah, 2:18.59 for Kyrie. So 2:18.6 plays the 2:18.35. So the average lap time, 2.5 tenths faster every lap, and then Weston there about two tenths behind that, 2:18.8.
I love stats like that. It's just always so interesting to me, at least, to see averages and how things affect and change over a stint or a couple of hours of the race.
Yeah, ultimately, in these races, it all becomes about that average, because it's just a long race. You've just got to be able to do consistent laps. It becomes a maths game. You see it. Oh wow,
That's wide.
that's that's a scary one. We'll come back to this because we've got a little battle going on here. So the McLaren pulls out from Maddox, goes deep, gets it done the first corner of La Source, and looks like they're gonna hold that position. And that's done. Clean. Nice work. They've got a 15-second penalty, so they'll drop back in the pits. But for now, they're holding P17.
It's alright. There'll be plenty of penalties going around today, I think.
No doubt. So what's our track limits penalty shakeup? So if they get 3 track limits, is that revised to a timing, or do they just have to suffer the drive-through?
Not sure, I meant to check that one. But, I think in the past, track limit penalties have never been converted. So I imagine you probably have to suffer the consequences and the shame of trundling through the pit lane. Pit lane speeding penalties are being converted as usual though.
Do we know what that is? 10, 15 seconds?
I believe it's 10 seconds.
10 seconds. So don't speed in the pits, you'll lose 10 seconds. And track limits is going to play a huge factor. It is difficult to not hit track limits here at Spa.
Track limits look quite generous though. It's not like it's if you put a wheel on the curb, that's it.
Whoa, that was a big run. So this is Pickford having a go at Karud. Karud going full defense here into La Source. Pickford going wide, trying to get the cut back, get a run, and he gets it, but he has to pull back a little. He has to back off a fraction. But you can tell this is going to be a battle all the way up the hill. And I thought the Aston's is generally pretty solid here, or at least has been in the past at Spa.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's changed with the Aston recently. It's still a very solid car, good all-rounder as you're saying. But it seems like it's got a bit of a pace on the BMW at the moment.
Yeah, it's BMW didn't actually gain at all, but we did see that the BMW was a bit on the back foot there, having to pull off to avoid an accident at La Source.
Claus has joined the party as well.
Great little battle happening here. In chat, Honda be ugly, but oh so fast. All right, well, we need opinions on this one. Is the Honda ugly?
No.
I mean, beauty's in the eye of the beholder, I guess.
Oh, well, yep, but, you know, opinions matter, so what are the opinions? Well, I'll go first. I like it. I think it's great. I think it looks like a very, you know, low-wide sports car. You know, not dissimilar to the Audi, which I'm a fan of, visually. So I think the Honda does well visually.
Yeah, I'm kind of indifferent to it. It's all right. It's not the worst. So it's not my favourite.
Well, that's a pretty, you know, middle of the line opinion. Thanks, Bender.
I don't have anything spectacular interesting to say about it, so...
You haven't got an absolute firm stance on the attractiveness of the Honda.
Bender's actually on Honda's books, so he's going to try and stay neutral.
Well, no, if it was on Honda's books, he'd be having to praise them.
He's talking it up.
Yeah, that's right.
Secret.
It's secretly on the books. Like, I like that. So this is, what do we got? This is Loverink, is it, on Talbot? So they've been in this position for a little while now, but that is very close now. Having a bit of a look.
I agree with you with sim racing. If anyone was giving away Honda NSX, no matter how I felt about how it looked, I'd still.
So I do like the west, you know, desert theme, you know, the cactus, the moon, on the side of that car there. Does make me wonder though, this is on Loverink's car, why is it not on Mitch Weston's car? His last name is Weston. He's got the perfect setup for a Western themed car.
So that is 4.8 seconds now from Kai Rudin up to Ty. So very, very slowly making ground. So I was saying before we got into all this, those lap averages, it becomes a math game when it comes to these long events. You can normally tell. You look at the average lap time for each driver per stint, and they're usually quite consistent. You know, you're either faster or slower than your competitor, and in these races, because you know they're not sprints. It's just about your consistency over time, and so you can see who's going to be coming through the field. You see the averages of times by Ryan Houlihan, currently P7 for example. You see, so for example that 218.8 current average. Faster than the next 4 cars ahead on average per lap. So you see those averages and go, all right, that's someone that we could see, climbing through the field. After a couple of stints, you get the whole picture of a team. Have they got a competitive advantage overall? Because right now, one person might be very fast. Got Houlihan in P7, running very quickly. But when the next driver steps in, what is their pace compared to the number 2 driver for the car they're battling? Same with our front runners.
Well, we know it's going to be pretty quick to find out, I guess, that our race leader, Stephen Tye, because they're in a 2-man team.
That's right. So we'll have the full picture, and you know what? That's where the 2-man team could benefit you, assuming the 2-man can sustain that their pace for 6 hours apiece across the day. You've got to have 3 members of your team for anyone else who can all keep pace with those 2 drivers in order to challenge them for the win. So there are definitely benefits to having 2 drivers. Oh, good run from McClaws on Pickford. Oh, Pickford getting cutting in, but I think that is a solid move there from McClaws. So through Puon. So that is now P13 for McClaws.
Yeah, nice move there. Pickford tried finding back through Puon. There's a couple of different lines you can take, but he's just on the back foot pretty much since the start of the corner. Oh no. He cuts a replay at Jose Rouge. Here we go.
Oh no, no!
Hold it.
Oh, it
Nice.
saved it! Yes!
Who was that?
Was that car number 52, was it?
It was, yeah.
Oh, wow. So, you know what? I've got to, thanks to the broadcaster, thanks to Malik for showing us some happy times. Happy times up at Radion. And I've got to say, there's been an accident, not an accident, but there's been a mistake from Stephen Ty, who did a 2-minute 20 that last lap. There's only 2.7 seconds now between P1 and P2. So there's been a mistake, and Kai Rudin is only 2.5 seconds behind the leader right now.
Oh, there we go. And we'll be approaching first round of pit stops soon as well. So that could be very interesting indeed.
So what do you think? Is there an undercut advantage?
Oh, I mean, I wouldn't have thought so. I think if you're in the lead, given the track at the moment, looking at the track map, you probably want to stay out as long as you can because most of the cars are behind you, so you can have less traffic. And if you pit, well, you're not really sure where you're going to come out on track, so it could be a whole pack of cars and then you lose 3, 4, 5 seconds getting your tyres up to speed and passing them.
Trying to pick a gap in the traffic with a pit stop at 1:30 is a challenge.
Yeah.
That's very true, and I think you're right as well. The thing with these cars, of course, is that they've got the tires. You know, the tires do wear more now, but you know, you go into pits and yes, you've got fresh tires, but you've now got a full tank of fuel. They're very, very easy to cancel out, especially with, as you say, the tire warm up, and it's very easy to go too hard too early on these tires because you're trying to, you know, make an undercut or something like that, and really put yourself at a tire disadvantage later on in the stint.
I think as well at Spa, it's not a very particularly difficult place to pass. So if you're fast enough, you will tend to get past another car. It's not like a Zolder or a Zandvoort where if you're stuck behind another car, you can be 5 seconds that quick, you're still not getting past.
That's right. That's absolutely right. Very close coming up towards Blanchimont. I think we're looking at Karud on Pickford. They're close enough. Are they going to go for something? They're not. No defense from Pickford as well. You can always tell the experienced drivers from those who are slow to defend. We find that the fastest drivers are not covering unnecessarily and trying to bait other drivers into covering unnecessarily.
Yeah, that's an easy way to set up an overtake. Bait someone into defense and then suboptimal line through a corner or series of corners, then you can just get a better run. And that was very, very wide across the top there by Ben. That might have been a track warning there.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to not get those drive-throughs are going to come through. So, place your bets. Which car is going to be the first one? Who do you reckon is going to be the first one to get the drive-through penalty? Because I reckon we're going to see at least a third of the field driving through the pits for track limits later on today.
Maybe you can't see any warnings people are up to.
Very true. Have we seen? We haven't seen many people going wide there. I think that might have been the first one that we've actually caught. Oh, car 652 died at Radion. Is that right?
Sure, wait for a replay of that. Houlihan right up to the back of Lovely now.
652 is the pro entry in the Honda. see what's happened there, but that's all right. So Stephen Ty getting his mojo back, setting a low 2:18 in the last lap. So that battle resumes. 2.9 seconds gap between P1 and P2. We're currently looking at Houlihan back in P7, who has just gotten up to the back of Loverink. Loverink, who will be serving a 10-second penalty in the pits, but the pit stop's still 10 minutes away roughly for most teams. So Houlihan, if he wants the position, he's gonna have to do it the old-fashioned way, get it done on track.
There's nothing wrong with that. More entertainment for us.
Could not agree more.
It's always an interesting strategy call, though. I guess if it's a little bit closer to the pit stops, you think, do I risk a move, potentially getting damage, or I just sit behind them? Because, I've got a penalty. Yeah.
It probably depends how much. Sorry, Bender.
That was it. That was all I had.
It probably depends how much faster you are than them, right? I mean, the average lap time for these two is only 1/10 difference. So you might be right. If you didn't think it was going to be safe to pass them or something like that, so that is a red Ferrari just sitting in the gravel. Someone's just given up. Yeah, it could be safer to just sit in behind. But I guess if you get the run, no one's not going for it.
Oh no, that's right.
But you don't want to be losing time, right? Is Lovering, due to that 10-second penalty, that's not his battle. Not now. What he really wants to be doing is focusing on his gap to Lamb up ahead of that, which is only 2 seconds up the road.
Also, as we approach past 9 o'clock in game time, track update, it's up to 15 degrees now. It's up from the very, very cold 12 degrees when we started. And weather watch, it's only 1 km/h wind and not many clouds, so Bender sad right now.
Also, it's got to be said, it's real time, so it's 1 times multiplier because it is 9 AM. We started at 8, so it's not so we'll be finishing it at 8 PM or just a little after. So is that going to be dark?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, it'd be a bit dusty. I think if 8 AM is as bright as it was.
Yeah, so 8 PM will be, or just a little after 8 PM will be the race finish time, about 8 past 8, something like that. Long way to go before we get there. 2.7 seconds now it is. Kai Rudin to Ty. We're currently on board with Matthew Lamb, sitting P5, chasing down his fellow Audi in Talbot. It's Honda, Audi up front. Can you tell who the fastest cars are here?
Might be Honda or an Audi.
What makes you think that, Bender?
Oh, it's a stab in the dark,
This is some wild allegations you're making.
We do love some wild allegations. Especially if you follow the F1 world. Oh, here we go. So,
Pit stop for Lamb.
Lane.
Alright, it begins.
Alright, so let's keep an eye on where these cars come out, so when Lamb comes out, we know sort of what the pit stop delta is.
Yes, good thinking. See where it comes out compared to all these other cars, because yeah, if you're coming out early and you're coming out in traffic, yeah, that's gonna be sadness. Oh, it actually hurts to see how long the pit lane is, to watch them trundle that slowly. Oh, hits the apex.
So everyone has their pit box in the second half of the pit lane, right? No one's in the first part.
That's right. We're not Spa 24-hour. I think it's great actually in the 24-hour. It's such an interesting thing. Like, where's your pit box? For the races where there's so many cars that they actually need both ends of the garage, the top and bottom. But it makes a huge difference because you imagine being the first pit box. You know how cold your tires are going to be by the time you get to the end of the pit lane.
Oh yeah.
And they're already relatively, like, they're not warmed in the same way that they are with Formula One. So, but yeah, by the time you put on the fresh tires and you get going, well, you've got ways to go, and it's a pretty significant disadvantage to be have an early pit box.
I think they're not allowed to warm the tyres in any way, shape or form, so they're ambient no matter what. So I think that they actually cancel that out.
So you think if they're not warmed at all, then there's no disadvantage whatsoever?
Yeah, exactly, because you know they're going to be ambient whether you're at the front or the back.
That's a good point.
The first pit box probably even just sort of hold your brakes a little bit down the pit lane and use some hit that way.
Potentially. Right. Well, if that's the case, if there's no warming whatsoever, I thought there was some element of warming, but no, I'm happy to eat my words on that one.
I think F1's the only series that uses tyre warmers.
Well, they're looking to cut that pretty dramatically. I think they're looking to eliminate it entirely, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, a couple of years' time they're trying to eliminate this. Oscar goes very deep to the bus stop there.
Is that a move done? Is that a position he's just made up? No, that was...
Love Nick in the pits as well to serve his penalty and his first stop of the race. It is an hour now, so lots of people, the stint time is 70 minutes, so lots of people start to pit now, depending on what their fuel tank does.
That's right. They'll all have calculated what can they do. One of the key things for a race like this is giving yourself the biggest window of flexibility. So the longer you can go, the better. What you don't want to do is be, pitting. Let's say you're going to do 11 pit stops, so one per hour. Then it gives you absolutely no flexibility. If something was to happen, you were to get an accident. If you pit right on that 1 hour mark, you lose that flexibility. Whereas even if you do only need 60-minute stints, going for 65 minutes, going for 67, 68 minutes, that's 8 minutes up your sleeve. It means that you can, after 4 hours, well, you've now got an extra half hour where you can stop early. If you have an accident, no worries, make that stint 30 minutes long, no problem at all, head into the pits. You give yourself that flexibility.
Yeah, I mean the last thing you want to do is run it as long as you can and then make a mistake on the in-lap and then pop a penalty for exceeding the stint time. We've seen that a few times. That's never fun.
No, not at all. No, you're absolutely right. You want to go as long as you can, but go as long as you can safely, I think is the key. So give yourself that flexibility, especially if there's any kind of variability in the weather. If you have variability in weather, having extra time up your sleeves is a huge thing. If you imagine, you've got that half an hour up your sleeves after a couple of hours, and it starts to rain halfway through a stint, and you go, no problem. Yeah, I'm halfway through a stint, but it's on the hour. I'm good to pit now, and then that's the start of a new stint. You're not adding a new stint on. Whereas, if you're 10 minutes into dry tires and it starts to rain, well, you're kind of you're not in a very good position there. You effectively have to add a pit stop, and that's what you want to try and avoid. Any cars that have got themselves in a position to avoid adding a pit stop when the weather comes, that's the play you want. So flexibility of time is one of the key elements to an endurance race like this one.
So like the when the weather comes, not if the weather comes.
You're very welcome. You're very welcome.
But it's going to happen.
P, 4, 5, and 6 are all in the pits. Weston, Talbot, Houlihan are all in there. And this is only 1.3 seconds now from Kai Rudin to Ty. So that was a 6/10 gain in the last lap from Kai Rudin. So it is heating up at the front.
So we want to see pit stops coming in and the lead being as close as it is. So it makes it entertaining.
Just having a look at their lap times, have been very consistent. You know, the slowest lap time for them is basically a 2:19.0. So they are just going absolutely all at it at the front.
Still getting a bit messy here, isn't it? Sonic
didn't
is
end up
still holding
seeing-
back low.
We didn't end up seeing where they came out in the pits. Actually, we forgot ourselves to follow it up. Oh, look at that! So you got to be careful of the pit exit line there, because they have right away. They're entering the track and they're allowed to.
Yeah, that's always a moment that scares me. The pit exit here as it filters back on the track. I wonder, I hope we don't, but I do wonder if we'll see an accident at some point today with a car exiting the pits, colliding with a car on the track.
Well, that's the thing, right? Is that that looks like a potential move happening there. Audi 69 just getting past the number 12 McLaren. But I think you're right, Bender. I think it's definitely risky because it's not like a track where let's say where the F1 come out, which is at La Source. It's not the racing line. Whereas the pit exit here, coming up Radion, it is the racing line. If you're going full beans up the hill, you're crossing over to the edge of the pit exit. Where they're coming out is where you're trying to drive.
Yeah, I mean, particularly in the wet, I know there's this horrible puddle right at the top of Radion where the pit exit joins the track. So
That's
sure
right.
many people are happy that it's dry at the moment.
It looks like the 315 car's lost out to... no, it hasn't lost out to car, sorry. I'm just trying to work out what the order is. I think it might have lost about a second to Houlihan, but I think order is as it was.
Yep, so they haven't, no, that's right, they're behind. So you've got Weston, who's stayed in the car, and you've got Britt, who's replaced Lamb, that's right. So Lover Inc. is out and Frizzer is in as well in the 52 entry. Looks like they've gone back a little though. So they were much further up. So car number, that's right, they had a penalty for 10 seconds. So Kai Rudin in the pits. And actually both in the pits. Both are leading too.
This will be exciting then as they race through the pit lane.
And I'll tell you what the pit lane is for somebody who doesn't have a penalty. So Lamb comes in 1 minute 57 seconds for their stop.
Wow.
That is, and I'm just having a quick look to check that that's the standard, and it looks like it is. Yeah, 1:55, 1:57. Lovering 2 minutes 13. So they lost a little bit more than their 10-second penalty in time.
Their penalty was for causing a collision, so they probably had a little bit of damage as well to fix up.
That's a really good point. So, but we're looking at the leaders now. So they're about a minute into their pit stop now. They've still got 45 seconds left to go of that one. But they were only a second and a bit apart. I think it was 1.7 seconds was the gap. So there is definitely the opportunity as somebody goes deeper, somebody who's braver on pit entry. There is an opportunity here. Western coming through, so we'll see where. We'll see very shortly where they exit. So, a couple of seconds left in the box. Ty and Kyrudin are going to be coming out, and we'll see where do they come out in reference to Western.
So it looks like Kyrudin has managed to jump Ty in the pits.
It does look that way, by a pretty significant margin as well.
So there we have it.
And
Change
Western.
for the race lead.
And Western is close too, so the pits did it. So that pit stop for Kyrudin, 2 minutes and 1 second, and for Ty it was only 2 minutes. Was actually shorter. So if that is true, and we've now got Lee in the car up against. Is this Al or Ali in the car now? Actually, I can see that for myself. It's Ali in the car.
Maybe just a little bit slow getting ignition on and off, or perhaps just missed the box slightly.
Well, the pit stop timer actually goes from when you enter the pit lane, so it's a pre-pit lane thing. I think Kyrudin, whilst they were about a second slower overall in their pit stop, that includes starting the car back up, getting in and out of the box. They must have gained they've gained 2 to 3 seconds in fact they've gained about 3+ seconds in the entry. So it wouldn't count the drive into the pits up that pit entry road. That's the only, and the pit exit road as well. So in the pit entry, but they were ahead before pit exit. So in that pit entry, they've gained about 3 seconds. So practice your pit entries at Spa, guys. It can make a difference.
That pit entry is very narrow, tight in the walls. I mean, I've done it before. I'm sure many others have as well. You push a little bit too much and go a bit too deep and clutter the wall and add a few extra seconds of damage, or
Even go too tight and catch your rear wheel.
Absolutely. Well, they've done the gamble, and it's really paid off. That is a significant gain. So Ty potentially just taking it easy to avoid any of that. Kyrudin has clearly absolutely smashed the pit entry by 3 seconds on, and the braking zone as well. Let's not forget that also isn't counted as part of that pit timer. So that might even be more so it, braking earlier and getting that pit limiter on sooner for Ty, going a little bit deeper for Kyrudin.
Well, I mean, you're going to be in the pits a lot today. It's 12 hours, so yeah, as you're saying before, Sam, definitely important thing to practice and get right when there is, 3-4 seconds over 10 stops. There's half a minute to gain by practicing it and nailing it.
Yep, nail that pit box entry, all of those things. That does make a big difference. And Kyrudin is absolutely flooring it right now. You've got Lee, who's hasn't been in the car yet, so to kind of get up to speed. But Kyrudin, 3.5 seconds now after one lap ahead, so pulling away from the 112 Honda. I'm a little disappointed we didn't get to see any passing action, to be honest. The pit stop came just at the wrong time. Oh, when I say that about passing action, was that inbounds from Hignett?
It was hard to tell from that trackside angle, but too wide upper rouge is very, very brave.
They are ahead, and it looks like they've got the position. So now, if they were outside the lines up Radion, they would. I believe that wouldn't be a valid pass, so we'd have to check that one.
Oh no.
Oh no, car number 52, but they're not going to hit the wall. A perfect spin.
That is perfect.
I mean,
They weren't awake, they're awake now.
they're away.
Yeah.
The tires, look, they just Straight on the
The
throttle.
pace too.
I mean, destroy the tires early in the stint, but bloody hell, they're going to be happy with that. Oh, just hits that inside. Never touch the inside curb. Look at that. Straight on the throttle. Style points. What do we give them? Out of 10.
9.7.
10 out of 10. Great work. Thanks for the entertainment.
Yeah, tyres will be destroyed, but you know, if you're struggling for tyre temps, that's one way to warm them up.
Angry Raisin saying, check car number 5's last overtake around the outside on 1 hour 15 all tires. How are they doing an hour 15 stint?
Or maybe someone forgot to change the tyres at the pit stop.
No. Did they
I
change?
hope not.
Wait, did car number 5 change their Angry Raisin? We need clarification. Did car number 5 change their tires at the pit stop?
Or did they stop for something else early?
Yeah, but perhaps they did. Oh, hang on, I can check that. Who's this? This is Brooke in 16th. So yeah, they did. They stopped 5 laps into the race. So potentially for damage. It wasn't an especially long stop though. It was 1 minute 56. Oh, so they didn't. Oh, they didn't change tires in that stop, right? They just checked. They just fixed damage. Yeah. Steve Davis says they stopped to fix damage early on, so it was a standard pit length time, but they didn't change tires. But unfortunately, a little bit early to be. Yeah, they'll have gone down a pit stop. So, but they're sitting 16th, so down a pit stop, not doing them too bad right now. But they're going to have to pit again soon, and they'll be out of sequence with the rest of the drivers. Oh, some great side-by-side action happening here.
This is that number 5 pass. Nicely done.
Oh, that was it, around the outside. That was a great move.
That was amazing. Around the outside at Rivage. Don't see that very often.
No,
Shout
not
out
at all.
to the BMW for being compliant as well.
And it was, what was it, 1 hour 15 second all tires. Oh, car 71 around Puon, holds it. Has to hit the wall in order to go forwards. You know, they could have reversed, but that was, but it would have been carnage for the other cars. So they did the right thing and smashed themselves into the wall for the safety of everyone else.
Oh, look at that. Double overtake by the Vodafone Ferrari there. That's opportunistic. Don't mind that.
Jesse McLean, I hope you're watching. That is how you rejoin the track.
I actually do love the Vodafone livery. Obviously, it feels a bit odd being on a Ferrari, but it is a great livery. And honestly, it probably doesn't matter which car it's on. It looks great.
It does. It looks stunning. And obviously, there's a long way to go. I'm sure we'll check out other liveries as well. But early contender for me for one of my favourites.
Like it holds up. I mean, that's been a pretty stock livery for Vodafone cars for
Decades.
yeah. Well, at least 10 years, right? Like that's yeah, it won the Bathurst 12 hour 2017, and it was very, very similar when it was 2012 livery for Triple Eight squad in supercars as well. It hasn't changed much.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Exactly.
Look at this race leader, Ali Karun, 4 seconds ahead of Mitch Weston now. So
Weston ahead of Lee, so
yeah,
must have made a mistake somewhere, I think.
it looks like they've been through a fair bit of traffic as well. So maybe something happened there, or just lost time, having to avoid other cars. That can definitely happen.
Yeah, Lee did a 2 minute 20 something a lap ago, back down into the 219s now, but I think there's some traffic there and just getting up to speed. So that's your big benefit for doing a double stint early on, and I actually really support the theory of it, which is whilst your driver is fresh, keep them in, because they've been, especially if you've got pace like Kai Rudin and Weston have, where they're doing 218s. it takes time to build up that pace. And so Lee is at a disadvantage. He hasn't had that time to build up the pace and get ready, unless he's secretly been doing laps in solo mode in the background, which, I mean, I do recommend. I think it's rough to get in the car after everybody's been smashing out 218s for, the last hour.
Got Hignett lining up Rad here. Kovac's green entry. Is he going to defend? No, he's not.
Yep, clean pass. Gave him the space. Did good. Rad did. Yep, clean, solid. Moving on. Next one up is Brooke.
As Hignett comes back through the field after his early whoopsie-doopsie at Radion.
I hear Brooke has old tyres on. Hignett, get him. Actually, Brooke will be have to come in for a pit stop sometime soon. So they won't be far off there. They've done an hour and 5 minutes in this stint, so they'll be in sometime in the next 2 laps. Can't exceed that 70-minute stint timer, so I suspect it'll be this lap or next at the absolute latest for them. So that'll put Hignett up into P16. Checking out Clark in the pits. I believe they did they have were they involved in one of those early accidents? I vaguely remember I think they got some damage really early on. So this must be, well, it's an hour and 20 minutes in, so I suspect that means they pit early and had to do this. So this will be their second stop, I believe.
Oh, look at this. This is what
Red, white boys, do it.
you hate to see it. Two back markers battling, and then P3 comes through to try and lap them. That's always.
Shout out to that
scary.
blue and yellow Honda for getting out of the way of everyone and sort of still maintaining their own pace. That's how you do blue flags.
That was the Honda of Lee. This is Britt in the Audi. This is 4th position. This is 3rd and 4th right here. Britt around the outside. Lee actually had to cut the corner, but around the outside, it looks like that's a position gained. So Britt up into P3 in the 315 Audi. Lee actually had to go. He had to cut the corner up at the hill. So they've got to be careful about track limits there. But that is unfortunately losing a position, going back down to P4. And and at the back of that pack, so there's a couple of back markers there, but you've got Houlihan at the back here, 616 Lamborghini chasing them down too. So Lee is definitely fighting for his life at the moment. Not a fun position to come out in, trying to get up to speed while all these guys have been driving for an hour, pulling up behind you. So these are back markers right here, so they'll. So Houlihan having to deal with this, losing a good amount of time on that too. So that is another back marker there. So shoots it down the inside, loses a good chunk of time too for those back markers. Oh, that is a Porsche going around. Oh, that was a bit of an odd adjustment there. It looked like they were going to save it.
Yeah, might have only lost his hands on the wheel or something like that. It looks like the wheel just sort of reacted.
Yeah, so Ryan Houlihan is past the back markers. I believe the back markers are meant to jump off the racing line when somebody's coming through. It's always difficult when you're battling as well, but it's the rules. It's what you got to do.
Definitely a certain skill in knowing sort of how to get out of everyone's way and still maintain your own pace.
It absolutely is. Oh, it's sliding around the corner. Goes. There's a back marker there, but now Bender, I know you want rain in the race, but it's just started pouring down here. Thunderstorming in Sydney.
That's not gonna cut it for me. It's gonna be in the game.
Sorry, Bender. It's the best I can do. The wind is actually reduced. It's now 0 kilometers an hour. That's. Going for the dive.
Page.
Oh, well. Nice car positioning from the 422 entry there. Just slightly off the left barrier to detract Johnson from diving up the inside, but not far enough to compromise their own line. So nice little bit of positioning there. Hey PJ, so we have got the man, the myth legend himself in chat. Matthew and JP, how you going? So, bit of an update on the Sonicus entry. Car 191, the BMW, so Carl Johnson behind the car now, currently sitting P8. We're following the progress there. They are currently P2 in the championship, I believe, or P3 in the championship.
P2.
P2,
Yeah.
thank you.
Looks like Carl's in a bit of his own world at the moment. Sort of 10 seconds behind, 10 seconds in front. Here's the shout out page.
I mean, it's very, very negative of you, you know. It's... I was going to report the comment, but I think that would have been mean. Actually might have come to something. Report for misinformation. There we go. Report message for misinformation. All right. So what are the battles we're following now? We've got to get our narrative straight.
Bit of spread at the moment. It looks like Bushel on Rad down in P17, P18 is probably our closest little fight at the moment. In fact, it looks like it's happened, doesn't it?
So, sort of a few things behind the scenes. A lot's happening. Aaron Lee, P4. What's happened? They were P3. Did I miss something, or?
Yeah, Britt sort of got past. I think there was a bit of blue flag action sort of down the hill towards Eau Rouge, and that allowed him to get enough of a run. But sort of he's managed to keep up.
Yep, no, Britt blew past it. We watched that battle that was around the outside at Lacombe a couple laps ago. Whoa, that was when as Lee had to cut the corner up at the top of the hill. So that is a legit position. Houlihan now only half a second behind Lee, who's just struggling to keep pace at the moment. So just not doing bad times by any stretch. 2:19.0, but you've got the players around him doing 2:18.5s and better. So he's getting faster every lap. He's getting that pace. But as we said before, you've got these other guys have been doing it for an hour now, and they've got that consistency down at a high level.
Oh, no. Oh, well, it's not at Eau Rouge, so it's okay.
Oh no!
Not okay.
Rest in peace, those tyres. Oh no! It was number 112. The Honda bites. So Houlihan moves up into 4th in the Lamborghini.
That's a P6 now. Wow, for 112. That's tough. It's not been a great stint for Lee so far. Let's hope he's not double stinting in a two-man team. That'd be Not a great start for him.
Well, are you boys both driving today?
Yep, I'll be in a little bit later on.
No, not driving today. Not for this one. I might come in for the next round. I've only just come back in to join a couple of races recently. Are you in today, Tom?
No, I'm not. I don't do these races, unfortunately. I do the F1s just with some other stuff going on.
Yeah.
I usually just jump on and help because I'm part of the Kovacs team, so I just jump on and help them with some race engineering and stuff, so the boys that aren't driving can take a bit of a break.
Yep. John says, Samwise back in sprints, bet I can guess which car he chose. You know what? I bet you can't. Well, actually, no. Yeah, I bet you can. But it wasn't going to be that one. I actually initially was going for the Aston. And because I absolutely did not like the new Audi at all. Was not a fan comparatively. But you are going to be right. You are going to be right, John. Question for Tom, says Malik, says, are you responsible for Jesse McLean's F1 strats?
I wish I could claim responsibility for those because they are glorious, but no, I can't. I'm usually trying to convince him not to do it.
See, this is first mistake, Tom. You've got free reign. You can say anything up here. No one will question it. No one will check the validity. No one watches these streams back. So you should have claimed
Whoa.
the
Whoa. What are you trying to say, Bender?
Said it was a mistake to not say yes. I'm the reason why he's doing so well.
Well, the only reason he worked out the hard strat works is because he kept having boo-boos on the first lap last year. So he's decided that's what he wants to do, and he's making it work for himself.
Excellent.
But a little bit of a change for the F1 coming up now. They're restricting the number of assists in the streams tiers. So it'd be good to see if there's any changes there.
So what are the restrictions now?
So now you're no longer like, oh,
Ooh, sorry. 2 secs, Ted.
Haas goes past Frizzer. Yeah, so you can now no longer use full tractor control and no longer use automatic gears, which kind of makes sense.
They're great. Yeah, glad. I think at the very least, yeah, medium traction share should be the most you can use, which I guess it is now. And people use automatic gears.
They do, which is kind of surprising.
That's got to be so much slower.
Unfortunately, it looks like in 22, they no longer sort of penalise the car for using an assist like they used to. So it was almost like it added like 15 or 20 kilos if you use traction control, but now that doesn't seem to happen. So there's a bit of field spread going on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which they're trying to clean up.
Yeah, I've been having a test myself on the medium traction versus no traction in F1 22, and the gain isn't as significant with the no traction. Then yeah, it's still there.
It's definitely still there, but I think that unfortunately there's also a lot of the tracks seem to be made of ice as well, so it just gives you so much more consistency, being able to sort of lean on the game a little bit more with no penalty.
Yeah, with less of a difference, absolutely, and a little bit safer those. But the fastest are always going to be the ones who've mastered no traction. And Malik says, well, you can at least spin on medium traction control at least. That is true. You can't just pedal to the metal around every turn. You still have to have some element of control, and I absolutely agree that's really good.
Come on, have you guys seen me race on medium traction? Spin every race, come on.
I spun at Japan last week on medium traction out of turn 2. You wouldn't think you'd be able to lose traction in 6th gear, but here we are.
Well, absolutely. No, it's good, and it also it helps dramatically with even games like this. You master no traction control on F1, you can race any any sim title, and if you've got that good throttle control, you'll absolutely ace it. Key to ACC is dropping that traction control as much as possible. If you're not getting to TC1, you're not optimizing what that car can do. So it's having that throttle control is so helpful in so many different titles.
Same time as well, though, is it worth gaining 1/10 of a second with that little bit better throttle control and losing that with the spin every couple of laps because you just haven't quite mastered it yet?
Well, that's why you got to master it, right? If you get it, those couple I mean, look at the times in this race right now. That average time per lap makes a huge difference. If you actually get that consistency, we're looking at Kai Rudin versus Weston. There's 2/10 on average per lap difference between them. Actually, I take that back. That was last stint. This stint, Weston actually has a 1/2 gain on average to Kai Rudin. So
Lee in the pits, so his tyres have definitely screened enough after his couple of spins.
So at 25 minutes, so that will allow them to still maintain the 11 stop strategy by stopping now, and so yeah, they're pitting to repair. I stepped away for a quick bathroom break as you guys called the accident for 112. So where was that one?
That was at Blanchimont. Not
Oh,
somewhere you typically expect too many mistakes to occur, but just got a little bit wide on the marbles, and the rear end decided it wanted to lead the race for a little bit.
No wall damage?
No wall, but
No wall.
very sad tyres.
Yeah, I can imagine. I can give you a bit of an indication on what the actual pace drop was the last few laps. So they were doing he was doing sort of 2:20 flat, couple of 2:19s, and then after that he's doing 2:21. So the couple laps after the accident, 2:21.0 and a 21.5. So clearly losing them up to 2 seconds a lap. So smart move to get in pit now and make up the time for pit stops later. So they'll just have to be running long stints for the next 4 hours or so to claw back the 25 minutes to get back to that on par for the 11 pit stop for time, if that makes sense.
Thankfully for them, it looks like the weather's still pretty clear, so they're not going to run into trouble that way at this point.
Not at this point. 0 km/h wind, all looking nice and sunny and optimum track at the moment. But we're hopeful. We've got fingers crossed that later on today we're going to see some wet action happening.
It would be nice. I mean, I know I can't ask for too much after the beauty and glory of Paul Ricard bucketing down for 8 hours straight, but a light sprinkle at some point would certainly make things interesting.
I'm thinking,
especially mid-stint.
Absolutely. I'm thinking Silverstone 12 hour, that was last year's, where there were a bunch of 30-minute downpours. So really played with the strategy. So when you've got that mix of dry versus wet, that's when things start to get really exciting.
Yeah, absolutely.
Following the Kovacs black car here, which is Gorilla Snapper's old car. We wish him all the best in his recovery from his surgery last time round.
Absolutely. I've got to do a shout out for Purple Lap. That is fastest lap of the race has just happened. It is P1 Ali Kai Rudin with a 2:17.89. Fastest lap of the race so far. Just happened.
He's in his own, isn't he, up front? Just doing his own thing.
Yeah, that is some mega pace. I think his average lap time's gonna drop down. I think, in fact, he has. He's dropped it. As I mentioned before, the Western was 0.5 up on Kai Rudin on average lap time, but that's not the case anymore. It's now 0.5 down.
So what we really need is better spectating options. It'd be really nice to see if we could flick up, you know, positions gained or positions lost or things like that. But unfortunately, we don't have. The technology isn't there yet.
Not quite. Well, we've got something comparable. If you want to know positions gained lost, tell me which car. I'll give you the.
I guess the biggest top 3 movers and shakers who've gained or lost positions. You can have a look at the data. I mean, I know we've got our own overlays and data for the Sprint Series, which looks great. But come on, Kunos.
I'll have a look at those who are in the top 15, and I'll give you some movers and shakers in a minute.
Sounds good.
Stephen Tyre's back in the car in P19, which that'll sting.
Yeah, don't think that was out. He was planning for the race to unfold after leading most of the opening hour. Well, with Mark Bushell here, who's chasing down my teammate, Peter, in car 2. Letting some lead cars go through at the moment, I think.
Yeah, definitely be hoping to follow that lead car through. Sometimes it's nice to be the first in a pack to have to let a blue flag through.
Yeah, it's not easy.
Yeah, there we go.
When,
He's through.
You're trying to lap someone as well, and people are lapping you, and then you're battling for position. It's the whole thing. Bus stop doesn't look like Mark's quite close enough.
In a pretty clean race, penalty-wise too. Thankfully, the stewards, who do a fantastic job as always, not having to hand out too much punishment.
It's a thankless task being a steward. Definitely appreciate their efforts in something like this today. Obviously, you can't have a race without stewards.
Shout out to Alex Amy, our tireless race director, running this entire race from start to finish. Massive effort. Good job, mate.
Looks like Peter's doing well at the moment. Mark, probably a bit faster, but can't find a way past yet. But obviously get a good run because the Honda, as we've seen, very quick up Campbell Straight. I'll say that, and he's got a nice run down on the inside to pull on here, and should be able to hold that tight inside line, and he does.
Yeah, that's a pretty solid pass.
So Kovacs Racing Black entry 919 up to P21. Not sure where they started, but
They started P16. That was above now.
Above now, okay.
Yeah, we saw them get into a little bit of trouble earlier on, but they started P16. Unfortunately, whilst the pit wall the pit wall pro thing does give you indication on overtakes and a bit of an idea on where they are across the race in position of other cars. It's not quite easy enough to give you the full picture. So at the very least, I can tell you where people started. So and big, so the biggest shaker up front, of course, is a bit of a negative story for car 112, the Honda. Obviously, they've lost a massive chunk of positions. We're looking at them now. P19 currently, but they've done an extra pit stop, so that is important because it is not it is an unscheduled stop, but it is still within the strategy for the 11 stop strategy. So they can still go to the end on the same number of pit stops. So we can effectively count them as a pit stop ahead right now. So they are behind the leader. They're 130 seconds. What's that? 2 minutes 10 seconds for what is ultimately. I think pit stop is, how long is it?
155.
155.
Yeah, so they're roughly 10 to 15 seconds behind
The leader. Yeah, so after, pitting, getting those new tires on, getting back out there. So they're still losing time to the leader, but they're still in the fight. That would put them pretty close to P3, actually. So tires obviously back in the car now. So they're 16 seconds behind the leader is our current P3. So that'll be really interesting in about 20 to 30 minutes when everybody does that next pit stop. We'll see. So on current pace, they should be able to get P3. And it's about whether they can claw up the next 10 seconds to get up close to Western, who's currently sitting P2. But we know Ty's got the pace. Alright, it's having... Oh, go for it.
So it'd be interesting to see how that pit stop affects their times throughout the rest of the race. I mean, that's still roughly within that ballpark figure, but yeah, if there's, rain or something that comes later and then they're off schedule slightly, then will that result in an extra stop later on?
Absolutely. All right, so let's have a look. While things are quiet, let's have a look at where people are now in comparison to where they started. So Ty, obviously, currently running effective P4, car 112. Then you've got Kai Rudin, of course, currently sitting up front in that car number 45. Starting P3 on the grid was Hasnam in the number 28 entry. We've got Ristofani currently in P7 there, so from 3 down to 7, so they've lost 4 places. You've got Western, of course, who started in 4th, currently sitting P2. Great work from them. Loverink, we know, had that 15-second penalty. They started, so that's car number 52 Ferrari. They started P5. They are currently in P10. You've got Talbot, who started P6 in car number 18, the 18 Audi. P5 right now, there they are. You had Matthew Lamb in the 315 Audi. They started back in P7. They're currently, that's Britain, the car up in P3. And behind them was Gafor, 652 Honda. I believe the 652 Honda might be way down the pack, P35. So I think they had to do a pit stop for damage, unfortunately. So they're a pretty good chunk behind the pack. Can have a quick look. In fact, they had to do 2 pit stops in the first 30 minutes and another 2 actually since then. So they've actually already done 4 pit stops, whereas the majority of everyone else has done 1. So it hasn't been a great day for them. And just to finish off the top 10, so Hignett, car number, that was the 600 car. We saw a bit of trouble with Hignett in the 600 Beamer. So they started P9. They're currently down in P26. And then Sonicus, car 191. They started the race P10. And they're currently in P8. And oh, look at the next one we got. And then we got Houlihan, started P11. 616. They're up in P4. So that's a gain of 7 positions there. So they've done quite good for themselves. And then after that was Gibbons, started P12 in the 500 Honda, and Cook is currently P14. So that's where your top 10 currently sits. Have we got any outliers sitting in the top 10 to 12 currently on track?
Not that I can see. Shout out to Alex Pass and P9 as the lead Pro-Am though.
Yep,
well, we've got our first drive-through for track limits. Now
Johnson,
111.
111, currently P12, started P17. That's gonna really hurt, unfortunately. but it's going to be the first of many. We're only an hour and 50 minutes in. Even surviving this long without a drive-through is a feat. So the race isn't over, Johnson. There's going to be plenty more where that came from across the field. So Paz up in P9. They actually started P18 with Oscar Lou. So Oscar Lou put in a mega first stint. Paz has come in and keeping pace with some of the fastest guys here. So yeah, to be P9 in a Pro-Am entry, they've done very good for themselves.
And just following up on the discussion we had earlier about track limits, drive-throughs, they do stand for track limits, so that's going to be a long journey through the pit lane for car 111 there.
Sassano in P11, car 422. They started, I don't know where they started, but it was outside the top 23. Just trying to see if I can see exactly where they started, but it was somewhere back in the late 20s. And they're up to P11. I think they started somewhere around 30th.
Good effort.
Great effort from them.
Keep that up.
Saw a pass there from Brad Cook in the 500 entry. Got past Jake on the run down to Eau Rouge. Quite sensible there from Jake. Realised, look, there's still 10 hours to go. Going too wide into Eau Rouge probably isn't the best play at this point in time.
Great for the fans though. Do it next time.
Around the outside of Eau Rouge, it's the pass we want to see. Coming up the hill.
It looks like Johnson might come out behind this little pack here. Not sure where he is in the pit lane. He's just at the bottom of Eau Rouge now, so he might get out ahead.
Oh, he's got to get up to pace still. Johnson does, so
Oh, that was close. Oh.
Oh, that's a bit scary actually. Now I gave the update for fastest lap a bit earlier, and so I'm going to do so again because Stephen Tyre has smashed it. Purple lap at 2:17.6 from Stephen Tyre to take fastest lap of the race. And we've had 3 drive-throughs so far for car 111, 652 and car 69. So it is happening. That's 3 in the last 20 minutes. So I suspect there's going to be plenty more where that came from.
So I think it's just about time for myself and Sam to say goodbye for now. So if you've been tuning in for the first 2 hours, thank you very much. I'm sure I'll be back later. Sam, are you back again later today? Yep.
Yep, I'll be here to round off the race. I think that is correct. Now, to step in, who have we got?
We've got Glenn Germain. Welcome. So
he's silent at the moment.
Yep, here we go.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. How you going, Glenn?
Very good, thanks. Very good. Survived the first stint, just.
Nice work.
That's good. And we've also got our North American friend Nick Amon. Hello. Good evening.
Hello, gentlemen.
Is it
Morning
Amon,
to you.
or is it Eamon? I always thought it was, I've been calling you Nick Eamon for a year now.
It's pronounced Amon, but you can say Amon. Both of them work.
I'm
Excellent.
sorry. Look, as an Australian, we butcher any and every name we come across.
Yeah, hey, I'm fully aware of that, man. I'm not offended, but in any way, shape, or form, I've had countless people get my last name wrong over the years. This is nothing.
And Tom, I believe you're sticking around holding down the fort as well for a while yet.
I will be hanging around, so thank you both very much for joining us for the start of this race. It's been pretty exciting, but if you're having a bit of a stint before you come back, all the best of luck and keep it clean.
Thank you. I'll catch you guys later.
See you later, Bender. I'm going to step out as well. I'll let you guys take over. It's been good. I'll be back in a little bit later. Tom, did you say you're sticking around for a while?
I am hanging around here for a fair little while yet, so if I might catch you later. If not, enjoy your stint when you come in later.
Yeah, I'll be here the last 2 hours, so I'll catch you a little bit later. Enjoy the race, guys.
Nick, what's the time over there at the moment?
Well, it's currently just a few minutes past 10. I had some difficulty figuring out when it was I needed to be here because you guys moved forward, but you haven't actually moved forward, and time zones and daylight savings, and I got very confused very quickly.
Yeah, it's all a mess this time of year with. I'm in New Zealand. We moved last week, and Australia's going to daylight saving tomorrow.
I don't know when I'm going to daylight savings. I just know that it's coming up eventually.
So Glenn, talk us through your stint. How'd it go? Anything exciting happen?
Oh, unfortunately, yes. Lap 2, I'm not sure who it was that lost it at Radion there up the top at the start of the straight. But it happened right in front of me and I had absolutely nowhere to go. So it was just one of those things. So we ended up with a couple of minutes of damage and the meatball flag. So I had to bring it in and fill it up again. And so my stint lasted a little longer than expected. It was like an hour and 20. Yeah, apart from that, just a lot of blue flag running because we are one of the tail enders. There's always got to be somebody down the bottom. So we're one of the tail enders of the field, and had quite a few of the leaders come through on us near the end of my stint. So that was interesting, to say the least.
Well, it's a 12-hour race. You go have some issues in the first hour. There's still 11 to go. So, I mean, you may be at the back, but there's still plenty of time to catch back up.
Yeah, I mean, and for us, to be honest, the four of us have got the attitude that we're here to finish and do the best we can, learn a lot along the way. So, yeah, there's a lot of value in it, no matter where we end up. Yeah.
Starting a race in 12-hour race is always really, really exciting. And apart from that, sounds like you got through relatively unscathed apart from that one incident. But that's just racing sometimes. There's nothing you can do if a car decides to go perpendicular to the Track Eau Rouge. So.
Yeah. The first lap was very good overall. There's always the fear that lap 1 somebody's going to send it and bring out take out half the field, but the guys did a very good job that first lap. I saw everybody because they were all in front of me. Position 35 or something. So yeah, it was a good start. It's just and it's been relatively clean. There's not been that many incidents that we've run across. I had a couple of cars go off in front of me, but nothing too serious. Has there been anything, Tom, that you've noticed? Has there been any big shunts?
I've had a couple of shunts at Eau Rouge already. That inside curb, as you turn right up the hill, looks like it's very, very, very deadly today. Been a couple of cars. We had a couple of people manage to keep it out of the wall, which is good to see. Just ruin their tyres instead of the car.
Right.
And one car looped it at Blanchimont. So, there hasn't been too much death. It's just sort of been people pushing a bit hard on some slightly older tyres.
Yeah, tyres were a bit interesting for us. We're getting them up to temp and keeping them up to temp. We've actually raised our starting temps a bit for this round, for this stint. First,
look-
we were about half a rear side down on what we should have been.
Yeah, it
So
looks
that-
like it's a bit chilly.
Yeah, that wasn't ideal. So we didn't do a perfect job on that one, but and that doesn't help if you do clip the inside of this curve here that we just seen. Rouge there. It's got a good run. This is Paz on Johnson.
Yeah, continuing the mid-engine dominance of this race.
Getting started. So Nick, I've always enjoyed your commentary on the North American sprint rounds.
Oh, thank you, Glenn. It's been, looking at where I started and where I am now, it's been quite a journey. Starting off, in the sprint series actually racing, and then immediately, instead of being like, oh, I want to do another season, being like, no, I want to be in the box. And now, Malik's like, hey, here's the keys, and I'm like, oh my god, he actually did it. But I do try to, every stream come out, give my best, because, that's what the people want. Who am I to say, well, why should I be less energetic than who I am right now?
Yeah, no, very enjoyable. It's normally on a Friday around lunchtime for me, and
Oh, there you go.
I often tune in to hear your dulcet tones. So
Yeah, it's the first time I was, streaming it or running the broadcast. It was just North America, 8 p.m. on a Thursday, no big deal. And then, Malik approached me one day before this last season that just passed and said, hey, we don't really have anybody for EU. Do you think you'd be up to stream for EU? That'd be at 2 p.m. I said, yeah, sure, that's no problem. It's just the one split for them. And Malik said, we'll try to find somebody. We haven't. And honestly, I don't even mind it that much because I get more, I don't even want to say practice, but I just get more time in the booth to commentate, during the day. And that honestly is enough for me because, again, I love what I do. So having just a little bit extra time, another like hour and a half, 2 hours to throw in there, I mean, it's good stuff. And the guys I work with, I absolutely cannot discount. Simon Bauer, of course, for EU, Kevin Parody and Sam Raworth for NA. I mean, they're all incredibly great guys to work with. And I know I'm fairly certain Simon will be back next season in the booth along with Kevin. I think Sam was a bit on the fence last I checked. I could be wrong, though.
Kevin's always good with a quip or an interesting piece of information, I found. So that's, yeah, it's good combinations.
Yeah, he does run D&D campaigns, so the very deep analytical side is definitely something he gets to play with quite often, and I'm very happy that I get to sort of experience that. I don't really get the chance to pop into those streams all that often, but I can tell that he is bringing it into the OOR broadcast when he's in the booth.
Yep. This is Kai Rudin, the leader in front, doing 2:18s, and matching him is Weston in second, and Britt is actually lapping it slightly quicker than the leader at the moment.
The Audis here, pretty good, especially just when you look at like top end and acceleration. At this circuit is definitely something that drivers need to sort of take into account, especially through the Kemmel Straight.
Oh, for sure. Top speed of the Audis is blasting us away in the BMW. But then again, we did play it safe because we were, some of these guys are running very low wing. I know there were a few out in practice running 0 wing and 1 wings. For we amateurs, we're sitting at around 5 or 6. Because if it rains, well, it's instant death.
Right.
So you got to sort of compromise a bit in case the rain hits.
Yeah, and I think that also kind of just speaks to driver skill. Not to, say you guys aren't skilled or
No,
anything.
no.
You definitely
That's
are.
exactly what it is. Yeah, it's the skill level of these guys is awesome.
Yeah, and how much you're sort of willing to risk for the team for a position against these other drivers. And I think the difficult thing when you run a setup that's running like one wing or zero wing, for something like Eau Rouge Radion here, that's barely on the edge of control, because a lack of downforce, your car just jumps a little bit too much, or you take this corner, or you take the corner just a little too wide, and it's going to be disaster from there. But then, when you get to a turn like Puan, you don't have that downforce, so you end up losing a bit of time. And then when it rains, well, now you got to figure something out. How are you going to take this corner or that corner?
Yeah. No, it certainly speaks to the skill level. Oh, nice little drift there. Johnson in front. The skill level of the guys is well above ours. They certainly have the ability to run at those very low wing values and therefore get the speed. With them running the lead at 2:18s and 2:19s. I think my best lap was around about a 2:21. So 2 seconds a lap and probably 10 k's an hour slower down the straight. So that's where it all happens. But yeah, practice and keep learning. That's what we're at. That's where we're at.
Yeah, and even I wouldn't even say some. I'd say a decent chunk of drivers will just go into a server, open or just boot up a private session and only run in the dry, only run it at perfect track conditions, and only run the exact same setup. And then they never ever change anything about the weather or the setup. And then they get into these situations where it starts raining, and especially here at Ba, weather's all over the place. So when you get this inclement weather, you start losing time because you have to slowly adjust everything until you end up getting sort of a strategy that works for you. So practice, like you said, but practice in other conditions.
Sure. Yeah. We spent quite a lot of time practicing in both wet and night conditions. So yeah, you, especially the wet, we did about 3 hours constant just in the last day or so to prepare ourselves and to make these decisions around the setup as to how we were going to approach it. So, yeah.
It is a smart thing to do. A lot of these drivers I know will race in the Sprint Series, and for them it's a case of, well, I'm only racing, at most an hour, maybe a little bit more. But when you go into these endurance races, there's a lot more time. With those sprint races, you have your one setup, and that's usually it. And it's good for that, hour, 2 hour, whatever time limit you're running. But here, things can change in an instant, and, well, you can't, pull up the MFD and adjust your wing. We're not that advanced.
That's right. Yeah. Johnson's under a lot of pressure here.
Fellow BMWs. Sansano, he's got a lot of openings right now, but he's just a little too far back to make it stick, and that pulls in Cook and Gallo as well. Or no, sorry, not Gallo. Gallo's might have actually both of them are back. So this is currently the battle for P8, and behind them some back marker drivers. But yeah, you see, I mean, it's the same car, most likely a very similar setup for these two, and with the slipstream, you get a lot closer, as Sansano was showing us, but again, just a little too far back. Can't quite make the move stick without potentially ruining 2 races. Looks for it down the inside, later on the brakes. He does have the corner. Back for these 2, and Sansano, brave on the brakes, and that is going to award him another position. So a job well done from him.
The Milk Racing team's car 500 is a lap down, but fighting quite a good position.
Yep. Well, he is on the same lap as the cars in front, it seems like. So there is definitely a chance of coming back, but Cook has a lot of work. He's got a lot of work, though, because you look at where Johnson is at the moment. He's on the Kemmel straight right now, running with this little BMW 3-pack, and they've all got the slipstream with each other, so you can guarantee that they're going to start towing each other along. And Cook's just out in no man's land. He's got nothing to work off of other than the speed and acceleration of that little Honda.
Just a little point out here, Carl's in P9. The leader is just coming into Lake Coombe at the top of the hill now. So lead car is lapping almost the top 10 at this point.
Yeah,
That's just insane to think about.
It's only been 2 hours.
There's still 10 to go. I mean, I'm not going to call anything yet, and I obviously probably won't even be conscious for the end of this race, but, with Kyrudin and company, I mean, it's, like you said, almost lapping the top 10, and we're barely into the race. I wouldn't be surprised if we see an even bigger gap by the end.
Got some pit stops happening now with the leaders. See Weston and Houlihan and Stacey have all come in. And Restefani.
At the right time, so we've got a 151 around at Puon, it looks like.
It's pretty darn good. So I think some of these... Oh, hold on. We've got the one... Oh, yeah, 151.
Did a good job to just tap the tyre barrier there.
Barely kept it off the wall. Thankfully, it didn't go in, with far more speed. Definitely flat spotted those tires.
Keeps a room to get himself back up to speed so he can rejoin safely as well. If you're going to go off, that's not a bad space to do it.
No, definitely not. There are certainly worse places to go off here at this track. Lake Coombe, anybody? Radion, perhaps? Not like I've ever done that. Never. That's why, if you want to get into the commentary booth, you have to showcase absolute perfection in all things.
Okay, well, it's been nice being here. I'm out.
Yeah, Glenn, sorry, you have to leave. I hate to break it to you. Bit of it's like hot lapping at the moment, and I mean that's sort of the one thing that ends up happening with these longer sort of endurance races is once you get past that initial action and battles die down and subside, then it just becomes a case of, well, I'm lapping maybe a tenth faster than this guy, but he's 6 seconds up the road. Well, I got to spend X number of laps trying to catch up, and then maybe I get caught in traffic. So right now it seems like drivers sort of just calming down and getting into that mindset of just, bang these laps out and let the battles come to you.
Yeah, that's true. It's a pretty hard road to hoe to get up to people that are 5, 6, 7 seconds ahead of you. Only speaking from my own experience when we got back on track, I didn't see another car for 10 laps, so exactly what you were talking about, Nick. And then there were a number of cars that either spun, had called in for pit stops. That was when we got into some battles at that point.
I feel like sometimes that can even be a little disheartening to think about, like in your situation where you have an accident and then you get relegated to the back and now you don't really see anybody. Everyone else is dealing with each other, but for you, you're just sort of there, and for some people that can really make or break a race for them. So being able to keep yourself grounded while also at the same time understanding that it is an endurance race, it is a 12-hour event, there will be battles to come. You just need to be patient.
Yeah, we were chatting in our TeamSpeak room, and we decided, okay, we're just going to focus on pumping out the best laps we can. That's all we can do. We can only go at our speed. There's nothing. We haven't got control over anybody else's race, but we've just got to have a bit of faith that we'll get back into it. And the best way to do that is to be consistent and do our best laps. So you've just got to set your mindset rather than a competitive, I'm going to be battling with somebody, to more of a hot lap situation where you're keeping an eye on the delta and just trying to pump out consistent and quick laps.
Yeah, and I think that kind of speaks to, you said earlier about, for your team, it's just about getting to the end of the race. And for a lot of drivers, that is probably what they're doing. They think, okay, well, I'm here, I have this sort of pace, I'm just going to reach the end. I've signed up for this, I've, paid the fee, whatever it is. So at this point, sort of just to prove to themselves that they're capable of doing this.
Sure. Oh, there's a boop on the snoot.
Oh, we've got a very damaged Ferrari there. That appears to be the 777.
Yeah. 7.
What in the world happened there? Looked like
1-7.
yeah, may have been some Radion shenanigans, just based on where that car came out. Right now, we're here with Joshua Morgan down in P21, sort of navigating some traffic here. Levine ahead, and there's a touch on the back. It's Levine into the wall, and that's just an unfortunate case of trying to communicate and let cars through at Eau Rouge of all places. I mean, that's incredibly dangerous, and we have to sort of take a break because Pignata is starting to do battle with Gaio here for P6.
And that little oopsie-doopsie nearly took out of this little pack here as well. So
yeah, that's I know there have been changes made to the real life circuit to add some more runoff at Radion, but of course we don't have it in the game. We haven't gotten the updated version, and like you just said, Tom, could have been a lot worse. If we had the extended runoff, then perhaps that sort of possibility would no longer be around. But for now, we get to deal with what is an outdated version. That feels weird to say. No, well, maybe Kunos will get around to it at some point, next couple of years.
Never know. Might be the next release. We've got a replay coming up.
So this will be the incident from earlier. So there's a backmarker BMW here on the left side, and goes way offline, and then it's an unfortunate case of Levine slowing down and the driver behind not really having a chance to react, and it's just right into the wall. Thankfully, it doesn't look like there's too much damage to that McLaren. A little love tap on the bump, and then just losing it there at Lake. A common place to lose your car, and then here again. I mean, it's just oof. Very, very incredibly unfortunate. That's just Spa is just one of those tracks where you don't want to get damaged, because then 80% of it becomes literally impossible to do.
that's such a long way all the way around.
That's Levine again, I think.
Yeah, he's having a real tough time. Stay off the curves, bud.
Absolutely. Got time to get back to the pit. So we look here to Pignata right now, trying to get around some blue-flagged BMW, and thankfully at the end of the Lake Coombe chicane that is going to happen, but that has given Gaio a chance to pull away from the Lamborghini behind. It's a little over half a second, so all the work that has been done to get under the rear wing, well, is dissipated. Now you got to do it all again. Oh, it looks like we have something going on at
52 car at Blanchimont.
Yeah. Wonder what that was all about. Who is that? Oh, that's Frizz. Ah, good old Chris Frizza, my boy. Right guy. If I had to bet on it, probably took a little too much inside curb there at the corner and got sent off. And usually that's what happens in my experience.
52 car was the one that did a beautiful 360 at the top of Eau Rouge earlier in the race.
We hand out style points, right?
Makes it to the highlight reel for sure.
I think it's a negative 10-second penalty if you do a full 360 without hitting the wall.
Ooh, that could be an interesting thing to look at. But what we will look at, instant replay of Chris Frizza. So up towards Blanchimont he goes. So we'll see what the cause of injury was.
Oh, he got caught out by that slow car.
Yeah, it's by Levine.
Bad luck.
Levine's struggling to try to get back to the pits himself.
Looks like he should be dipping in momentarily. Looks like, yeah, Levine into the pits, so he's going to be getting that car serviced. So it should be a few minutes. And we have another car, Zach Graham here at Radion.
Yep.
Let's see what happened. So you
Curb
do
on
see
the,
Levine
curb on the inside, I bet. Here we go. No, way wide.
Oh boy. Tank slapper off the wall. That's not as bad as I thought it was. I thought that was going to be a lot worse.
Bit of an alignment job to be done by his mechanics, but he can keep going.
Well, you pay your mechanics to fix the car, so might as well give them their money's worth. Obviously not in that way, but, you know, it unfortunately does happen. We see, I believe this is Hind and Morgan for P17. I know a certain someone here in the booth has some Beamer experience. It's probably...
It's all about team front. I'm just trying to spot.
Oh, is it actually?
It's actually.
That's 600.
Oh, right. Sorry,
Morgan's
my memory
taking a lot of
hasn't
curve at the moment. It's really upsetting the car.
Not sure that actually lets one of the Hondas through. Don't believe that's any of the front runners. Actually, no, it is. It's Ty. You can see that the 600 car has a nice little Honda buffer between him and the guy behind, so this is very, very good. Although blue flag's out, he will have to let him through. And looks like maybe doing so on the Kemmel Straight. Maybe relying on the slipstream, perhaps, as a way to let faster car through. We don't necessarily have to slow down. That might actually be the call here. Maybe let the Honda, maybe let Ty sit there on the slipstream, or oh, looks like he actually got the Rouge Radion a little bit better. So
No, this is missing on neighbour for P19. Got an absolute launch off the top of Eau Rouge. That was crazy.
one of the best corners to get just right, because you know for a fact that you are going to be just gone.
Yeah, for get the run on your opposition. There's really nothing they can do about it.
Absolutely, and it is pretty terrifying to actually do, because you have to basically be on the edge of control, get the line just right, and just practice up and over the hill, because it's a blind left, and you have to almost go off of feel half the time.
And that's not even taking into account just, mechanical things doing what they do.
I find it one of the hardest corners to get consistently correct. It seems like you never seem to get to be able to take exactly the same line. This is where that skill level comes in that we were talking about, Nick. For me, it's such a difficult series of corners going up the hill there. Just feels like it's a challenge every time you get to it. Never goes away.
If you're by yourself just practicing, you still feel like everybody's watching you, and you just that added pressure of, oh, I better not mess this up. And at the moment, it's Hind, or not Hind, sorry, it's Morgan getting the best of Hind there. A much better exit out of the source. A little switcheroo. How do you do? That'll be a P17 for the Audi.
So a bit of door banging as well. Corner there.
You gotta say hi, see how the other driver's doing, and then carry on. But no, that was you saw even out of the bus stop, Morgan got a slightly better exit off of that compared to Hind, and then from there just carried that all the way into turn one. And then I don't know, maybe if Hind got a little bit spooked and just backed out or missed his break point, but Morgan is more than happy to take that, and that's even given Nissen a chance to get in on this little quarrel for position as Morgan starts to pull away.
Seeing Nissen in the Aston, it just never feels right. I always want to say it's Nissen in the Nissan.
one of these days, Nissen will pick up the Nissan and you'll get to say it. Or sorry, Nissen.
Nissan? That?
Yeah, I pronounce it correctly, okay?
Yeah, you pronounce it correctly, yeah.
for my region of the world, 100% correct.
He's got a good run here on Hind coming. He's going to get this job done.
Oh, it's going to be very, very tight here as they go door to door up through Blanchimont and Hind. It's going to opt to back out of this one, live to fight another day. Which, honestly, going through Blanchimont, I mean, 2x2, that's incredibly difficult and dangerous to do. It is possible, but it requires some absolutely alien levels of driving to get right.
With 9.5 hours to go, it's generally just not really worth it.
Yeah, and especially when you've got that run down into the bus stop where you usually do if you've got more speed, you usually do a pass on the brakes down there safely rather than trying to do it too wide through Blanchimont.
Absolutely. Right now it's Vediger all over that tail wing of Real. Seems to be having a real problem shaking that McLaren. Your P11 just up ahead is Senecas here in P10. He started to pull away. He was a lot closer to the trailing Honda, but has just opened up quite a gap. Now, McLaren, one of the strongest cars here, and you have a very, very good car for this track on top of a slipstream, and, well, it's going to be difficult to defend, although I don't think Vediger is even going to go for anything, at least up until the bus stop.
Yeah, the McLaren's feels to be so well balanced here.
Absolutely. As someone who's put in many hours behind the wheel of a McLaren here, it really does, it really does just show how good it is. Obviously, at first you're going to struggle, you're going to miss this brake point or forget how to do this turn properly, and that just comes with learning the car. But once you really get those sort of, we'll say inconsistencies or those nerves under control, the thing just goes. Just,
I feel like
you
their
can
livery
really
too.
see it. Sorry?
I do like their livery too.
Deliver, yeah. I wish I knew what it looked like. I don't have all of them. I only have the live stream open. But missing here, definitely not going to be missing that break point. And up and around Morgan there. Beautiful job. I don't think Morgan's done. He's not going to be too happy about that. He is going to be sitting here in the slipstream. Pulls to the inside of La Source a little later on the brakes. Is going to push missing out wide over that big old sausage curb. And Morgan, the reaggression works for him as he pulls back into that P17. And I think Misson's probably in the same boat as we head up. Eau Rouge and Radion, both drivers keeping it pinned as they go up and over the top of the hill. Now we ride on board here with Misson. He does have that slipstream, but just how much is that going to help the Aston Martin as we head down the Camel Straight towards the Lake Coombe chicane? He looks to the inside. It's going to be covered off by Morgan, so back onto the racing line. But Misson will just sit behind for now, find another corner to attack and pounce. You not even have to wait that long. We go down here to Stavilo. Nope, just covered off beautifully by Morgan. Trying, or not even trying, he is going to make Misson work for this position. He is not going to give up without a fight.
Morgan's definitely, he knows exactly what Misson's doing. He's not defending when he knows he doesn't absolutely need to defend. Really, really good driving from both cars.
Yeah, that comes down to knowledge of other competitors and knowledge of the circuit, knowing where a good corner to overtake is, knowing where a bad corner to overtake is. And Misson is absolutely trying to sell a bit of a bluff there to push Morgan out wide and just miss a break point here or there. But Morgan is definitely not a driver to discount, and he seems to have done his homework. See Misson now, better exit. So using the slipstream, pulling along to the right side, barely on track limits. So we see him look out the right side, somehow managing to keep that car going in the right direction. Absolutely amazing skill from these drivers. And he is still aggressing around the outside. He's going to have the inside line here for the bus stop chicane. Morgan going to try to match the brakes as we head on through this very tight right then left. Misson using that track knowledge, knowing he'll be on the outside of Blanchimont, but the bravery to keep that throttle pinned as you go through and grab the inside line. He will again grab the inside line, and there is not a thing Morgan can do right now. As Morgan looks like he had a little loose on exit.
Really good timing as well, because they've got some blue flags behind him now, so Morgan's going to have to let him through first, unless he can get this past and up the hill.
Very, very difficult to do. You see these cars just bouncing all over the top of Radion. One thing I absolutely love about the circuit is just watching that happen. But Misson has started to pull away. It's not a huge gap by any means, but it is certainly enough for him to have a little bit of breathing room. You see in the background, a faster Audi approaching. So Morgan is probably going to be just weighing his options right now. Does he go for move now, or maybe wait for the back or for the front runner to get up to Misson and go from there?
Added again to both drivers for racing so cleanly, giving each other just enough room and respecting each other to just do what they needed to do to both get through the corner.
Yeah, it really shows the maturity of these drivers to say, yes, I understand you want this position, and you understand I don't want to give you this position. However, I'm not going to push you out wide. I'm not going to bump you. I'm going to just do it the right way. Jordan Finch here chasing down the Bentley, who is with Bigioli behind the wheel. Now, the big old boat, I do not know how it handles at Spa, but if the rain comes, perhaps it gets a little bit of an advantage, you know, with it being the boat.
There's a car out there doing things it shouldn't be.
Well, it appears to be a Porsche of Zach Graham, so Graham having some more issues. We saw, of course, at the top of Radion, just getting it a little incorrect and spinning into the wall. And here at Puon as well.
Having the best run the last 10-15 minutes. Zach.
Definitely not. So into the pits at some point for damages, and then from there just carry on. This is Jordan Finch using all that Audi power to catch up to the Bentley, and I assume, oh, we've got a car off. This is a BMW. I can't quite tell. I believe that's Steve Davis, actually. Yeah, going into the pits. And he's got some front end damage.
That's a very unhappy looking BMW.
Oh, absolutely. Cooling must be absolutely incredible, though. No engine overheating there. He did appear to go off at Blanchemont, so I'm curious as to what happened there. Maybe just a case of getting that turn in a little too incorrectly and getting sent wide.
I think we've got very many Bentleys in the field. I think it's just the...
I think it's just the one.
Just the one, yes.
Around the outside of Lake Coombe. No, can't make it stick.
No, valiant effort, though. Just a drift on exit, and Bigioli was able to just squeeze right on through. So this is... Okay, so this was Davis, so it looks like through Blanchemont, maybe he got a little too much on the inside. Actually, we'll be able to tell right here. Comes through. Oh,
yeah,
yep.
Way too much.
Yep. It's so easy to do, though. That's the thing. It's so easy to just drive that car a little too much on the inside, and you skip over the curb, and all of a sudden you're in the wall. Davis showing us that, and we had a yellow flag at the top of Radion. I believe it's car 500. Some more trouble. Or no, that might be 150. Sean Muller. Yeah, that Ferrari.
Oh, Sean.
Oh no.
We'll have the chance to ask him about that in the commentary a bit later. So keep your questions ready, chat.
We'll ask him every single question as he comes in. We won't even introduce. We'll just immediately go into questions. Right now, you see Pigioli just taking up all the room he can with that big old Bentley, and well, Finch is there to just pick up the scraps, and well, it's not really a lot, as Pigioli able to just pull further ahead right now. But it's a very good job here from the Bentley driver. It's down at P23, but I mean, it doesn't matter that it's P23. It's still an incredible job nonetheless.
Absolutely.
Both lapping around the same pace, around the 221 to 223 mark. It's been a good battle, and here's Finch getting up the inside. Got a great run out of Radion, up the coming straight.
He only missing his brake point, almost going into the back there, so that'll definitely slow him down. And that's like what we talked about earlier, you know, if you're able to keep the throttle pinned through Eau Rouge Radion, you get such a launch, and Finch very good example of that, as he's able to get around for Bentley with pretty much zero resistance.
Mullock foreshadowing in the chat that we're about to witness one of the biggest crashes at Spa that he's ever seen. Here we go,
right.
replay.
Nope, doesn't look like it. So
I think you're safe here, Glenn.
Alright, so I think this is what we saw earlier. So,
no.
Oh no. Oh no.
Deary me.
Oh my god. That didn't even seem like a big tap. That was almost a little... Oh my... Wow, that is something.
Yikes.
From 1 car to 4 involved. Oh, it looked like there was going to be another one. Oh my god.
Fair enough, retiring straight to pits for that one.
Yep. Take the 3-minute, or the 3.5, 4-minute repair instead of taking probably about, what, 5-6 minutes to get around the circuit?
Yeah, when you're sitting at the exit to the pits, it's
Yeah.
quite a daunting task to get right around.
Yeah. It's always, why couldn't it have happened before the pit entry? Why does it have to be after the exit of all places?
Definitely worth shouting out there that is proof of why, if you see yellow flags, slow down. Give yourself time to react to something.
Keep going. Don't listen to Tom. Tom's a hater.
Unless you like creating content. If you like creating content, absolutely keep your foot in. Here we go, on board.
This is Muller.
At the top of the hill that it's spun.
Yeah. So he gets a bit wide.
Yeah.
Yep. And he's coming back in. He just
drove
doesn't do anything.
Interesting.
He just doesn't, because from the helicopter angle, it looked like, he just sort of arrived and it just happened to be what went down, but there was no input. He just kept driving straight. So perhaps some lag or lapse of concentration, maybe.
It also looked like he completely missed the apex of Radeon, so he might have even had like a hardware failure or something like that. Very, very unfortunate timing if that is the case.
And speaking of unfortunate, we've got a rather unfortunate looking Honda here. The 652 team down in 28th position. Day not appearing to have been too kind to them. Unless I'm just misreading everything, that hood isn't actually up at all.
I think it's just a very well designed livery to hide damage if they do get damage in the race.
Ah, yes, the old make the car look damaged so it's never actually damaged. Reagan Herbert is leading this race at the moment. Although, if I believe has Herbert been up at the front for quite a while, or is this one of those pit stop leads?
No, I think that's the real lead. Herbert and Kai Rudin that team are just on the pace, constantly on the pace. Sean Muller just in chat saying he took the time to look down at his tyre pressures and turned up on the scene of the accident.
That's an incredibly unfortunate way to have that happen. But, who hasn't looked at their tire pressures as you come over the top? I do it from time to time, so you can't give them too much of a hard time for that one.
Yes, it makes you feel sick for your teammates when something like that happens. Even the slightest loss of time, loss of this is a retirement, I believe. This is the one. This is Sean's car. Retiring. It's in the pits. Still. So I don't know if it's retiring or whether they are just repairing.
I think it might be repairs. No, it might be. No, okay, so the Muller's actually on his way out right now. So we caught him right towards the end of that repair session, it looked like. So he's back out on track, making his way rather through just one of the worst pit exits in the game.
I think we've got our Kunos things.
And this is Oscar Liu, also with some trouble here for his Ferrari. Rather unhappy with what he's done.
I think that's the same car.
Is it?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, it is. Ah, yes, you're right. Okay, I'll be honest, have not looked at the rosters at all. I have no idea who's on what team, who's behind what wheel. I just know that people are driving the fastest cars, and that makes me very happy. Pignata rolling up on some... Or no, that isn't... or that is a back marker, yes. I thought that was perhaps the 315. Ooh, very close contact.
And welcome to the commentary box, Mike Crick, who's just come out of the car as well. Welcome to you, my friend.
G'day guys, how are we going?
Mike, my teammate, how was your stint, Mike?
Well, not as quick as yours, but I didn't crash it, so that's what I'm taking as a win.
And it's a win. It's a big win. It's more than I can say.
Sorry, that was not intended as a dig at you there, Blaine.
Yes, it was. It absolutely was.
Yes, you can.
Fight.
Throw some punches.
We're fine.
No, 100%. We're like a political party where everybody's behind everybody else. It's just that everybody's got knives.
Isn't that exactly like a political party?
Yeah, exactly.
What that party is, but the party that's going on here is the battle for P20, as Pickford got a really good launch there off of Rouge, and with the slipstream managed to go door to door into Lake Coombe, but again it's Bigioli just using that big old Bentley and not making life any easier for Pickford.
Got a massive behind, hasn't it? It just won't let things past.
No, it will not. You know, that's one of the benefits, I would say. We've got Lou spinning at the top of on again, so things not going too well for the Ferrari, but we got to stick here with this little battle. These two have been going at it for a while now, or at least it seems like Bigioli versus the world at this point. Do have a penalty coming through for 150, causing a collision. I'll get served at the next pit stop. Pickford looked like for a moment he had a really good exit, but unfortunately not. That Bentley hitting the turbo, getting out of town.
It's a big paddling for car 150. Just we get him a stop go.
Red 20, that's very nasty.
On top of the fact that I don't think you can add that onto your pit stop. I think you have to go in, do the 20, and then you'd have to go around again to repair damages.
Correct.
Okay, well, we get an instant replay here. This is the 150 Ferrari, so...
Nope, too much curve on the inside. Not quite the 360, though.
No, thankfully, on the inside of the... the inside of the corner, so everyone taking the racing line avoids it no problem at all. You see Pickford, Pickford is using every inch of the road he can, and it's an inside defensive line for the big Bentley. So they go door to door here, down into Lake Coombe. Neither driver backing out. A little bit of a door touch there. Bigioli down the inside, and he is going to turn the BMW. That is not what we wanted to see.
That has not ended well.
None of them wanted to give each other room.
Sure, stewards will be looking at that one.
Absolutely. I won't even bother giving my opinion on the matter, but it was, like you said, no driver wanted to give up the position, and well, that's just, you can see what can happen sometimes.
Plenty of race ahead of both of them, so I'm sure they can catch up if they've got the pace but I wouldn't be surprised if we see a penalty there.
Absolutely not. I'd be surprised if perhaps there wasn't a penalty, but we'll leave that up to the stewards. We're only commentators.
Exactly.
Real quick, though, just like to give a quick shout out for Simrigs.com. They've got their awesome Exodus rig. So for those of you who are looking to maybe upgrade your rig or even building your first one, the Exodus rig is for you. If you're a Patreon member, you will get 5% off all your items on Simrigs.com. So shout outs to them. And, well, of course, we have to thank the main sponsors of everybody else, not just Simrigs, but even VRS for sponsoring this event, for sponsoring the upcoming Sprint Series here in about a month. So if you're looking to upgrade not only the rig itself, but maybe a couple of components, Simrigs.com, place to go. Looking here at Charles Clark, however, down in P23, trying to catch up to that 600 fellow BMW driver of Hignet.
It's interesting how many BMWs we still have in the field. It's definitely not the strongest car here from driving it. I definitely would rather be in a Honda, although it is much more stable than the Honda in the long run. So it'll be interesting to see how that turns out as to which cars come out on top. But at the moment, it just looks like the outright pace of that Honda is pretty hard to beat.
Yeah, especially earlier we had talked about in the broadcast, you know, the leaders in the Hondas almost lapping the top 10. So, I mean, that's just absolutely insane to think about. So we're getting an instant replay here. So this is the battle earlier from Pickford and Big. So coming down the Kemmel straight here, there's no contact and there's a little bit of contact. And then, well, at this point, Big Eel is not backing out and Pickford getting the worst of it.
Yeah, hard to make a definitive call there. Both drivers could have done more to prevent the situation, but as you said, neither of them just wanted to give that space up.
No, and I'm not quite certain what the rules are on terms of overtaking, but you know, halfway up the inside or even a third of the way up the inside, that's sort of a little difficult to not only get the move done, but to even sort of just cut back across onto the nose of the other driver. It's a very delicate situation, to say the least.
Yeah, it's almost impossible to make that call, isn't it? You'd think that with 9 hours still on the clock, people maybe would consider backing out of that just a little bit, just to be safe. But well, it is what it is, and it is what's happened, and I'm sure the stewards will rule on it if it's appropriate.
Keep an eye on the penalties channel for you guys in chat.
Does the penalty bot still work or no?
I'm getting it from the penalties channel in the ACC Endurance section in Discord.
Oh, that's probably why. Hold on. Wait a second. Endurance? I'm missing something. You know, that's whatever. We'll get to it later.
I'm sure we'll be well informed by the chat.
Absolutely. And even if not, then we'll probably see it pop up at some point, probably on one of our screens, and we can all comment on it. You know, I always love this little setup Mullock has. You know, you got the two cameras. Most of us, we only got the one PC for getting the broadcast going. Mullock goes above and beyond, and I mean, we got to give that man a shout out. He does so much. And half the time we don't even notice it. And, well, this might be one of those times you don't really notice it, but this is just, I love watching this kind of stuff.
Yeah, 100%. Somebody is streaming and all that kind of stuff and has worked in video professionally. It's what Mole puts together it's exceptional, honestly. For the time it would take to put this on, I think, yeah, it's hard to give him enough credit.
Yeah,
I think.
You guys, you know, see all of the work that goes on behind the scenes just to coordinate the whole thing. It's like huge ballroom dance. We've got commentators, stewards. We've got the the broadcast, everything being pulled together basically by Mel on his own. So yeah, kudos.
And I don't know where we get the graphics and the animations from, but if Malik's also making that, I mean, God, dude, you do so much, and it's incredible. And of course, we all thank you for what you've done with this community, the way you've cultivated it and nurtured it to what it is now. The nod, of course, from Malik. What a guy! And
Morass is stopped.
You can't park there.
He's got some technical issues. The screen had some stuff on it, so they're just trying to do a reset on the HUD.
Okay. I was gonna say I was waiting for the Belgian police to show up to issue him a parking ticket.
Nah, he's just doing a practice race start.
I didn't know there were standing starts in this game. That must be one of the new updates. Do you have perhaps a beta build you're not telling us about?
On that note, guys, I'm stepping out for some food. Wish you all the best for the rest of the tour.
Thank you, Glenn.
Right.
Thanks for coming in. All the best for your next stint whenever you hop in the car next, and we look forward to chatting with you soon.
Cheers.
Cheers, man. Oh, we've got...
Not where you want to be.
No, definitely not. Lil Wang has gone off just before Blanchimont, and that'll let a few drivers through. That is not a place we see too many crashes, at least in my experience, although I could be wrong. And
I think that corner's close to flat, so if you just try and push a little bit too hard, especially we're now coming towards the end of stints here. You know, if the tyres are a bit worn, you might have had a bit of a tank slapper.
we see who else but Pickford, despite getting spun out, has just reeled in this Bentley over the course of not even that many laps. I mean, it just goes to show you the skill of Pickford right now. Despite having a spill caused by another driver, he is absolutely not even phased.
Yeah, making a great recovery there.
Good headspace. Just nothing you can do about the incident. Head down. Let's go.
That's it. Very, very difficult mindset to have. It takes a lot of time to really work up to that, and you know, if you're coming from maybe other racing games, it can feel like the end of the world, but Pickford definitely not in that boat. He's able to, like you said, head down, just keep going, and has caught right back up to Vigioli. I mean, this is, I wouldn't be surprised if he does a little battle, some switcheroos here, and despite not getting the best exit, he may have a whiff of a chance at the end of the Kemmel Straight, but it's going to be pretty close.
Take two. Here we go.
Yep, take two. We'll see if we get a repeat of that same move. They both go through a rouge nicely. I think Pickford's got the better exit there, chasing up in the slipstream. I don't think there's going to be a move on. It's covered quite well there. Yeah, well, you know, he's having a look on the inside. Maybe just letting him know he's there. But no move this lap. But I don't think that move is far away.
Vigioli definitely showing he's going to defend it. He's not just going to... They've also got the leader coming up right behind him now as well, so...
If you're
Just to make
Vigioli, yeah, that's time for you to pull away, but you know that eventually you're going to have to give way to the leaders, so try to build up a gap right now and then bank on the driver behind getting stuck behind for too long. And then from there, getting out of town, but the stewards have decided it's Vigioli who's at fault. 10-second time penalty tacked on to the 151, so that'll get put into a pit stop timer on top of whatever needs to be done at that pit stop, whether it's repairs or just standard tires and fuel, as Pickford has lost out immensely. Yeah, he's gone wide there.
Interesting if
Yeah,
that was
that's-
an error or he just sort of miscalculated how quickly the leader had come up and bounced out of the way.
Maybe a bit of red mist from seeing the penalty come up.
Perhaps. But now we see if Pickford does what he did before, head down and just grind out those laps and catch right back up, especially with the leaders right now piling on through. Big Yellow's going to have to get out of the way.
Yeah, and you got to imagine the pressure's a little bit off now with that penalty ahead of him.
So replay here. This will show us exactly what happened. So behind is Pickford. And, ooh, that's interesting.
Pushing way too hard.
Yeah, it appears so. Maybe you wanted to get a bit closer to the driver ahead before having to let the cars through, so that would possibly bring him into the mix as well. So while he lets those front runners through in a net way, he hasn't lost anything. That is a very, very cool livery. What is that on the side? Oh, is that the Infinity Gauntlet?
It's a Thanos car.
Oh, it's Thanos' car. Oh, Thanos' car. Okay, gotcha. Oh my Jesus.
It's quite intimidating to have it come up behind you, I'll tell you that.
I don't know if intimidating is the word I would use. Perhaps, concerned? I don't know. All I know is Sneakus has to get on through and does just that. Blue flag rules taking over. Of course, with the leader ahead. And then, well, look who it is. It's our friend Pickford catching right. Oh my god, this is absolute. I mean, this is something that I do not think a lot of drivers really pay attention to. The ability to keep the mindset going and able to just catch up even after everything that BMW has gone through. And, well, what it's currently going through is the defense of the 151 Bentley, but they're not done quite yet. And just like that, as I say it, has just enough drive out of the corner and is able to pull ahead as we go through the Blanchimont corner. And look at the gap already opening up for Pickford. This is exactly what he's wanted.
Really shows how well Biggie Ollie defended. I know they had their little incident before, but to be able to keep a car that's clearly a good chunk of time faster per lap is mighty impressive.
Yeah, he made that Bentley even wider than it normally would be.
Not an easy task to do by any stretch of the imagination. And now we look back here, missing with Pan in front. Pan with a 15-second penalty, but still racing as though there is no penalty.
Well, at this stage of the race, I mean, the penalty's not too bad at this point. There's going to be many more to come from many more drivers, I think.
No, to the inside is missing. Little, about the same on the brakes, maybe a little bit later, and is able to just slip on through. And Pan, unfortunately, closing out. And I believe that is, oh, that's a back marker behind them. I thought for a second that was Frizza, until I realized that Frizza was nowhere in the picture. Nice Vodafone livery, though.
Yeah, it goes well on that Ferrari.
It does. I think I've seen that exact livery on a race department. Considered getting it myself, but I settled for an Animal Crossing livery instead.
I mean, fair play.
Yeah, very, very real sim racing hours when you rock up with the Animal Crossing livery. But no, that's just
right.
Sorry?
Sponsors are sponsors. Doesn't matter where the money comes from.
That's true, yes. You're getting paid by animals that don't speak English, but they speak some weird gibberish language that sounds like... Yeah, then I'll take the sponsor money. Why not? I have a friend who can do the Animal Crossing voice a little too well, and he'll just break it out randomly, and I'm like, hey, if I wasn't friends with you, I would have hit you ages ago.
Your impression wasn't too bad.
I could use somewhere. I was just, dragging my finger across my lips to do it. But He doesn't even, he can just sit there and just break it out every now and again. It's impressive. So who knows? Maybe I'll work on it, and by the time the VRS Sprint Series opens up or starts up in mid-October, I'll have it ready to go. Don't count on it though. This is this Ty? Oh no, that's not Ty. That's the Ferrari of Phillips behind Ty, though, with the fastest lap right now at 2:17.695. That is deathly quick.
Yeah, unfortunately they had a bit of an incident early in the race. Ty's teammate Lee. It's a two-man team for this event for the 112 car, which is a mighty effort. Unfortunately had a bit of a spin, so they're out of sync in terms of their pit stops.
That
Right
kind
now,
of pace, I'm
Ty-
sure they'll recover.
Absolutely. There's still plenty of time in the race to make things happen. Right now, just sort of finding his way through some back markers as other drivers ahead do the same thing. So this will be perhaps waiting until, let's say, oh, not right there. That was a very scary sight, just on the brakes for a moment. I was thinking maybe as you go on the run up to Blanchimont, let the guys through, but if you can get it done sooner, get it done sooner, and I'll catch up to the guy ahead.
Drive through for 191 for track limits.
How many have we had so far? I've not been keeping up to date with it.
Not too many that I've seen. Obviously, we can only see 23 cars at a time, so we lose half the field in terms of visibility, but apparently it's been about 4 or 5.
Makes a big difference here at Spa. That pit lane is absurdly long.
I think it's the longest one in the game. I can't think of any other pit lane that just takes forever as Spa.
Yeah, I think the next closest is Indy. Indy's pretty long, but not as long as Spa.
Yeah, you might. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, Indianapolis's pit lane is just excruciating.
I think half the problem with Indy is that it's such a wide pit lane as well. It's sort of hard to feel like why you need to do 50 k's an hour. Or at least Spa's, the wall's right there.
Yeah, it's dangerous. Oh, big net there. I think for a second, might have gone into the side. The Audi. It looked like it. I could have been wrong, but see, that might have been just some back marker shenanigans. There's that just long pit lane. I remember before you used to stop at the what was effectively the F1 pit boxes, and then they moved them back. So I don't know. How do you guys feel about the change? Do you think it was a good change?
The new track, the updated track.
Well, no. Earlier on in the game's life cycle, when I first got it, your pit box used to be before the hairpin, like the F1 guys, and then you spent most of the time in the pit lane just driving. So yeah, right here where Moloch's showing us, the pit boxes used to be in this zone. So you would pull into the pit lane, and then you'd stop, get your pit stop done, and then you would spend, I don't know, the better part of 10 years getting back to the track.
I mean, does it make a difference? The pit length is still the same at the end of the day. Doesn't really matter where you stop.
That's true. And I kind of like that it's down here instead. I don't know, that's just me.
It does give you a bit longer to sort of get your tire pressures set and do your driver changes and stuff if you haven't had enough time on track to do that. So that's an advantage, I think.
Yeah. You can't unfortunately read a novel by the time you get to your or get out of pit lane, but that's just how it is.
I think unfortunately such a long pit lane just takes so much strategy out of the race. Luckily with a long race you get away with it, but if this race was like 2 or 3 hours long, it would absolutely be minimise the number of pit stops. Whereas if it was like half as long, someone might be able to make a pit stop and make that time up.
That's difficult. I almost wonder if perhaps they would just let us use like the F1 style pit lane. But then you have to think, well, with like a 30+ car grid, that's a little difficult to do. But I don't know. It would be something to just have a little thought experiment about, perhaps, as we use Mullick drone cam to follow along.
Goes over the bridge, nice.
Yeah. A little known fact, Mullick is also a very skilled drone pilot. So
Lost the car, though. There we go.
There it is. Well, you gotta get some B-roll footage. So that is, I believe, the 71 car.
That's 111 missing. Not in the
No.
missing. Oh, is it?
No, missing's in the Aston. So this is 71. This is Baggerman's right now that we're tagging
yes.
along with. He was actually coming out of the pit lane when we were talking about it. So Mullick picking it up and getting a nice little view of this amazing little circuit in the natural world it cuts through. But Sam Misson here is someone we are going to be hopping on board with, and just up ahead is Chris Frizza. The Ferrari very good here as well. Want that slipstream. Misson is nowhere close enough. Outbrakes himself a little bit, and Frizza will gladly take advantage of that. So starts to pull away just a smidge. But Misson already back on the offensive.
Sort of similar to the relationship between the NSX and the BMW. The Ferrari probably a little bit pacier, but I'd say the Aston's quite a bit more stable around here.
Yeah, as someone who has also put in quite a lot of time with the Aston Martin for the Sprint Series when I did it, and just in general, yeah, it's incredibly planted. It may not be the fastest, it might not be the best turning, but it's definitely a very good all-around car. It does a little bit of everything, and it maybe does a little bit well here and there. But Misson showing us that it can be a very dangerous car in the right hands, as he is all over the rear wing of Frizza.
Got a reasonable gap behind. He doesn't want to be held up too long.
Nope. A little wide
I
there.
don't think he will be. We're going to go 2x2 into Blanchimont, looks like.
This is going to be a little terrifying. And
Nah, well done. Get out
Frizza
of it.
back. Yep. Frizza backing out. He knows the pace that Misson has. So Misson up into a top 10 position here. Still a little under 9 hours to go, and Frizza actually going into the pit lane. So perhaps this was a strategic path or strategic let through for Frizza.
Yeah, not worth the battle if you're going to come into the pits anyway. But to see how Frizza comes out, what position they end up.
Gallows pitted from P3, so leaders' pit cycle should be starting reasonably soon.
Yeah, Herbert's going towards Blanchimont right now, so he'll have a. We'll see if he also decides that now is a good time to pit. And same with Martin, as he's also getting close to the run up to Blanchimont, and then behind him, of course, is Pignata, quite a ways back. So there's a bit of time until that happens. This appears to be the battle for. Oh no, this is some back marker up there. Although Callum Gibbons is with Partington, and he'll have to let through. I can't quite tell which Audi that is. Oh, that's Talbot. Okay, so Herbert has passed up the pit lane, continues to stay out there. Dylan Martin as well is opting to stay out on track. And we still have a little bit of time before Pignata comes around. So we'll wait and see what the call is. Right now Talbot using some slipstream. Gain a little extra pace up and around, no big problems from there. Ignata staying out. We'll see if Talbot does the same. Does he? Because at this point, no other driver ahead has gone in. And no, he does not. I'm starting to wonder what the pit strategy is for these for the front runners. Obviously, full tank of fuel, 120 liters, and you know I don't know when the last time they were in the pit lane was, but I'm assuming they may be going as long as possible on this or on these stints just to get as much distance as they can.
Your tyre wear here is pretty good. Nobody's really pushing their tyres too much, and you can go pretty far even without a full tank. So I imagine people are pretty much going to push it right to the 70 minutes of their stint timers. I mean, that's kind of what we've been doing, just to keep ourselves in the mix as much as possible. Because yeah, you definitely can get away with enough fuel, and the tyres don't seem to wear too much, especially with the track temp not being particularly high at the moment.
Only 17. Ooh, that's a very sketchy move there from Lamb. Trying to defend this P5 from Ty. Last lap for Lamb appears to be a pit stop lap, as it's in almost the 4 minutes, so definitely on a possible fresher set of tires, as both drivers getting a very good launch there off the top of Radion, and down the back straight, or down the front straight, I guess we go. And in the slipstream is High. It's a defensive line, or not a defensive line. Ooh, and
Very
almost
close
there.
there. Very close.
Ty is
there.
really pushing.
Yeah, he's absolutely gunning it.
They've got a lot of time to make up after their second stint was a little bit of sadness. So, and as I said, they're entirely out of sync with everyone as well. So, you know, Ty's tyres will be nice and toasty warm. He won't have that much fuel on board, whereas Lamb's got tyres that are just coming in now, and he'll be a full boy with fuel. So, two cars in very different parts of their race.
Yep.
The
And
leader
speaking
pack
of,
come into the pits. Yeah,
Yep.
second down to fourth, all in the pits.
took the words right out of my mouth. And it's still Herbert that stays out, so this must be some extra long, insane stint for Herbert. We have those top three in the pit lane right now, so if I'm a betting man, I believe Lamb and Ty might be pulling up to those 2, 3, 4 drivers relatively soon. I don't know if they'll be out at this, or sort of driving by as they're coming out of the pits, but it might be close. I do see somebody having a bit of an issue at Radion, but that's not important. What is important right now is Lamb and Ty. So I wouldn't be too surprised if Ty goes into the pits here. But I am surprised that he's staying out. Looks like losing time as well through the bus stop.
Well, Lamb will know that the more he can hold up Ty, the better it'll stand for them. The longer you can extend that stint for him and slow him down a bit, definitely help.
Yeah, you see how much he was just pushing on the inside of La Source, trying to gain every little bit of time he can on Ty as we head down. Camel Straight a little further back now for the Honda, so I'm not too certain the slipstream is going to have any, if all, of an effect here.
You can see that Lamb's moved up to third there after those pit
Oh,
stops.
he is
Very good.
absolutely fanging it.
Bit of time you can get, seems like is the strategy call right now. It also appears as though our top three, or sorry, not top three, 2, 3, and 4 drivers have been split up a little bit. As Pignata remains in, or doesn't remain, but is in P5. The other drivers, not too certain. Actually, I think there's been some driver swaps, so I'm just not reading things properly.
No, I think you're right. I think there are some more reasonable gaps that have formed there in that last set of pit stops. But just have to wait and see especially what Herbert's going to do, because he seems like been out for a while, but they might be on a bit more of an extended strategy than everybody else.
Quite possibly. Herbert's actually behind these two right now. If you look over at the mini-map, you can see a little triangle there, starting the Blockshimon, and we're currently looking at P4 and P3. So that just goes to show you how fast these guys are.
Absolutely, and even with that long pit lane, I think Herbert's still going to come out pretty decent position.
Yep. So we'll just take an eye or keep a lookout on the mini-map. It looks like Herbert is maintaining that stint, just staying out for as long as possible. Perhaps it's known to the team that they have this pace, so maybe staying out for a long time is not a huge problem. All things considered, that might be the name of the game for these guys, is really just go to the very, very end of your stint and just sort of go from there.
Might even be they're looking for a gap in traffic or something silly like that.
It could also be a possibility. It's definitely difficult to tell. You know, when you have all these different cars, you know, you got some drivers who are kind of just on their own. You got to work your way around them, and then you might have, you know, one driver who's a backmarker for another driver, and they have to let someone else through. But then that's going to also maybe some time your way, and you end up having to, you know, basically get through them and then get through the next guy. So I'm sure whatever's going on over at the Honda headquarters, as it were, I'm sure they're looking at as much as they can and trying to figure out when the best time to pit is, while also making sure that they don't run out of fuel. But Ty's doing a pretty good job of sticking with Lamb, even on older tires.
Yeah, the fact that he's backed off a little bit maybe suggests he's trying to conserve just a little bit more. But you really think he'd want to push past just to gain back all that time they've lost in the earlier Stint incident.
But you're still going to end up losing it anyways with the pit stop. We've got Bub now right now with Malik ahead. Not quite close enough for a move, even with the slipstream, so just going to chill behind for the time being. Sanikas and Pan are into the pits, so Pan's going to be serving a 15-second penalty added on after everything has been done and dusted with the car. Phipps into the pits as well. And, ooh, Bao almost getting taken out by one of the drivers behind. I believe that's Hignet?
No.
Could be wrong.
BMW.
There's too many BMWs.
There are so many BMWs. I say that, and I'm driving one.
Yeah. I mean, how far is Germany from Belgium?
Basically neighbours.
Yeah, there you go. So that's probably why they're all there. They're like, oh, we might as well. But I'm sure Malik is more than happy to let these guys sort of, I wouldn't personally say do battle, but just sort of get in each other's way a little bit, because that'll give him a chance to kind of just open up a gap. Appears to be Steve Davis. Good old Steve Davis. What a guy. standout guy. Right now, it's not the best turn there for Malik, and the Bub now actually sort of lifting a little bit, trying to give him a little bit more reaction time. He will, and right back into the fray, it seems.
Yeah, looks like he's being a little bit patient there, just looking for the opportunity rather than trying to force it.
Yeah, trying to find just any little bit of time he can. He knows that perhaps right now, through some of these longer sections, he may not have the pace. However, maybe through some other corners, he'll be more than capable of getting things sorted out. And Michael Young opts in for Phipps. So Phipps will be getting a nice, well-deserved break as the number 90 Ferrari comes out in P9. So that'll be a nice chance for them to pick up some positions. And Malik already starting to pull away.
Still chasing Lamb here. That gap is, it's definitely shrunk a little bit, but it hasn't reduced by a great deal. He's just sort of sticking with him, maybe just taking advantage of the slipstream, extending those tyres as much as he can.
Only halfway into his stint as well, so that's actually probably not a good place for him to be. Because, you know, he's going to have a lot less fuel on board, tyres are still well and truly warm and toasty. So he's losing time here, realistically.
Yeah, definitely seeing those stint timers. Yep, 100% right there. He really should be getting a move on. I want to get past Lamb as quickly as he possibly can.
It's not to say Lamb's a slouch, but because he's absolutely not. But you know, Ty was leading this race for almost the entire first stint, so.
Well, as quick as the NSX is, the Audi still just got that little bit extra pace down the straight line, so he's probably struggling with that because that is probably the easiest way he can manage an overtake.
It's just incredibly difficult for him as well, because you see, like, even if you just go a little bit wide, you're losing all that time. You're on older rubber, your opponent is on just fresher everything, so it's a lot harder to make it work.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if that dynamic changes in a few more minutes once Lamb's tyres start to fade off just a touch.
Quite a spectacle to watch. Right now we're here with some with Sanikas, some back markers to let through. Or not some back markers, some front runners to let through.
Oh dear.
Oh
no, that's ended terribly.
How did Sanikas not get hit? That's what I want to know. That was way too close.
That's a rough place to have to rejoin too, right on the apex.
Yep, so we'll get a replay here. I don't think there was contact, although I could be wrong. So this is Frizza coming through right now on quite a charge. So into the corner we go. Oh, there is
squeezed him down.
Yep. A little bit of contact, and oof. Very, very close there from collecting a couple of other drivers. I'm sure the stewards will be taking a look at that and delivering a verdict soon enough.
Doesn't look like any damage there for either driver. Any significant damage at least, but yeah. Frizza probably won't be too happy about that.
No, definitely not. Sanikas still lucky to not get Thanos snapped out of the race. He's able to carry on. I'm not going to be. I'm going to be honest. May or may not have been waiting for a moment like that to say it.
Saving that one. Saving it all day.
You never know. It's you never know when the opportunity arises, and I guess unfortunately I got to use it. Depending on how you want to look at it. Get a replay here. So this is still Sanikas. Oh,
that is sad.
That is a huge hit.
if that was earlier, then that perhaps explains maybe he that damage caused him to have a little bit more trouble. Yeah, so that's earlier
Yes.
in the stint. So yeah, so that damage there is probably caused it, made it a little bit more difficult for him to pull in there as much as he wanted to.
So, yeah, just things sort of going from bad to worse right now. It seems like Ty is a lot closer now to Lamb, who's doing a little weaving. Maybe he has lost some heat in those tires, trying to get some back, or maybe just sort of taunting Ty a little bit, saying, "Hey, you're quick, but you're not quite quick enough to overtake me."
Yeah, well, full credit to Lamb here. He's doing a really good job holding him back, not giving him any real opportunities.
It's just amazing to watch what some of these drivers are able to do consistently lap after lap for what feels like an eternity, and not losing focus, not only of the track in front of them, the driver behind. It seems for some like an impossible task.
Especially for Ty doing such long stints today as well, being only a two-man team. That's that's an exceptional effort.
I'd like to point out that Herbert's in the pits for the car 45's pit stop. So
Finally.
interesting to see where these cars come out relative to him. It's a good indication of where the actual lead is.
Yeah, we're interesting to see if he's gained a significant amount of time from that, whether he had good clean air or how that's turned out.
Wait and see. Number 96 of Western. Not quite certain where Western's at. Okay, so Western is coming up Longchamp right now. This may have been perfectly timed for Herbert.
Yeah, I think he'll come out ahead here as long as they don't have, any major damage or someone hasn't messed up and they don't need to do a brake pad change or something horrific like that. I think they'll be doing okay.
No, I think the extra long stint was the smart move when you look at the pace they had. And they knew, they said, okay, well, if we're lapping, however faster than Western behind, we should be able to open up enough a gap to where we effectively get a free pit stop. And out of pit lane does come Herbert, and he is still ahead of Western. That is just mind-blowing.
Right
Yeah,
in the middle of the
Western.
battle, though.
Well ahead.
Oh my god, that's incredible stuff to look at.
It's good strategy.
Yeah, and even with like we said, the two-man team. That's
Oh, Herbert's in a three-man. It's Ty
three-man.
and Lee in a two-man.
entirely okay. That's on me then. But still, with three, I mean, that's still pretty difficult to do because, we're not professional drivers. At least as far as I'm concerned, we're not professional drivers. We got some experience, not some experience, but we got sim racing experience. But we haven't had as much time, say, as a race engineer or a strategist or a mechanic. We're all, for the most part, just sort of taking a guess. But the team up at top right now, the number 45 team, they have this down pretty much to a science.
Yeah, making good calls there. Meanwhile,
Let me look
Ty
back.
continues to chase. And just that gap, it sort of, sometimes it gets close and sometimes it backs off, sometimes it gets close. It's just both of these drivers, I think they're very evenly matched in terms of pace at the moment. I think it's really going to be a matter of how long Lamb can keep this defense up and how much Ty really wants to push. But I can't imagine Ty's holding back at this point.
Ty's got to be giving it everything. Like you said with the the gap, it's yo-yoing. You gain time here, lose time there. They get close and they fall back. It doesn't really look like Ty is lifting into a corner, maybe braking a bit sooner. So he's probably still pushing as much as he can, but with just how much younger the tires are on Lamb, it doesn't even seem like that much of an issue. As up ahead is appears to be a back marker, it looks like. Can't quite tell who that is, but that certainly is not Western. Western is going through La Source right now with 2 back markers ahead of him, both of them BMWs. So he'll have to get around those if he wants to catch up to Herbert, who appears to be way out of the picture at this point. 14-second lead for him. But it's really about Lamb and Ty as they go down towards Eau Rouge into Radion. So I don't think either of these drivers are really letting up the pressure anytime soon.
Yeah, well, given the pace they're both showing, it'd be interesting to watch that gap between Lamb and Weston as well, to see if that shrinks a little bit, to see if these two catch up to Weston ahead. He's got a good gap, but you never know. If these two guys aren't going slow, and I don't think Lamb's slowing necessarily to defend, so Weston might have to watch out a little bit.
Quite possibly. Western has gotten some back markers though, so good for him. But I think Ty is closer than he was last lap. That's for sure. I don't think the gap is too big.
Yeah, they're glued together at this point.
The unfortunate matter is he's still not close enough to go for a move. Right now we have John Steele, it looks like, chasing down one of the Audis up ahead. Oh, that's Morgan. And then Callum Gibbons here behind the fellow Honda driver of McLean as we head down here.
Did Gibbons' bonnet look like it's a bit bouncy?
I think that's just a paint job. Remember I think we talked about that earlier.
Oh, that's a little bit. How you going?
No, it's a paint job. I think that's some psychological aspect that they think it's busted up, but in actuality it's perfect. So they overcommit into a corner they don't need to. And it's probably covered by Farmers Union. I don't know what that is. I assume it's an insurance company.
Actually, a iced coffee brand.
Dairy-based drink.
Wait, what? It's an iced coffee brand?
Yep, an Australian iced coffee.
Oh, see, it doesn't help that I just typed it in and I kind of forgot where my location was, so it's going to give me different results. It's about to say, I'm like, no, it's an insurance company.
No.
No. Well, that just goes to show you that I'm not in Australia. I know it's hard to believe.
I'm sure there's an insurance company called Farmers Union out there somewhere. So
yeah, there is. Well, I typed in Farmers Union and one of the things that came up was insurance. So I don't know if that's in the state. I don't know.
Battle further back. It's my car ahead, number 31. Powell in the car at the moment.
Do you how would you seeing as you're part of this team, give us some insight about sort of the prep work you guys did?
Well, I mean, general endurance prep work. So, you do the usual things. You obviously do a lot of practice and laps. You sort of practice at different times of day, try and get an idea of what the pressures will be at what, what time of day or what temperature the track's going to be. And we've got a little spreadsheet that we use to manage that, to sort of give us an idea of what we should reset the pressures to. And that's based on each driver as well. For instance, I take a little bit more pressure in my tires than Matt does, simply because I'm just a little bit slower. He pushes the car a bit harder, so he's takes a slightly, 1 or 2 clicks down from where I would be at the same temperature. And then the rest of it is just, as he goes for the overtake here. I think he's got it. Yep.
Yeah.
Matt's just wisely sort of looking at the 8 hours we've got left and going, maybe I shouldn't fight that too much, especially with the 10-second pen that they've got there. So maybe not worth the fight. Also a pro driver as well, so perhaps just a little out of order. Oh, and that explains it as Matt's going into pit, and that does scratch with my race strategy that I've got here. Yes, it is time for Matt to do his pit stop.
Now, did you guys...
Are these secrets that we're hearing here, Mike?
Oh, that's true, yeah.
I mean, if you want to know the secrets of a back market team, sure.
Yeah, sure.
You want to just tell us your entire pit strategy, just for...
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. I'll publish it up. I'll put it up in the Discord.
What a guy. Now, did you guys practice in wet weather conditions?
Oh, absolutely. I'm still surprised we haven't seen rain. It's Spa. It's like almost guaranteed to rain.
Oh,
at
congratulations! You've just summoned rain later on
Yeah,
in the
I'm
race.
sure I
How does it feel? We've got Malik here with a little bit of a blunder, as he had a moment at the top of Radion. So,
Is it a blunder or is he coming out of the pits?
ooh, that's a good point. I don't think he was in the pits. I could be wrong, though. I'm sure we'll get a replay here soon enough. John Steele hunting down Clark in one of the many BMWs that populates this server. And looks for a move down the inside, and he is going to get it. Clark.
That's a dive.
That was, yeah. Oh, Clark actually going into the
pit.
pits. Never mind. So instant replay coming up. So this will be...
Must be Malik. Yep, he did have a boo-boo. And
So
oopsie doopsie.
So it goes first part really well. Gets
Bit
through
wide.
Oh.
Yeah, just overcompensated for a bit of understeer by the looks of it, and yep, it did a Ferrari thing and snapped him.
Yep. Thankfully, he kept it off the walls, so there was no damage done to that car.
Yeah, I think
Hopefully he
that's
didn't.
more important than getting a bit of time loss is not getting damage, because the damage costs you so much here.
Yeah, you might flat spot the tires, but at the end of the day, you don't sit in the pits for 3.5 more minutes as we right here with Ty, a little battle up front right now.
I think he's just getting through some blue flags.
Yeah, just realized there's a BMW in the picture. I got really close there for a second. I thought there may have been contact to the inside. There's the BMW. And Ty just going to slip on through and into the pits. I believe that is McKellar. Although I could be wrong. Oh no, I think that's Keen actually going into the pit lane. Chu's doing a pretty good job here actually catching up. I know, I think he just let Moyen through. Unless I'm mistaken. This is down for P30, it looks like. Oh no, she was actually lost the position. Moyen. And then just up ahead, appears to be one of the front runners, so this is not a battle for 28th at the moment. Here with Ty still doing a very good job of keeping things in the right direction. Has yet to pit, so this is one of those very long stints. Lamb has really opened up that gap now.
Yeah, starting to break away. And Lamb's got a little bit more pace than we were giving him credit for. That gap to Weston ahead, though, he's pretty much... So he's still not improved much on Weston ahead, so we'll have to see what's happening here with Ty. Maybe there's an issue there, because they've dropped off a little bit. Maybe fatigue setting in for Ty, been in the car for a bit.
It's the apex there in the Fagner chicane, so maybe the tyres are just sort of starting to cry enough.
Yeah, he hasn't reached the hour mark on his stint, I believe. So, yeah, he may be looking to go into the pit lane here, either this lap, maybe the next few laps, because Lamb has absolutely just run away at this point. He's gotten the foot down and has completely left. Well, Ty opting to stay out.
Ella chasing Malik here, currently leading Pro-Am at the moment, which is a good effort from them. In the macro as well, which isn't as strong here as it used to be.
No, I believe it got changed in one of the recent updates. I don't remember which one it was, but yeah. McLaren's got a bit of a balance change. It seems like it used to be just what felt like strong everywhere. I believe they've toned it back, and McKellar gets a very good run there through Radion. And it's Malik that has to sort of lose out a bit. So we head door to door here down the Camel Straight. On the inside is Malik. McKellar settling for that outside line. Later on the brakes as they go through, and he's going to be on the inside line for the following corner of the Lake Coombe chicane, and fighting back is going to be Malik. But unfortunately, that space on the inside is taken up. Keller going to get to lay claim to that P8. What a very good job of him.
Yeah, I do wonder if Malik has had a flat spot or something due to that earlier spin, or has incurred something from that to drop off the paces as much as he has a little bit.
Shout out to the 174 car as well, the lead Pro-Am. Monumental effort to lead a class.
Yeah, exactly. Who have we got? Actually, we've got the M class being led currently by a McLaren as well, so the Mac is doing okay here.
Yeah, it is. Maybe we see that McLaren peak into maybe the top 15, only 2 positions back. So you could argue it's possible. Although with all these faster cars through, or at least the cars a lap ahead, it's a bit of a challenge. Steve Davis right now saying that now is the time to pit. Pit might be over, get some fresh tires, swap out some drivers, and get back out there. Wiley for the Bentley boys, and now just looking at some blue flag action up ahead, and knowing that his turn is probably coming up here soon enough, unless ahead of him is Carlson, which in that case he may be looking to pick a fight.
Yeah, I think that is Carlson ahead.
I think so, yeah. Bentley took a little front end damage. I wonder what that's all about. Maybe a tap onto somebody.
Might have been from the incident with Pickford.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, it may have been that. That's a very good point. So it looks like
Only
yeah,
1 or 2 seconds, not worth repairing it.
No, definitely not. It's just something you do when you go in for or at the end of your sim for fresh tires and fuel. Just get it done there. Yeah, it's really not all that much of an issue. It's not going to have too much of an effect on performance, and even if it does, it's going to be minimum. Behind them, I believe, that is Lou? You're wrong.
I'm going wide there, unfortunately. Maybe trying to let through. He seems to recovered okay.
It was Felgen.
Yeah, so unlapping off there.
Yeah, they must have probably had someone ask that. They can unlap themselves. Felgen, a very talented driver, I should comment, seeing as I've had the pleasure of commentating over the EU races, and he has been absolutely consistent and solid and incredibly quick from pretty much the start of the season to the end. So to see him down in 36, that's very surprising. I'm assuming they got caught up in some sort of early race.
Yeah, they dropped back quite early, so I'm not sure what they got caught up in, but yeah, they've been behind for a little while. I think they got caught up in an incident in the opening laps, unfortunately. So yeah, they're on a bit of a recovery drive at the moment. Definitely a lot of pace, but yeah, trying to recover their position, I think.
Speaking of recovery drives, just wanted to welcome Sean Muller into the commentary box with us as we reach the 8-hour mark to go.
Gentlemen, how are we?
Yeah,
How's it going, Sean?
Gutted is one word.
Yeah, we unfortunately saw what happened up there, mate. It's definitely sort of proof of sort of what endurance races can do in terms of how much concentration you need.
Yeah, but yeah. I just want to give a quick apology to Car 69 as well. Really sorry, guys. Yeah, all on.
Appreciate that, mate. And then, you know, it's one of those things that happens in racing. Sometimes you just can't control what other people do, and you know, credit to you for taking responsibility and publicly apologising.
Very, very mature thing to do, because most drivers, I think, would maybe send a DM and be like, oh, hey, I did this. But to, say it in front of an audience, I think is definitely a very commendable thing. No doubt.
Well, with Sean's entry, I will take my leave with you guys. I'll be back a bit later, but enjoy the rest of your stint in the commentary box, guys. I'm going to head back to my team and see how we're doing. Thanks for having me, guys.
Thanks, Mike. All the best for your stint. We'll catch you later.
On that note as well, I will be stepping out of the box. I'll be back later as well. Not with Mike, unfortunately, but with a name that I am very, very familiar with. So, on that note, I will be seeing... I won't be seeing you again, Tom. That's unfortunate.
No, I definitely, unfortunately, won't see you again. But all the best. Enjoy the rest of your night, and I'll catch you a bit later.
See you around, gentlemen. Good luck. Have fun.
See you. So, Sean, putting aside the obvious, mate, how was the rest of the stint? How was the car feeling? How were you guys going?
Yeah, car feels good. Oscar put in an epic first stint. Then Alex jumped in the second stint, put it in a really good show. So the car feels good. Setup feels great. Yeah, we're consistently 220s. Oscar's dropping into the 219s every now and then. So, yeah. Yeah, car feels good. So that's one positive. So still 8 hours to go. So we'll keep trucking along, as they say.
Definitely, mate. There's definitely still time to make amends and do what you need to do. So good to see you guys are still in it. There was definitely, there would definitely be an understanding if you guys decided that was it. But no, credit to you guys for continuing as well.
Actually, don't know what's going on with. Is that a Kunos feature? It looks like our cars looks absolutely horrible.
Yeah, I think it's a Kunos feature. Unfortunately, I think you guys have you've done your repairs. The car seems like it's handling all right, but just visual just doesn't get done. And thanks to cameraman for confirming.
Just sort of checking with the time around. Looks like we've got a bit of a cracking race up front.
Yeah, definitely. The pace at the front has been spectacular, to say the least. Unfortunately, Stephen Tyre's got the fastest lap at the moment. It's a two-man team. And had a bit of an unfortunate incident sort of midway through their second stint, so they're a little bit out of sync with everyone. But otherwise, the pace at the front is just so fast. They're lapping down to like P6, P7.
Unbelievable.
Which that was happening sort of a quarter of the way through the race, which is just absurd.
Biggest surprising is I hope it does rain, because otherwise I've got to say something live on air if it doesn't. Currently looking at Oscar in business here in the $1.50 Macca special. It's with our new association with CP Motorsports, so very excited to team up with my old Gran Turismo crew.
Oh, that's a sad place to be, a McLaren.
Some carpenter there.
Jesse McLean in the Kovacs black entry, right on the back of Mr. Tran in the...
The bang.
It's commentator's curse. I'll take credit for that one. Just about to say, he's been holding his own pretty well there, just on the back of that Audi there, and sitting nice and pretty in 15th, but that looks like it might be a meatball, a trip to pit lane.
That little bump on the inside of sort of Eau Rouge as you just go up the hill gets you every time.
Yeah, it looks like if you get the curb, you die. From what we've seen, the ideal line's just as close to the curb as you can get. As we go for a replay of Jesse's... Oh no, this is the McLaren dying before Carpenter. Oh, bit too much bounce. Does he keep it out of the wall?
Oh, he does.
He does. Well done. Not quite as spectacular as the first spin at Eau Rouge, but definitely a couple of style points there for you, Mr. Carpenter. Steele on the back of Morgan here. Morgan has been almost constantly in a battle. Whoa! Ferrari goes really deep under brakes, and Morgan probably wasn't expecting it while he was moving over to take his line. Yeah, I was going to say Morgan feels like he's been in a battle for his position almost the entire race, which would just be exhausting.
174, top of Pro-Am. Great drive from them so far. I was
Running
behind for a bit, and they're just quick.
Running in the top 10 as well is just a fantastic effort from a Pro-Am team.
Regan Herbert currently up front by quite a significant margin by the looks of it.
Yeah, they've been absolutely in their own class for the most part of this race. This is lap 100, and to have lapped down to P5, P6, P7 is just ridiculous.
The Honda's a bit of a weapon around here.
Yeah, it looks like it's got some good straight line speed and stability through the middle sector. So a nice nice little cockpit to sit in for this circuit. We follow Mitch Weston, who's about 15 seconds back. But that gap sort of stayed pretty steady almost the entire race.
There's one in chat just said, yeah, one front rear car in the top 16. So it sort of says a lot. That would be Linson in the Aston Martin, the 111.
Yeah, that car has been mighty quick all race as well. Obviously not quite as quick as the mid-engine cars, but it's definitely had some really, really good pace and some really, really good driving underneath it as well. Is this Ferrari going to make a move? It's got some really good straight line speed. It'd be a long dive though.
Oh, he's thought about it. Well, yeah, I reckon he half thought about that for a second.
Just trying to see if he can spook Morgan into defending and compromising his line, but I think Morgan's been around long enough to know he didn't need to.
Getting close to the 8-hour mark, so 4 hours down. So it's still a third of the race, 2/3 of the race to go. So plenty can happen in that time. Currently 12 p.m. So right middle of the day. So
Beautiful day in the Ardennes forest.
very much so. And of course it is 2 p.m. here in Melbourne time, so it's good time to grab some lunch, sit down, and get comfortable for the next 8 hours. Just had some meat pies for my lunch.
Meat pies, woohoo. Homemade or supermarket?
Supermarket, let's not get too crazy.
Oh, come on. The Ferrari did get past Morgan in the Audi and has sort of stretched its lead, so it's kind of proof where the pace of those cars were. As we follow Partington in the lead Pro-Am car, Upper Rouge.
Stephen Tyres in the pit lane here for Rockets Evolved.
That long pit lane.
Horrible pit lane. You driving today, Tom?
I'm not, no. I fortunately sort of not able to drive in GT cars at the moment. I can't really get into a rig at the moment, but looking forward to having that sort of sorted in the next couple of months and being able to jump in. Yeah, Partington driving really nicely, really smooth inputs. Just taking his lines, following the car in front, not worrying too much about sort of getting absolutely every 10th of a second out and just sort of keeping going.
The McLaren does feel quite nice around here.
Not a particularly popular choice for the Endurance Series this time around.
Yeah, seeing a lot of BMWs and Audis and a few Ferraris, but yeah, not a lot of McLarens.
Is that just fatigue from them being so good over the past couple of seasons, or do you reckon other cars have just started to overtake a little bit?
I think other cars have started to overtake a little bit. I think it's been power crept a little bit, or feels like it has. In here, our top AM currently in 15th position, which is a huge drive. Got over ready on now, as I'm going to call it for the rest of the day. Sadness.
Being challenged by is that a back marker that's just sort of got, yeah, Glow got some pace, running down there in 34th. And Partington, probably quite wisely given the state of the race at the moment, lets them go past to do their own thing and not lose too much time himself.
Forward Mad Dog.
Giving Bender a hard time, expecting Bender back in the commentary box soon. Yeah, these guys, the newest Kovacs entry, the Kovacs green car, unfortunately a bit of a technical issue earlier, but they've been running really well. Good pace in that BMW, which is unfortunately a bit under BOP, but just doing what they need to do at the moment.
Kovac Racing plus the conglomerate, as I like to call it. They got 4 cars in this or something like that?
Yes, 4.
Their leaders, Peach, has very much shown his disdain for Spa.
Yes, is very publicly not a fan of the circuit, which is you wouldn't necessarily expect, but you know, if the car they've got and sort of the conditions they've got don't really suit them, so kind of understandable at this point in time.
Maddox gets the move done at the comp on Bender. Nice clean pass.
Bender's car running in P2 in the AM class, so not really in the same fight. But good to see them running in sort of the top 20-ish, nonetheless.
So we have ticked over the 8-hour mark, so now we're into the meat of the race. This is sort of, being a big enduro fan that I am, this is my favourite time. That sort of right in the middle of a race.
Settle out time and just keep doing it over and over again. Afternoon to you too, Matt. How you doing? Been a bit quiet in chat recently. Good to hear. Good to see it starting to kick up again. Regan stretches his lead up to 20 seconds over P2 in Western. And we hear from the lead car in Ali Kyrudin. Just having a bit of a break while Regan continues to do what he needs to do. Afternoon to you as well, mate.
McLean currently in P14 at the moment. One of these pesky Hondas. I feel like that battle for the top, sort of bottom half of that top 10 is going to go right down towards the end of the race, I feel like.
It'd be interesting to see where that car 112 ends up since they're so out of sync, and see where if that strategy does end up sort of working the way it does, or if they do need to make an extra pit stop. That's good from you, John. Malik, what's an answer? Oh, we got a yellow flag just after Blanchimont. Looks like car 150. It's gone around.
Yep, I'm on board at the moment with it. We have gone around, unfortunately.
Oh, unfortunate, mate. Yeah, it looks like the faster corners are really they're either going to bite. They're going to bite you. You know, we've seen a lot of incidents at Blanchimont No Rouge today, which you might not have necessarily expected at Blanchimont. You probably expected Eau Rouge.
Yeah, it's sort of one of those things that seems to be bumps in just weird spots. I don't know what it is, but once you hit one of those bumps, that's it.
I don't know if you want to see this, mate, but I think we're gonna.
Oh, more sadness.
Oh, he's already lost the rear there. So, has he had damage before? Is he?
Yeah, it looks. He had a bit of an accident at Eau Rouge, so.
Okay, we might need to see that as well because that rear is not impressed with life. Round she go. Oh no.
Oh, and then the wall too.
At least it's the end of the lap, so you can easily get into the pit lane.
Always happens in endurance racing. Once something happens, it's just a snowball effect. It feels like everything goes wrong.
Yeah, it's definitely is that a mindset thing, or do you think it's just one of those things where the car just sort of gets a little bit out of whack, and then you're so used to driving it in a certain situation that you don't really know how to deal with it?
Yeah, I think it's a bit of both, definitely.
Or that's not how you do Eau Rouge. That'll be a slightly bent front end. Might need an alignment on your front axle.
Yeah. Aaron Leahy in the Rockets Evolved entry, currently in 6th. That big purple next to their name as well, so they've definitely got some red hot pace at the moment. Oh,
Here we
straight
go.
wide. Oi.
Isn't it funny how sometimes the race just condenses like this?
Yeah. You sort of can drive around and feel like you're either driving on your own and you just find no one, or you're just in a battle like this all race long. Chalmers, part of the Kovacs Racing. This is Kovacs Racing Blue.
It is the original. Definitely a veteran of sim racing, been doing it for nearly 20 years now, so knows what he's doing, apparently. Yeah, I think unfortunately John Bender might have burnt all of the rain tokens at the last event. We might have some dry races for a little while.
Which is extremely unusual for Spa.
Yeah, it's almost unrealistic.
Yeah, I agree.
Those tyre marks into the wall up the hill there are so sad.
Yeah. It's almost like a rite of passage at Spa.
We're going to go have a look at them, aren't we? Oh, no.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
And Jesse McLean, don't do that again. Grab a screenshot of that as well. I think we could title that artwork Sadness.
Yep. Is that our leader caught up with these guys? It looks like it.
Yeah, it does actually. becomes a real problem for that leader. Do they push, or just wait for them to let through, knowing that he's got a 20-second lead? It's not a massive problem for him, but does he push the problem, or just let them sort themselves out in front of him?
Definitely feel like he doesn't need to push, but race car drivers being race car drivers.
That is a blue flag. It has been a fair while, which the stewards might be looking into in terms of should he have already been let through at this point. I don't think it is a blue flag, actually. I think it's a legitimate race for position. That's the 500 car.
It is. Ah, there you go.
I think everyone should have, like the police cars have, the biggest possible number on the roof of each car so you can identify them from the sky.
I've been noticing that with the BMWs as well, just struggling a little bit under brakes. I was following a couple of BMWs and can really make up heaps of time under brakes. I'm not too sure if that's inherent characteristic of the M4 or...
I think they're making some compromises to get some straight line speed out of them. I'm not entirely sure, obviously I'm not driving them, but if someone in the chat can explain sort of, is that a BMW thing, or are we just sort of experiencing the benefit of the Honda or Ferrari over a BMW here?
So we're just starting to close up a little bit here.
See who's in the freshest mind.
Through Q1 now. Best corner on the track. Great corner.
One of those corners I feel that really improves with how much downforce your car has, though.
Correct.
You've got a car that's really struggling through corners, it's awful because you just can't really commit to it or do anything with it. But if your car's really stable, got some good downforce on it, there you go. John's saying can't run lower than 2 wing on a BMW, so he's essentially stuck at 262.
Inside the oh, trying to go into the pits there.
Lane. Think you've missed a... You see that every now and then, people trying to get into the pits but not realising that if you've missed that entry, you don't really have right of way to get there.
Yeah, so that will be looked at by our stewarding team.
And again, shout out to them for giving up their time, for not a lot of reward to watch over this race and make sure everyone's given the justice they deserve.
Look like they've had an overly busy day though, which is good for them. So
really good to see from our drivers today. Everyone's sort of been really respectful of each other. Obviously, things happen as they do, but you know, the first lap was mighty clean. I don't know if you were in the car for the first lap, Sean, but from our side, it was all everyone behaved themselves really well.
no, I was watching. Yeah, Oscar. Yeah, it was really clean. Yeah, a couple of little too wide moments where I held my breath, but other than that was very good.
We were just going over, there was a memory of, you know, there already being a mess before Eau Rouge, the last time we had an endurance here at Spa.
Oh, it looks like that might cover it with ballast.
We have some admin intervention coming into this race, it looks like. Hand of God.
Austin Carpenter currently down there in 29th at the moment.
Once again, another one of those drivers that seem to have someone hanging around him all the time, which I'm not sure if you want that, or if you need that sort of adrenaline to keep yourself going, or if you just want to be able to hot lap for a little while.
Look, it's good in some parts of the race, but for 8 hours or 9 hours, no, it's that's draining, very draining.
Carpenter get past Kasher and the BMW, who holds on through the inside. Very well done.
It's actually a tricky spot to pass there. I think it's easy, but it's a bit trickier than, because the car can hold it around the outside, so...
The track's actually just really not that wide, so if they go deep, you're really left with no choice other than to go off.
Track limits bite pretty hard here as well, so you got to really keep that in the back of your mind.
We haven't seen too many drive-throughs. I mean, there's been a couple, obviously, but I guess, we're only a third of the way through the race. Anything can happen going forward, but down the inside of Fanez. Nicely done. Decisive. Didn't really sort of push his way past and made sure he was passed.
That's one of my favourite quirks of Spa is the corner names, as some people call them different corner names. No name or speaker's corner. Bruxelles or Rivage. I prefer Rivage, I'm old school.
Matt.
That's quality right there.
Rivage or Bruxelles, depending on your language of preference. Down here into Speaker's Corner. I feel like having a corner called No Name's a bit...
But it is No Name.
Over the forest. Stavelo, Part 1.
Stavelo, yep.
Followed by Stavelo, Part 2.
Oh, Paul Ferrer.
Oh, Paul Ferrer. The go-kart track. Looks kind of fun, actually.
Does. What about next Enduro round?
We do 12-hour Enduro and GT3s around that. Yes,
Yeah,
cool, done.
Excellent.
That was one of my favourite things to do in R Factor, was take a ridiculously powerful car and put it on a go-kart track. Very, very busy little grandstand there. The corporate area is a bit sparse. Guys can't see much in there.
Oh, we get a report that number 112 has had a bit of a moment at Eau Rouge. As the drone's in full speed mode.
E6, unfortunate. Let's await with excitement a replay of that. As much as we don't like to celebrate death, it's always good content. Apologies to you, Sean. We don't like celebrating death, but that was good content.
Yeah, look, I'll probably look back tomorrow and get a bit of a chuckle out of it, but
Yeah, don't kick yourself too hard, mate. It's one of those things that happens in racing. Sometimes your brain just does something you don't want it to do. And
So what's interesting into the, well, still call it the bus stop. It's one of those chicanes that I feel like, yeah, there's only really one line. Some chicanes you can make a couple of lines and that, but with the bus stop, and there's that little bump on the inside that always trips me up, especially in the Porsche when I drive that.
yeah, I think the fact the curbs on the Apex is so hard as we watch a replay of the unfortunate happening to 112. Nah, on the curb you don't want to do that. That is.
Ouch. Ooh, and
Most of them have got air.
that car right behind will definitely need, I think, a change of race wear. How close was this? Oh,
Nicely done.
wow.
That'll wake you up.
That, I believe, is called a code brown.
Gee whiz. I think is a good way to describe that one. Glad there was no one coming out of the pits there. Geez, that car bounced a long way.
It did. Yeah, Rouge and Radion are definitely got the teeth out today. Seen a lot of people just have moments there.
Seems to be one of those corners that because it's so close to, it's obviously, I'm not sure if it's flat or not, but because it's sort of so close to being flat, if you get a little bit lazy, you know, it just, you've got no room to have anything else go wrong for you. So we watch Chalmers hunting down Cook in the 500 Honda. JB's saying they've had 3 warnings for 3 hours now. It's not a pleasant place to be.
That's a tense 9 hours to go. Oh, jeez.
It's almost worth saying, do you just take the drive through and take the pressure off?
Yeah, you got to weigh that up, I suppose. I mean, to drive like that for, well, we got 7 hours and 38 minutes left. That's quite intense to be constantly right on that edge and still make pace, but knowing if you go over that edge, you've got to drive through. So, being me, I'd probably just take the drive through.
If only there was a way to reset it.
Yeah.
Number 5 who got out of jail, something shocking. Continuing on. Making a move on McNulty for, not sure what position that is, but past the lead AM driver.
It's done nice and cleanly. Beautiful move. P19, so solid drive. McNulty though, oh, Bendon up in 20th, so that's a great drive.
Yeah, it would have been P15 if it was wet, if you asked him, but
Yeah.
he spent all his tokens last round, so.
It's always good to see a good battle. So we're on board with Alex. This actually might be the position.
I would say it indeed is.
Get in there, son.
Yeah, that chicane always looks like you can optimize a little bit more, but you just never really feel like you can.
Yeah. It's really tricky in the wet as well. Like, it's so easy to do one of those really slow, embarrassing spins there. So that is meant to be a black roof on our car, but Alex forgot to change.
Oh, that's death.
Oh no! Oh,
I'm
dear.
sorry, mate.
Ah.
Another front end for your pit crew.
What's that saying? These are learning moments.
If you don't learn from them, they're a waste of time. Character building moments, that's the one. Thanks, Craig.
Spot on. Unfortunately, there is talk in the pit, like the 150 crew, about not continuing. But well, I'll get an update for you.
Yeah, add that one to the repair bill. Or just put that money towards beer. I reckon you got to keep going, Sean. Just poodle around. Anything could happen.
I love your confidence, Chape.
Crazier things have happened. Actually, I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, no. But that's racing.
Jesse in the Kovacs black car. Right up behind Mr. Steele in the 52 Ferrari. Sorry, just getting past a BMW, it looks like, all anyone through.
Well, I'm going to start the campaign now. The next Enduro should be a Brands Hatch. Just going to get that going now. So jump on board, everyone.
Brands Hatch? That's a controversial opinion. You might need to go into some detail there for us, John. Was there a bet, was there? Again, showing how far ahead all of those lead cars are. The 112 cars come out in P9 after that massive shunt at Eau Rouge.
Jeez, the pace is unbelievable. Bet was podium JP hair get cut. Ooh.
I like it. Has anyone else put on any silly bets like that?
Well, mine was if it doesn't rain, I will confess my love for Manchester United live on air, and I'm an Arsenal fan.
Ooh. Ooh. That would be a thing for you.
Yeah. So rain, please.
I'm not liking your luck at the moment, my friend.
No. Oh, 05 Motorsport up 8 positions. Great job.
Could be worse, Sean. You could admit you love the Spurs. Good point.
Yeah, very good point.
Or Everton.
Or Everton.
Supporting Everton just means you support Liverpool but don't want to admit it. That's right, isn't it?
It's the trendy version of Liverpool.
Or you're Australian and want to support Tim Cahill.
Yeah.
Regan marches on. Not sure how hard he's pushing, but he's in a pretty comfortable little space at the moment.
Definitely a class of their own at the moment. Pace-wise, they're just stomping, really running away with this. But we have seen things happen. 7 hours 30 to go, plenty of time for P2, P3 to make a real race of this.
Dustin Martin of the Richmond Football Club in P2. I'm kidding, it's not him. Also well and truly just doing their own thing. Not needing to worry too much about racing anyone around them. Bender's in the pit lane in 23rd now, so I think he'll be jumping out of the car to let someone else have a go.
So word from the $1.50 pits is we will keep continuing. We've just got to change our stints around a little bit, but
Man,
got to keep trucking on.
good man. You did all this practice, don't make it for nothing.
Paul Britt in the no ID entry, which is extremely strange seeing the no idea entry not an Aston Martin.
It was nearly a Porsche here.
Wow. Well, if they went Porsche, that's straight to the top of my Christmas card list.
And, fresh out of the car, we welcomed David Bender McNulty back into the comms box.
Yes. Good afternoon, gents. How are we?
Good, mate. How you feeling? How was your stint?
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. Picked up a drive-through. Wasn't ideal. Timing slightly out of kilter, but that's all right.
It's fine. I think most cars are going to need a drive-through, so it just depends on when you serve it.
It wasn't too bad. It was sort of in the middle, so it gave the tyres a chance to cool down, which was nice. Pressure's were getting up there a little bit.
You and Taylor in the 57 car having a nice little battle for the lead of the AM class.
Yeah, I mean, it's been strange. I think we're behind them now. Obviously, with that drive-through, that didn't help. But yeah, we've been close on track with them so far. Hopefully, we can make up a bit of time.
No, you didn't see anyone die, Eau Rouge, did you? Because we had a couple across your stint.
Oh, I didn't see anyone in front of me. I remember seeing someone was following me, and then someone was coming out the pit lane. They ran very wide. I'm not sure if they touched or there was a collision, but I saw yellows pop up. I thought, oh no, that's not good. But
Yeah, it's bitten us pretty hard today. Well, quite a few drivers actually. Origin Radio. It's definitely got its teeth out, as I've been saying. I feel like every 2 or 3 laps we see someone with a moment up there.
yeah, I've seen a few cars driving around with damage. What was it? I can't remember, but there was one. I think it was a Porsche, probably a Porsche or an Audi, and it was Yeah, not looking good when it went past me.
A bit sad. We've got a nice little cluster of cars towards the top end of the circuit. The leader's trying to fight his way through a lot of traffic at the moment.
How's the race been the last couple of hours while I've not been here?
The front three have just gone away and done their own thing for a while. Actually, to be honest, that's been the whole top six, really. They've all sort of got 10-second gaps around each other. But, you know, underneath there, you know, there's been some pretty good battles, and obviously it's just sort of counting down who gets drive-throughs and who makes a bit of a whoopsie-poopsie and dies somewhere.
There's still no rain, unfortunately.
I don't think they're... I think it looks like the weather multiplier and time multipliers didn't carry through in the settings, unfortunately, so it looks like it might not eventuate, but hopefully for Sean's sake we won't be seeing any love for Manchester United declared in public.
You're a Manchester United fan, Sean?
No, I'm an Arsenal fan, but I said if it doesn't rain at Spa, I'll confess my love for Manchester United live on air.
Oh, look, I mean, there's worse things you could love. Spurs being one of them. Still yet to meet a genuine fan of their club.
I think they've all left the country. And Sean was also saying that Brands Hatch should be the next Enduro. I was looking for some opinions on if that was just his opinion or if it's a popular one.
Oh, look, there's been rumblings. So watch Jarecki here. Is that Blue Flags, maybe? Yeah, I think it is. Rumblings of a 96-hour Brands Hatch event.
Whoa.
Malak is quite the fan of the circuit, so when that ever happens, I'm not sure, but it will be the endurance race of all endurance races.
I want to see a 6-hour Enduro at the Brands Hatch short one, like the Indy circuit. And just watch how dizzy people get.
Oh, is that where they cut through like the grass on a
Yeah.
track and like turns
Before it goes into like that real forested area sort of up at the hill,
That'd
it
be
just sort of turns back onto the pit straight.
Yeah, it turns, at Surtees, and then goes into Jim Clark. That would be interesting, be a constant state of Blue Flags.
It'll be a nightmare. Imagine having 50 cars going around. Oh.
Kidney Bean 1000.
Very good. Top level pun, that one. Well done.
Be interesting to know what the options are for the next round, because obviously these are decided by a poll. So if there's been a decision made as to what circuits might come up, 24 Hours Laguna Seca, yes, let's make it happen.
Yeah, I'll be sitting that one out.
I think from memory, previous circuit voting is opened on the Sunday or Monday after the endurance event, so yeah, definitely worth keeping your eyes open later this weekend. Yeah, hard to say what tracks it would be though. I mean, for me personally, I wouldn't mind seeing something like Silverstone in the vote. That's always a popular track. But you know, maybe one of the other UK tracks like Donington.
Snodderton?
No.
We actually want people to turn up, you know.
I'd like Sandford, personally.
I'd forgotten that was even in this game until someone mentioned it a couple of weeks ago. I'm like, is that in ACC? Have I done that in this before?
Just the updated one with all the banking, because I know the ACC one doesn't have the banking the F1s use.
Yeah. There's a few tracks they need to update on this game. I think obviously we're here at Spa. You know, you can update track around here. last track we're at, Paul Ricard. I mean, that pit lane has been altered for 3 or 4 years now, and styles have been changed. Danvort, that's another one. I'm sure there's probably a couple other tweaks here and there to tracks as well.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Barcelona had a slight change as well, if I remember off the top of my head.
Yeah, the turn 10 hairpin, I think it is now
Yeah.
a lot faster. But no, Barcelona can get in the bin. That track is not entertaining in any way.
Oh, our Chief Trackside Operations Director, aka Mullock, has said he can let us know what tracks will be in the upcoming track vote. Yes, let's have a reveal. 7 hours, 20 minutes to go. Let's have a reveal.
What are we looking forward to next?
Joe Donut says, legitimately Kyalami or Suzuka. Suzuka would have been great. That's I actually voted for Suzuka for this one. I'm a big Suzuka fan.
Yeah, it's a very, very fun track, and it lends itself well to endurance racing because there's so much concentration required. So even though it's not particularly easy to pass, you know, it's almost guaranteed someone's going to have a bit of a brain fade.
We did Suzuka a while back. I want to say probably 2020, maybe now. That was a nighttime race as well, and that was just spectacular. You see the whole sunset, and the Ferris wheel lit up at night. Just looked
Nice.
brilliant.
Oh, that's a guaranteed Bathurst in February, and we've already done Indy, obviously. So start your electioneering now, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, that's a reveal without a reveal. I mean, it says the next 4 tracks are the ones in the voting form. Who remembers what was in the voting form?
Everyone's scrambling through their emails.
Yeah, that's right. Yes,
Ah,
we're
it's
ready.
not
Okay.
Indy, Chad.
We've got Silverstone. That's one of them. Coda.
Ooh.
Oh, what's the hate for Coda? Come on, yeah.
Well, you know, you got the French car park and the American parking lot.
Donington.
Oh, God.
Donington would be interesting. And Nürburgring.
Yep, I already know it's going to win.
What do you think?
I think everyone
Is
likes
it
the
a lot,
burger ring.
Or what?
Silverstone will win by a canter, I reckon.
Oh, there you go. A little extra sneak peek. Kyle Army in the final round of voting. So, those of you that love Kyle Army, JC, shout out to you, mate. You're out there somewhere. That'll be in, what are we now, December. OOR Christmas Endurance Race. There you go. Could be a potential destination.
Keep it nice and sunny in the South African climate. Whoa.
November race is...
Oh, got a yellow flag at Savalo. Car number 12.
Well, there you go. December is 9 hours. 9 hours of Kyle Army. Makes sense.
I'm pretty sure we've done that exact race distance at Kyle Army before.
Oh, nice save.
Good save. Wow.
Kept his foot in it too.
Yes. Bathurst and Zone event in February. I think that's pretty much a lock on our calendar now. Coincides with the real life event.
Which will be very exciting next year. Of course, we've got a couple of new GT3s getting updated as well. So the Ferrari, of course, got a new model, and the one I'm very much excited about, a brand new Porsche.
Are they releasing the Corvette for this as well? Do we know? Because I know the Corvette's got a brand new GT3 car.
That is true, and also the Mustang as well has a brand new GT3.
Yeah, not sure what their future update plans are. I know one of the gaming conventions that was on August, September, not long ago, that it was leaked. The GT2 cars are going to be added to the game in 2023. That was going to be one of the final, or the final DLC they were adding. Whether there's more tracks or other GT3 updated cars coming, I'm not too sure there, but still a little bit in the works for the sounds of it.
GT2s are faster than GT3s, right? A bit like the old GT1s. Is that?
I know they're more powerful, that I do know. I don't believe they're as quick through the corners. I could be wrong. Don't think they're as have as much electronics, but could be wrong.
Yeah, so they've got less downforce than the GT3s, so overall they should be about the same or slightly slower at most tracks. Monza will probably be the standout one where, so they'd be definitely faster than the GT3s, the engine power. So yeah, definitely be interesting to see.
Well, there you go. Chat has confirmed. Always get nervous when I see that.
Is that Davis behind for position, or is that a leader coming through? That's Houlihan.
So they sorted that out. That could have ended a lot worse than it did, but well done to all involved.
There's always a few moments like that when you're one of the lead cars and you're coming up on other cars to lap them, and they're battling for position, and they're trying to lap someone else as well, and throw it all in the mix. And yeah, it was a bit scare 'em, scare 'em.
I guess thankfully for the lead cars is that they're a little bit rarefied at the moment, so losing a second or two isn't as much of a deal as it might otherwise be.
So some of these liveries are fantastic as well. Really makes a big difference to the stream.
Shout out to all of our livery designers who do a fantastic job with a task that's not as easy as you think it is.
Yeah, I tried it. Got about 30 minutes into it and shut the whole thing down and walked away.
Talk about cutting it tight there. Bushell just squeezes past Pete Chalmers at the bus stop there. That was tight. Then the Audi would have the legs on the Beamer up the hill. That should be job done there for Bushell. Moves up to P15.
R19 recovering from an unfortunate first stint incident with a car facing the wrong way to Eau Rouge, but so not a bad effort for them to back up into P16.
Yeah, just back to your point on liveries, Sean, have you got a favourite one that you've seen so far today?
I've got a couple. I definitely like the Kovacs. I think it's the racing purple one. I was stuck behind that for a little bit, especially on the back with all the stars in it. It's really nice. Of course, a bit biased, our one. But this...
Everyone loves their own.
Yeah, but of course, the Farmers Union one, very nice. As good as the Dare one? Well, I'll let the chat decide that. That'll probably get me a red flag.
Got a bit of damage there. That bonnet doesn't look too healthy.
Nah, it's just extra cooling.
Extra cooling. There's my man, my car, by Dan Dewar at the moment. do like the, once again biased, but the milk racing liveries, how they're all same theme, just palette swapped with slightly different elements on them. Yeah, it's very nice.
So what milk are you representing with that one there, Ben?
Well, it's just flavoured milk in general, yeah.
Oh,
we got all of them. We got, you know, Dare, what's that, Up and Go, Farmers Union on there.
I think the Kovacs cars have a shopping list on the side of them still. He needs some milk.
Yeah, we do.
If you haven't seen it before, just search on YouTube, he needs some milk.
J-Bo says the number 17 looks best.
That's his car. You can't vote for your own car.
It is a very classy livery.
It's like, yes, I can. I just did.
17 has a ripper logo. Hopefully we'll get a look at it.
Now, logos, that's different. I'm completely biased. Our logo is the best. Full stop.
Oh yeah, nice.
It is nice. It's classy. Very nice.
It's always nice to see the little Easter eggs that all these livery makers put on their cars.
It's the $1.50 Macca's special logo isn't on the car, but it will be for the next round.
Sponsored by Star Car Wash.
That's correct. And also Next Level Racing and Bez Media. There, sponsors plug. Thank you. Job done.
Going back to sponsors, Simrigs sponsoring today's endurance race. Make some fantastic little 80/20 profile chassis. If you're looking to upgrade, well and truly worth your time to go and have a look.
Yep. And if you're a patron, you get 5% off with an exclusive discount code, which adds up pretty quickly if you're spending hundreds of dollars on good gear.
I will be frequenting Simrigs' website very soon as I look to upgrade my pedals. So check them out.
There is a very sexy looking Formula wheel on there at the moment.
Yeah, some of the little details or Easter eggs that you see are funny. I can't remember which one it is, but I was behind someone earlier and they had a P plate on the back of their car.
Oh, yeah.
I thought, that's just brilliant.
Are they limited to 90 k's an hour or?
Oh, they should be. I think they were speeding.
Can't drive past 6 p.m.
Where's that a rule?
I believe. Is it? No, it's not 6 p.m. I think it's 10 p.m. Isn't it? I know it's a rule in one state that if you're on your green P's, yeah, you can't drive past a certain time of night.
Speaking of going back to liveries, car 4022 apparently has the P plate. But yeah, New South Wales has the silliest one of limiting them to a different speed, which just does not make sense at 11 o'clock at night, having them do 90 when everyone else is doing 110.
I was just asking for an accident, really.
Particularly if you're on a highway or something, that just seems a bit dangerous to me, but hey, we don't make the rules.
For anyone not in Australia, your P plates are what you're on when you first get your license, just to make sure that you ease yourself into it and don't try and at least give yourself a chance to get some experience before you start doing technically harder things on the road.
Yeah, well, it's a provisional license, so you're not, they say, fully qualified yet on the full license, so you've got to be on your best behaviour.
There's the 600's picked up a drive-through here.
Luck. Oh, that merry-go-round continues. He played qualifies you for mad skids. I know in Victoria on your red Ps you can only have one person sort of in your age group in the car with you. which really goes against sort of that idea of get your license and drive your mates around to parties and stuff. That Audi had a bit of a wiggle, didn't it?
Yeah, Jared Ellis Brown flag moment perhaps. Michael Pickford looks to make the move down the inside. No, just backs out of it. Wasn't quite far enough alongside, I reckon. Don't mind that. I mean, it's still just over 7 hours to go. There's no point, sending a move when it's maybe 50-50 and you get involved in an incident, or just waiting on a lap and sail on through.
Ooh. Question. What was the first car you owned?
Mine was a Ford Focus in bright blue.
Was that by choice or?
My parents offered to help if I purchased a car of reasonable safety as my first car. So that was one of the ones in the sort of catalogue of approval from them. Had a manual gearbox, not enough torque to spin the wheels, but it was a very fun car to learn in.
I mean, look, the fact that they approved it, that's the main thing, you
Exactly.
need the approval of senior management, particularly when you're that age. Mine was going back a fair way, a 1999 Commodore station wagon, and it was white.
Yeah, nice. John with the purple Opel Corsa 3-door with a 1.2 litre engine.
Oh, Chad with the VB Commodore 253. Oh, Page, straight to the top of the class. A 93 Toyota Corolla, 1.6 litre GLE. Yes. Mine, I actually never owned a car. There you go.
There you go. Is that by choice or?
Yeah. Kind of, yeah. Just, yeah.
No need?
No need, yeah.
Oh,
Well,
there it is.
jams up the inside.
So what I said was trying to be avoided last lap has come to fruition. Michael Pickford, maybe about time he was, closer, but not quite close enough.
Yes, Mo, I did just say that. But in saying that, if I do get a big fat pay rise one of these days or win Tats Lotto, I will be going down to Porsche and Colony and purchasing a GT3 RS.
You know the same thing as that guy on dash cams that took his brand new car, turned left out of there and put it straight in the side of a truck, or?
I think I've seen that one.
Oh, it's a classic.
Yeah, no, actually, yeah, never owned one. Driven plenty, but never owned one.
Do you own a bike? A motorbike?
Dirt bikes. Did a lot of dirt bike riding.
I mean,
What's your bike of choice?
Ooh, that is a very tough question. I would have to say, favourite ever bike was my 1998 YZ125. If I was to pick a bike now, I'd have to be a KTM 250 EXC 2-stroke. I'm a 2-stroke man. A Renault Fugo for $250 for just. So nearly 7 hours to go. Getting to that stage now where starting to think about buying a ticket to the final hours, they say.
Oh, and we can see, sorry, Jared Ellis has just picked up
Yep.
a drive-through penalty. I assume that's for track limits.
Yeah, I think getting towards the back end of the race, we'll see a lot more of those DTs pop up, I feel. But on that note, because we have...
That is a car not in a good place there.
Definitely. Oh, hang on. Let's just see this play out.
That's a really tough place to get out of. Here we go, replay.
You go to the instant replay without the transition. It's serious. Oh wow! Just dropped it on the outside of Rivage, and then ends up on the inside grass, and that's not where you want to be.
It's a really awful place to get out of.
Definitely. Well, I'm going to bid you adieu, gentlemen. Been a good stint. Enjoyed myself. And I'll let Sam, I believe, take over in the box.
Yep, no worries, Sean. Thanks for joining us, and welcome, Sam.
Yeah, I think it's afternoon for you guys, right?
Yes,
Sure
it's
is.
afternoon here.
It is 1 a.m. here, but it's good to be here.
You're a trooper, mate. Thanks for pushing in. Thanks for coming along.
Just came back from a concert, actually. I'm kind of sad I'm missing driving, so I figured I'd come and talk to you guys and take a look at what's going on. Looks like someone's got a drive-through now, huh? Is that just track limits or what? Oh, 2 people have a drive-through.
Yeah, track limits. It's sort of that stage of the race where people get a bit tired and all that pushing at the start of the race is starting to come back to bite.
Yeah, I saw someone said they had, 3 warnings already for 3 hours or something in the chat.
Yeah, didn't see that in chat, but I know we picked up, I think it was 3 in the first 2 hours, so that definitely wasn't ideal.
Yeah, the discussion was there as to whether you stick with 3 warnings and sort of can keep those nerves going, or do you just commit to just grabbing the other one and getting rid of the drive-through and just not worrying about it any longer?
I think I'm usually the one handing off the 3 warnings to my other driver, so that's not my problem.
They're still on 3. Good effort, guys. Yeah, how was your concert, Sam? Who'd you see?
Let's see. The opening acts are ones I didn't know so well, but Amity Affliction was the second to last, and then Silverstein was the main guys.
That's a mighty concert.
Yeah, it was great. Just a little bit, hoarse now. I was in the mosh pit for a while. I'm a little bit old to be doing that stuff, but I still went crowd surfing, so it's fine.
Nice. Doesn't matter if you think you're too old, as long as you're getting out there and you feel like, hey, I still got this, or this is the right place for me to be, and you don't feel out of place, then all the power to you, I reckon.
Yeah, well, now I'm sitting in my Simrig with the chair leaned back pretty far and some painkillers and enough water to keep going. But no, I'm fully awake. I know what tomorrow's going to bring,
Yeah.
Not a lot, I think, is the answer to that question.
True. So it looks like you guys were saying the leaders have sort of just checked out here, huh?
Yeah, there's a sort of 20 seconds between each of the top 3, which is a little bit of a shame, but credit to them for just sort of having had the hammer down so hard for so long.
Well, how much of this is mixed up because of pit strategy? Because a lot of times in these endurance races, somebody might actually be in like technical 3rd, but they haven't pitted yet, so really they're 10th. I don't really know what that setup is right now.
I think most of the front cars are on the same strategy, really. I think the ideal strategy here, all things considered, is just go as long as possible and box when you need to. The only car that's really on sort of an alternate strategy is this car, car 112, not this car, sorry. only because they had a bit of a spin before.
Yeah, but I mean, some of these cars are slightly better on gas, just naturally, right? Based on the real world and the game. I mean, what is it like? Is it the BMW or? I'm trying to remember.
The Honda is apparently very good on fuel, which is kind of insulting,
Okay.
given it's so much faster than everyone else here. Yeah, John just saying the Audis just don't quite have the fuel mileage to do a 10 stopper, so they might have to commit to another stop.
Yeah, I watch a lot of real world GT racing, and it's always nice to see like the Porsches can tend to go a little bit longer. They don't even have, you know, like the same size tank or whatever, but for some reason they can really stretch it out. Sure aren't many Porsches in this race, huh? Are there any?
Absolutely. Oh, there's a couple.
Yeah,
Not in the top 23.
Lockie Nichols was soldiering on in a Porsche earlier at some point. I think we saw him cutting across the grass and in the wall once, but he's out there in a Porsche. I'm not sure if there's any others.
There are no Mercedes. And the top 8 are all mid-rear cars, and that actually continues all the way down to the top 16 if you exclude the Aston Martin of Benjamin Carew there in P9.
Yeah, my team was supposed to run a Porsche, but since I wasn't going to be available and there was just 2 of them, they dropped out, unfortunately.
Surprised there's no Mercedes though. That's usually, at least in the Sprint Series, and maybe not so much this year, the latest VOP update, but it's always been a pretty popular car in the past.
Memory, I think that it had some pretty nasty fuel consumption.
Yeah, it is thirsty, but you can still get around. Mostly, I wouldn't say it's that much worse off than the Audi.
That's a nice recovery there.
Yeah, that rear just did not want to play the same game as the front.
So what I always find interesting about these endurance races is when you watch people running almost like qualifying lap times, like how they're that on the edge for that long. I always try to back off a tiny bit just to make sure I can survive rather than, set good lap times. Maybe you're not as competitive wheel to wheel with some people in that way, but then you get sort of the red mist and you fight them anyway. But yeah, it's interesting to watch people go, straight to the limits for an hour or 2 hours of their stint.
Yeah, it's definitely about surviving for me, I think. Particularly in the early stages of the race. You want to make sure you're in it towards the end.
This is your car, Mr. McNulty. Sitting there nicely in 21st, P2 in the M class.
Yep, chugging along. A bit of a train at the moment. It's be good to see how this plays out. A lot of BMWs. Look at that. P17 to P25 is pretty much all BMWs except for Jared Ellis and the Audi.
As long as we don't have to look at the front of them, I'm fine.
Still better than the new M2. Ooh.
Well, one of them there isn't actually for place, right? Whoever's in front of the 2 BMWs, I guess.
Yeah, that looks like one of the leaders, or one of the leader cars going through. I think it's car 616 of Ryan Houlihan that's just gone through, so he's making his way through, lapping the cars around. And Jandura and J-Rad here battling for position.
Brad forces Drew around the outside. Can't make it stick.
Well, let's find another day. I'm sure Dan will try and get him again next time. That's Ben Hignett here, who is behind Jared Ellis.
I think Hignett was unfortunately one of the first to lay claim to having Eau Rouge killed them. So making his way back through the field. I don't know if they've had another oopsie poopsie, but I know he was definitely running top 10 at the start of the race.
Yeah, not sure. I thought he was a bit higher than P24, but maybe, like you said, just with that unscheduled stop early in the race.
Oh,
he's
not
up
going to
on the
do it.
marbles. Good hold. Yeah, just out of sync on the pits maybe.
And dropping off into the marbles right there and getting back on, that's a recipe for disaster as soon as you come back and fight right away too.
Well played to that red Honda. Oh, speaking of Porsches and Zach Graham, drive through for track limits.
First.
There's the Porsche that was in the field. Going to drive through for track limits. Here we go. Battle resumed. Second time round. And Dan get the move done. The Kemmel straight this time. Or J-Rad a little bit wide on the exit of Eau Rouge.
Every time you watch the car bounce through there, you always think that's going to just dive into the wall.
Up the outside of the Kemmel, this will be fun.
Same outcome. J-Rad holds on. I reckon Dan was just a little bit too close at the top of Eau Rouge there to get the full slipstream. He had to pull out alongside pretty early on Kemmel straight there.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely good defense when, you know you've messed up a turn. You don't have the same launch out of it that maybe the guy behind you does, but you're able to still hold the line that keeps them from getting any real pull on you. So, I mean, are the AM and the classes actually accurate? Is that based on the qualifying or just based off of what they said? Because, I mean, if we're watching, somebody's up in P13 in the AM team, that's pretty impressive.
Yep, so it's based on qualifying performance. That's all legit, it's all up to date. There's no mistakes or anything like that. So, yep,
There's also some historical, there is some historical sort of context in that as well, isn't there?
Look how close that is there.
Yeah, I mean, in the Sprint series, you see people in AM that are just there because they haven't been classified really right or hasn't been changed or something, so you never know if they, sandbagged it in the qualifying, just stop before the finish line, try to get down there and win AM overall. That'd be fun.
There's definitely people that try and game that, but across the season, it all tends to come out in the wash. There you go, Bender. Do our pass, Brad. Nice little move at the inside of the bus stop.
Yeah, it was a nice move. Well done, Dan. Keep going. He's making up for the damage I caused earlier.
Yeah, look at those gaps between the top three. 21 seconds and 15 seconds. And then 20 seconds back to Houlihan.
There are a bunch of 15 to 20-second gaps, huh? Sort of. I mean, you can see the gaps on the map over there, but at the same time, sometimes those put you in traffic of other people. So you just kind of look at what fight you're doing, and if you want to let someone by to, you know, keep your gap over the person who's actually behind you in the ranking.
Yeah, as Samwise was saying before, it's all about your average lap time, right? So it doesn't really matter who's in front of you on the track. As long as your average lap time is faster, you'll end up coming out better than them, as Ben makes a bit of a meal of Eau Rouge.
Nobody saw that.
Nothing happened. Just keep going.
One of the things I do like about, you know, enduro racing, or at least even just team racing, though, is, you know, you can have your teammate watching and say, hey, you know, somebody's coming up, or they pitted, or they did this, and you can actually strategize. But when we're doing the sprint races for that season, especially if it's like the mini enduro 90-minute or something, you have to be your own race engineer. You have to think, I think this is the right time to pit. Maybe that person won't. I'll try to undercut, overcut, whatever. At least you actually get the you know, benefit of almost having real race engineers in endurance racing. Well, so the laps down that we're seeing, those are with respect to just the leader, though, right? I mean, I may just be messing this up, but if someone's 4 laps down, next person's 5, it's from the leader. It's not from the next person up, right? I.e., if you're 20 seconds behind someone, but you're 5 laps down and they're 4 laps down, you're just that amount of time.
Ooh, I think the timing
geez.
the timing tree is a little bit broken. Oh, that's Zach Graham in the Porsche having another. He's having a rough old day. But yeah, the timing tree is a little bit broken, so it'll come up and say 4 laps, but it's not accurate, I think.
Yeah, it is to the leader though for the laps down. So you can see P6 is 1 lap down on the leader, and P15 is 2 laps down on the leader.
Sure seems like the Porsche is what's making a bunch of mistakes as soon as I mentioned Porsches in this. That's not good. It does make me feel good, though, that my team isn't racing in this, because we'd be sitting here talking about my team's Porsche crashing off the wall.
That's right, there's always the next race. You can join in then and we'll talk about it then.
Yeah, I can't wait till Bathurst. That'll be a real fun one. Especially, you know, in a car that can't go fast on the straights at all, so just kind of hold you up in the mountain and hope it works out.
I think the Porsche's had a bit of a buff on the straights recently, hasn't it?
Yeah, it did get a little bit in the latest VOP, but not sure.
Whether it's relevant at Bathurst is a different question.
Yeah, I mean, I remember last time we were there earlier this year, I think the Porsche was doing, I think it was like mid-260s in a tow down the back straight, and other cars were just flying past at like 280, 290, and it's like, well, that's not really going to cut it. There's the carnage at the top of...
There is absolute
radio.
carnage at the Eau Rouge. I want to see what happened there.
Well, especially if those two are actually battling each other.
Oh, Zach.
Zach Graham again.
Oh, Zach.
And Josh Breen. Oh no, it's the Vodafone Ferrari.
But yeah, it'd be nice to see if the two that were just, you know, crashed there were actually battling for place, or if someone took out a front runner or something.
Well, they were P35, P36, so I think there's a good chance they were battling for position.
That is absolutely very important. I would take P35 anytime I could. Elbows out, P35, go for it.
Exactly. If you're racing, doesn't matter what position you're in, you've still got to try and do better.
I don't know how much of the stream you've caught, Sam, as you've been out earlier, but from what you've seen so far, do you have a favourite livery? I guess that's one of the topics we keep asking all the commentators.
Yeah, I jumped in about an hour before I came into the booth, and you guys were talking about that. It's kind of hard to see all of them just watching the stream. But I was looking at a couple when people were posting them, and it's just really cool to see how accurate some of these guys are to the real world liveries.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh geez.
That's.
So I guess that wasn't just a battle for place, huh? It just coincidence.
I want to see what happened from Zach's on board, whether he was lost the back end as well, or if he's. It almost looks like he's had a technical issue with his wheel or something like that, with the way the car just bounded straight into the wall.
Yeah, it doesn't look great, does it? It's hard not to laugh. I'm sure it's painful for those involved.
Oh no, he hit that. That's
Yep,
really
just coincidence
unfortunate.
he lost that early.
That's funny.
Oh, Zach, we're not laughing at you, mate. We're laughing with you.
Yeah, laughing with you.
Okay, so I didn't look it up, but what's this someone needs milk thing?
Oh, you gotta look it up. We can't,
gotta look it up.
explain it. You gotta look it up.
It does not make sense if anyone explains it to you.
Just Google, he needs some milk.
Okay, I'm gonna do that for a sec. I literally put he and is, and it immediately came up for he needs some milk. Oh geez, it's one of those. Got it. Cool. Well, that is a great livery.
Yeah, there's not really any liveries on the grid that I've seen that I've gone, not really a fan of that. You can really tell there's a lot of work that's gone into most of these liveries, and they've tried to present something really nice for everyone.
Well, we're all fancy and sponsored now, so everyone's got to look nice and, show, hey, if you go buy some nice equipment at Simrigs, you can drive these very cool looking cars and someone will make a nice livery for you, and everything becomes very fancy and realistic once you can immerse yourself like that.
My immersion levels. There's jokes there.
That is one of the interesting things about, sim racing is if you're watching real world GT racing, those are just cars. I mean, they have rules and guidelines and stuff, and these obviously are pretty similar, but the actual interface that people are using to drive these can be so different across the entire, spectrum here. I mean, hey, someone in P2 could be using a controller for all we know.
Well, I'm pretty sure most of these drivers would be on a wheel, but there was, or is rather, I can't remember his first name, but his last name's Velazquez. He competes in the Asia Pacific Sprint Series on ACC, and he races on a pad, and he is lightning quick. It is unbelievable how quick he is.
Yeah, that was sort of the reference I was making. I've watched those races sometimes as they happen when I'm supposed to be working, sometimes after. And yeah, it's always a comment on how smooth his movements look for what he's using. But yeah, I mean, okay, everyone's using a wheel, but I guess sort of the point being, if you have a cheap wheel versus a direct drive, if your pedals don't have any sort of real feedback or not, but you can still be super fast. Some people I know are sim racing with a tiny little monitor that's 20 feet across the room or something, and they're still faster than me.
Yeah, it definitely takes a ton of talent. Something that I ran out of years ago.
We always knew your talent was for praying for rain, Bender.
That's what I'm best at, so why deviate from it, you know?
Are we not supposed to bring up Paul Ricard anymore?
Oh, I'm very happy with Paul Ricard, but some people didn't like the weather. I guess that's on them, you know? I loved it, personally.
I just think strategically it would have been fun to see, you know, some dry come up and who goes in for, you know, dries versus wets and such. I'm sort of waiting for that to come up, but otherwise a full wet endurance race is still pretty intense.
Yeah, I mean, I had a couple of those patches where it went from like pouring wet to just moist. But, yeah, never dry enough for dryers. My man Dan Dewar here, going for the inside on Partington. He's got the move done. That's a change of the AM class lead, although Partington, car 17 there, has just come out of the pits, so when we pit they will eventually retake the lead there. Good to see some on-track battles between two cars.
Especially for the lead. I think P9, P10 is a battle for the lead of the Pro-Am class as well, between Bushell and McKellar. Looks like there's only a second and a bit between them.
It'd be good if Dan can make up a bit of time here. He's probably the quickest driver in our car. Those who've been around for years and years, you'll remember Dan as the specialist qualifier from our first ever OR race. He made the top 10 shootout of the Bathurst endurance race by, I think it was 11 thousandths of a second. So he qualified 10th. And then in the shootout, he went out first and put in a lap that was good enough to put him on the front row. And he's doing well. And then I get in the car after an hour or two, and then it's all downhill from there.
I can definitely relate to that. My first endurance race was with someone that actually we were in the Sprint Series in the North America corkscrew with, Tim Flamger. He's, you know, at the top level, P4, P3, whatever, all this time, and he and I were doing a 6 hour of Alton Park, I believe. Like 2 minutes into the first lap, he just gets punted and has to run, you know, damage for a while. Just every time I talk, I feel like someone crashes. I should probably shut up and leave.
Nah, it's great. Keep doing it. It's been death every few laps at this stage.
I mean, really, you can do picture-in-picture and have just one camera at the top of Radeon, and you know you're going to see something every time.
Oh, that's a bit of front to rear contact. And Ben and I think Andy, is it there, or Aaron?
I think that's
that
Malik's
lap
cast. They
car
love
maybe?
Nick.
Oh no, yeah, a lap car unlapping themselves. All right. Well, that's even worse. Don't want to see that. Yeah, Lachlan Henderson in the chat saying, talking about the shootout. Yeah, that was amazing, that shootout.
Does OOR actually do this sort of realistic one car, what is it, 2 laps, like you have an out lap and a flying lap shootout?
Yeah, so prior to, I guess, this type of event becoming the Endurance Series, we would do a shootout. So there'd be 3 qualifying sessions, roughly 15 minutes each, on the track for PAM cars, Pro-Am cars, and then Pro cars. And then the top 10 overall would go into the shootout, where you get 1 out lap, 10th goes, 9th goes, 8th goes, so on. And then if you were qualified fastest from the first stage, you go out last and get a shot to go for pole. It was really epic. I enjoyed those qualifying formats a lot. I think it was really exciting.
Yeah, definitely missed those. Over the first one, which was the one at Kyalami for the 9 hour. You always got to have that little lap afterwards of celebration for the top 3.
Yeah, the exciting thing about watching those shootouts, especially for Bathurst, is when somebody's sort of later in the line and they know that they can push a little bit more, or if they have to do this, and they just kind of just a little bit over the edge because they want that tenth, that thousandths of a second to get up another place, and you end up having some pretty significant offs just in qualifying, which wouldn't happen if there wasn't sort of that knowledge that other people have already gone ahead of you, and that you can try to actually hit the exact time rather than sort of everyone just going at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, we've definitely seen pressure like that. Some of the fastest drivers in those shootouts who were going last, second to last, third to last, made mistakes, and then ended up starting 8th or 10th or so on. But we've also seen some incredible laps that you just think that is ridiculous. How they've managed to just put the car on the absolute limit and nail it, and get pole position by 2, 3, 4 tenths.
Okay, what is the livery on the BMW behind the car we're watching right now?
The green one.
Yeah, what is that?
I think that's the Gorilla Snapper tribute livery from the last round in Paul Ricard.
I'm guessing something more to do with your side of the world.
Yeah, so Gorilla's one of the OR assistant admins, does a heap of work with the rookies. Unfortunately, got a pretty rough diagnosis from the medical experts, and just had to drop out of racing for a little bit. So we did the last Paul Ricard Enduro was sort of dedicated to raising some money for him.
Oh yeah. I'm sorry, you said him. Yeah, you said Gorilla versus the name that I know. I guess I meant the livery on that BMW. I mean, I guess maybe it's still just the same tribute livery, but there was something that looked a little bit. Oh look, I'm talking and there's a yellow flag. I should keep this up.
At Lake Coombe.
Is that 472? 422.
They have retired to pits, so I think it might have been a pretty nasty one. So we'll wait for the replay for that one.
Yeah, it's easy to get wrong the longer you're in your stint. You come down a very long straight and just miss your braking a little bit. Sometimes, I just don't hit the brakes as hard as I've been doing 10, 11, 12 times in a row, and you have that sort of brown moment, but if you mess it up, it can be a real big deal.
I think through there, the walls are at relatively close proximity compared to the rest of the track, so if something goes wrong, you haven't got that much room to bail out.
Well, I think going into that, right, there's the bailout sort of straight ahead. I mean, there's some barriers you're supposed to, navigate around, but in this game, I think you can go through them and bounce around a little bit. But, I mean, at least if you can go straight because you've missed the entrance to Lacombe.
Yeah, at the back of David Neighbour in the number 19 Kovacs entry. He's got a Malloy No, that's not Malloy. That's someone else. Might be a lap to come. Might be whoever it might be on his tail. Jacobs. P5.
Okay, yep, now I see the grill. Got it. And I know, Babby's, other screen name or names or whatever. I saw him talking in the chat, I believe, under that name. But yeah, I didn't know someone actually just put that on front of their BMW. It actually makes the BMW look a bit better.
Yeah, it's a well done little tribute.
Yeah, somebody in the Paul Ricard endurance race had a BMW that I think it was in the endurance race. It might have been in sprints I was watching, but it was, pink in a way that made it look exactly like a horrible pig snout. Which, I mean, I guess if you're gonna lean into it, you lean into it, but geez.
Have a quick squiz at chat and see who's around. We're still kicking. See, almost halfway into the 12-hour event. We've got Lachlan Henderson, Peach, Marble Racing, Diebold, John, as well. Hope you're all joining us so far. Yeah, I think I've just had Jan pop in any Bender facts. We haven't had any Bender facts yet. We will have one before I depart the commentary box, so stay tuned. Back to discussion before about the weather. Yeah, I don't think, unfortunately, it's looking like we're going to get rain today. Looks like it's going to stay partly cloudy.
It's too bad about the 2-time not working, right? So we're running on just normal time. There's not going to be sort of the night, day, everything.
Yeah, I was definitely looking forward to seeing this under lights.
Well, especially, I mean, I hope that the game does, similar justice to it, but when you start having the sun sort of just in your eyes and that the things sort of mix with the colors, but then also when it gets darker and cooler, a lot of times people are putting in even faster laps because you get a little bit more power when things are cooled down, but then your tires get cold. It's all this great strategy you get to play with. But I mean, it's not like you don't have enough to worry about at this stage anyway. It does look like somebody in the M class just dropped pretty far back.
Yeah, Dave Dewar has come into the pits for a hopefully scheduled stop. Bend up.
Yep, scheduled stop. We're just out of sync with everyone else, really.
How's your day been, Jan? Haven't heard much from you today.
I like that on the back of Lions Gold, Team Gold's car. Look at that, you've got the driver names and everything on the back of it. Oh, and there's that P plate.
Apparently it has 280 kilometers an hour as the speed limit as well. It's just, you know, unfortunately the resolution just isn't quite there to really display it.
Yeah, I heard you guys talking about that. That's pretty funny there. Sort of like the, what is it, like the student driver stickers that people put on their track cars sometimes.
Yep.
On my track car, because right now, at least I'm tracking a 99 Miata, I've got a 0 to 60 eventually sticker on the back.
Down a hill with the clutch in.
Yeah, exactly. Gotta say, it sure is fun to pass people though in a stock-powered 99 Miata. I mean, I spent 3 years tracking my 2014 Porsche Cayman, and then I dropped into this Miata that's fully track prepped and everything. And yeah, there's a big time difference, but it's so much more rewarding. I mean, it just feels a lot more like, you know, some of the ride-alongs I've been in with real race cars and real track prep cars. I mean, I don't have slicks yet, but the suspension is something I can set up and change and tune. And, you know, the seats have harnesses that I'm strapped into, and I have the right sort of safety gear and all that. So when you're doing that, you really do sort of use the same skills and experience that you need to kind of come back and sim race for. Which is just why it's so nice to be able to do this throughout our winters. You know, sit down and stay with the sim race league and keep your skills sort of up to date, I guess. It's not exactly the same, but it is just nice to sort of keep your, you know, your, I guess, hand-eye coordination, timing. That's all still sort of there as long as you set up your visuals correct on your screen.
Did you sell the Porsche, or that's just now a different purpose?
Oh yeah, I retired it. It was getting to the point where I was sliding out of the seat because I was putting too much, you know, side slip and braking forces on for the stock seats. And if you want a harness bar.
Oh, we lost you there, Sam, I think.
Damn it. Well, I don't know what you heard last, but either way...
harness bar last.
Yeah, essentially it costs a lot of money to get the Porsche to somewhere where I wouldn't slide around in the seats, and that amount of money bought me a Miata that I can fully build into a track car. So I have retired the Porsche to just daily driving now.
Very nice.
Wow, what was that?
Yeah, not sure what that was. Ben Hignett going very slow there. Might have been a slight moment, perhaps that we didn't fully see. We just caught the end of.
Something's not happy
You
on
might have
that car.
damage. Yep. Maybe suspension or something.
While we work out what's going on there, we welcome the wonderful Matt Nipris into the commentary box for the final 6 hours of this race.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Good afternoon, everyone.
How's your day going, Matt? How have you been?
Hasn't been too bad so far. The question is, how's the racing been going?
Yeah, it's been pretty good. Lots of death at Eau Rouge and Raidillon, as you would imagine. Some great overtakes, some close battles, many pit stops, some drive-throughs. Yeah, it's all been happening really, other than a bit of rain.
Well, I wouldn't speak too soon. It is Spa, and well, Spa's noted for its individual weather system, I would say, where they can have all 4 seasons in one hour. So anything can happen. Just looking at that forecast, looks pretty consistent. Oh no, we got pain.
Yes, you know it's pain when the instant replay comes up and we're heading up to Eau Rouge.
No. That is,
That's not how you do Eau Rouge.
and yeah, that's understating it, I'd say. Yeah, Eau Rouge claims another victim by the sounds of things.
Yeah, it's bitten a couple of heads off today, for better or worse. Looks like the inside curve is just a bit more deadly than people were expecting, and as the race goes on, people get a bit tired.
I will admit, a couple of years ago I did the Spa 6-hour race with my brother. We were running the Nissan. I was so nervous about my brother because he didn't do a lot of practice, and I was worried he was going to bin it. And you know who ended up binning it at Eau Rouge? It was me. It was bloody me. So that made me feel sad.
What we have seen is a complete dominance of the mid-engine type.
Yeah, Honda at the front. That bodes well. And yeah, you're right. I think that's missing in a Aston Martin, the first of the front-engined cars. So yeah, it is a tough day for anyone who puts the engine in the right place in the car.
Even tougher for the engine in the back. There's been this large bias towards Porsche having some issues here.
A lot of Porsche moments, I'd say. Porsche things.
Yes, lots of them. Particularly for Zach Graham. I think he's the only Porsche still running at the moment. And we've seen him make a few highlight or low light reels. Speaking of, yeah.
He's kept it together. I mean, hats off to him. It's not very often you see someone save a Porsche moment like that.
Alright, yeah, I think we've said enough of it. We need to leave the poor man alone.
Has it been a high attrition rate so far?
I think we've lost 3 or 4 cars. I think we started with 40, 39, 40. So yeah, 3 or 4 cars had issues. I know one of them had their drivers in, but the driver swap wasn't working, which was quite a shame.
Kuno's feature. That Ferrari looks really sad on the front.
Yeah, a couple of cars have tried to take a bite out of the wall, either at Blanchimont or Eau Rouge, and I think that was one of them.
It looks like I'll have a go at this now. Ristapani is trying to just
nailed it.
Oh, thank you. He's trying to just bear with it, try and keep the Stroji alive.
But also, it is a Kunos thing that even if it gets repaired, visually it still looks a bit second-hand.
They still haven't fixed that glitch. Nice.
Oh, I didn't actually know that. That's interesting.
Oh, here we go. Adam Jurecki. No, I haven't seen in a long, long time, but he's out there in the Audi. Running the 402. Where's it going through there? I always get these corners mixed up.
Banyas.
Okay. Thought it was college. Was it? Hang on a second. I'm going to bring up the track now.
Jan Tully asking why there are no red cars, and I think she might have a point. There's red flex, but no red dominant cars.
We've seen a couple. I think there's only 1 or 2 out there. I mean, that's the big moment. Audi Tings in the wall.
Does that count as a commentator's curse? I was talking up to Adam.
I think it might.
How long is that? I've been in the commentary box, what, 3 minutes, and I've cursed someone already?
Yeah, it's pretty quick.
Got nothing on Jacob Weatherburn, though.
I don't know. You haven't seen my curses yet. Well, actually, you've seen one.
I think Jacob got 5 people in one F1 race a couple of weeks ago.
That's impressive.
Well, especially for the length of an F1 race. Jeez.
Adams continued on despite that oopsie poopsie.
Well, that is the thing with these long races. You have to try and endure the damage and just try and keep it alive for the team. You're not just racing for yourself. You're racing for, what, 2 or 3 other drivers. So just diving into pit lane every time you get a little scratch on the car, although granted this is a little bit more than a little scratch, it can really affect your end result. So just sort of got to weather the storm and just try and keep the car in a straight line and out of the barriers to stop adding to that damage time.
Definitely. And a shout out to Car 69, who got absolutely murdered in the first sort of hour of this race, up into 27th, continuing their little fight back. In the Spoon Honda, I think, is the livery theme there.
Team name Big Spoon Racing. Funny you should mention car number 69 though, because we're all very mature adults on this stream.
I have no idea what you were talking about. It's obviously so when the car rolls over, it's still number 69, clearly.
Yes, well, there's band effect for you, Jan. In 2022, the United States has had to renumber 4 different highways that were all Highway 69 because of rampant sign theft.
No, so it isn't so.
It's not like that Austrian town that starts with F and rhymes with trucking.
Yes, they renamed it because the sign kept getting stolen.
Yep.
Outstanding work. Outstanding work.
Yeah, you can also, in the US, drive around and see different ways they've either adjusted or just removed High Street, because that street sign gets taken a lot.
Countrymen are doing us proud.
Speaking of, there's 6 hours 9 minutes left.
Nice. Tell you what else is nice, this battle here between Muller and Lowe as they head through Lacombe. See that Muller is just trying to set up Lowe, get that better exit, but that BMW's got some good drive.
It gets great traction, the Beamer. It doesn't have the best straight line speed, but very good under brakes and through corners.
BMW also very quick in the straight line. I saw one stream, the BMW's hitting 280 down Conrod.
Oh, maybe at Bathurst, but not necessarily at Spa.
Well, I mean, Conrod, you would say that's at Bathurst.
I think they might have got BOP'd down a little bit, because I do remember at the beginning of the sprint season, one of the BMW guys was talking about at Bathurst, he could basically just pedal down and basically go anywhere full speed, and for some reason that thing would just charge. And he was getting, I think, something like 11 or 12 kilometers faster than I was in the Aston down at least Conrad.
Yeah, it's definitely been toned down a little bit in the more recent updates, second half this year. I guess that's good overall. I mean, you don't want everyone driving one car because it's clearly better than everything else.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Variety.
I'm with you on that. I really do hate it when everyone just goes for the fastest car. I dislike that. If everyone's in the same car, then no one can get that little bit of an advantage. So, like, yes, we're seeing that the front engine cars are not really in the top 10, but I'm sure you'll find that a lot of the front engine cars haven't been having as many Radeon moments as the Audis, Lambos and everything else where the engine is sitting behind the driver.
I think the preference definitely would be for the car spread to not be more than half a second, which unfortunately it is here. I think the Honda has been about a second faster a lap on average than the BMW, which is a little bit too much for my liking.
I think saw JP in chat saying that earlier.
That is a massive deficit. I'm actually a little bit surprised by that in GT3. BOP is usually meant to bring all the cars closer. But yeah, second a lap, that is demolishing.
And I think it's that time again. Tom, I think you're checking out with me this time. Thank you very much.
Certainly am, and we're welcoming back Nick Imoni into the box.
Welcome back, Nick.
Hello, it's Amo, but you're Australian. I'll let it slide.
Alright, well, have a good call, guys. I'll be back with you a bit later on, Max, to cover some of the closing stages. Guys, I'll see you on track a bit later.
See you later, Mel. Bender. Jesus. Professional commentary right here.
Yeah, all the best, guys. Thanks for your time for this first 6 hours, and all the best for the rest of the race.
Yeah, good talking to you. How do we have two East Coast Americans right now at 2 a.m. commentating?
I don't know.
And the Australians are dropping off.
Yeah,
I mean,
what is going on over
clearly. Listen, no, because we gotta pick up the slack from you guys, obviously.
You know what? I got no answer for that. I'm just going to accuse you guys of just having too much coffee over there.
Nah, I don't even drink coffee. That's the worst part.
Yeah. What is wrong with you two?
Do you want the full explanation, or...?
Well, we got 6 hours.
Alright, so it all started when I met Sam in the commentary booth.
To be fair, I've had 2 vodka Red Bulls to stay up, so that worked pretty well.
I've had water and Uncrustables, and I'm ready to go.
Vodka and Red Bull. Won't the vodka cancel out the effects of the Red Bull?
I think it's supposed to be sort of the other way around, but so no, I mean the Red Bull definitely keeps you awake, but it's sort of supposed to make you not feel, I guess, drunk longer. It's kind of dangerous, but hey, I was at a concert and I needed to be awake.
Oh, what concert did you go to? Have you already told the story?
I mean, it's, you know, not a story so much, but yeah, I've ever talked about it. It's Amity Affliction was the second headliner, and the main headliner was Silverstein with 2 other bands opening.
Very good.
Sounds exciting.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't blame you for chugging down the Red Bull. But yeah, probably. I don't know where to go with that.
No, I mean,
yeah, I mean, honestly,
it's a fair point.
I imagined I'd be pretty wired after it anyway, which is true. So it's more so just to get through everything. Honestly, now I just got to take some painkillers to not wake up tomorrow all sore and old.
Thank you for finishing that sentence and not just leaving it at not waking up tomorrow.
That got dark real quick.
Oh god, sorry, I'm just like trying to stay awake right now. We're getting there. We are getting there.
Well, something that should keep you awake is this battle here between Sean Bubnow and Partington, that is. As about to start on that back straight towards the final chicane. Bubnow a little bit far down, or is it Partington that's really far up the order, the M entry?
No, it's Partington's done a pretty good job for himself, all the way up in P17 at the moment, and as far as I'm concerned, that is one of the highest AM class rated drivers, unless I'm missing something.
I think Partington is the highest ranked AM driver.
Yeah, 18th. Next down is I'm just gonna say car number 2.
That was close there.
That was.
Where did he come from? I didn't even notice he was there. But it's given Bubnow a good opportunity to put up the inside of Partington, but he backs. No, Partington outbrakes himself, and Bubnow should make that easy. So he's just got to be aware of the drive from the McLaren. What is he in? Is he in the? Oh, he's in the Honda. He should be fine down the straight. Honda's actually got pretty decent straight line pace.
Yeah, we got Radion coming right now to maybe put a wrench in there.
Oh yeah, it's looking a little bit tight, although Camel straight, you would hope that these guys should be able to go past each other in a straight line.
Oh, they should. unless this was like a pub lobby, then it'd be sort of a guess as to whether or not you actually are able to, get down the camel straight in one piece.
Straight lines can be hard, okay?
You know what? That's fair. They're very difficult, the way they go straight and then again. Difficult stuff. But we got the battle for, it appears to be P20 right now.
Another AM entry holding off a pro driver. Imran Zolkefli trying to go around the outside of Papawano. I think I've absolutely butchered that, so sorry in advance. Oh no, this usually doesn't go well to going through Eau Rouge, but they've somehow made that work. I think maybe just a bit of common sense there from the number 2 entry.
Yeah, still 6 hours. We're about halfway. So props to all of us here and the kind of the production side, and obviously shout outs to the drivers for making it this far. You're doing a great job. Still a little ways to go, but well, I think they're more than ready for those next 6 hours.
Oh, I just noticed in P22, Senecas. What happened to them?
Oh, they were running up front for quite a while, were they not?
Oh, and a drive-through for Aaron Lee as well, so that'd be for track limits, I'd say.
Yeah, I believe the drive-throughs are for track limits. I think we had a discussion. There might have been a discussion earlier or something, or I'm just making things up. I don't know. But I feel like I saw something earlier about drive-throughs in the one of the broadcaster chats.
And while we got a little bit of break in the action, let's welcome to the commentary box Glenn Germain. Glenn, can you hear us?
Glenn, your mic is muted.
Yeah. I was just guys. Sorry, I was just dropping in because we've had to have a change of schedule, and I was just dropping in to let Mullen know.
Ah, interesting.
So you're
Actually
not
going to join you, but I'm quite happy to sit here and have a yarn with you.
Oh, you weren't actually joining us?
No.
Well, professional.
I'm offended.
Sorry, guys.
You're gonna hear from my lawyer.
I'm all screwed.
Yeah, well.
I
won't tell if you. Yeah, I won't tell if you don't.
Yeah.
Sure.
Nobody heard it.
Well, if we want to answer that chat question, this is a league that people can join. It's not, holding anyone back, but you do have to qualify for these races. There's only, I think, 44 places, if I remember correctly, even though some people did drop out. There's only 39 to start. But so your team does have to qualify, but anyone can sign up for Octane Online Racing and get into this.
No! That's probably what happened to Senecas. Sorry for talking over you there, Nick. But that is.
No, that wasn't me.
That was sorry, Sam. Then that is quite a significant moment there for John and Page there giving us 100. What's that currency? Giving us a tip right as his brother bins it.
That's that brotherly love and support. Don't you know about it? That's what they're good at.
That's I think that counts as a Page curse, not a commentator's curse for a change.
Oh, that's true.
Nice one, Page. And to answer Dill, who's my favourite driver, it's you, Dill. It's always going to be you.
You guys weren't here. Oh, what?
The currency is the Thai bots, BAHT. So 100 of those. Oh no, I have to convert that to Aussie dollars. Hold on, not American dollars. That is $4.14 Australian.
Still a donation.
Sorry?
Go for it, Sam.
Yeah,
I was just saying, there's another sort of off onto the on the marbles there, so he's clearly got a little bit either frazzled or just some sort of damage going on there.
He gave that barrier a nice French kiss there. I would say that is a very beaten up BMW right there.
Well, we take
Yeah,
the
so
camera outside.
what you guys missed earlier. Oh wow, is that Thanos?
Thanos.
Yes,
Absolutely.
Well, that's
should have gone for the head.
But yeah, what you guys missed earlier, it seemed anytime I spoke up, somebody pretty much crashed on screen as I said that. So I am here as the person to make the mid-race interesting. When I talk, something goes wrong.
That's just the commentator's curse, mate. I mean,
Wait.
That's your job. It's your job to curse every single one of those drivers. Our PayPal donation links can be put up in chat if you want someone particularly cursed. Just follow the links and we'll make it happen.
Well, here's my question, Sam. Why don't you do that during our broadcast? What's going on?
I don't know. Maybe it's something special about endurance races that I just feel like some chaos really is what's required,
It's the world's weirdest sorcerer. Only ever, does evil magic when it's for an endurance race. No other time.
It is interesting to look at the map and see the big gaps between groups, because they're not indicative of where people actually are in place. There's so many different gaps between different places that you're actually running with people who are both many places in front or many places behind you. So you have to spend the whole time sort of thinking, am I actually in a race with this guy coming up? Should I let him past? Or do I just stick on my line and try to make things work out?
Well, there is a heads-up display that you can use on the HMD. It actually does highlight the drivers that are on your lap in white, drivers who are about to lap you in orange, and the drivers you are lapping in blue. So that makes it a little bit easier. But I know what you mean, because sometimes drivers who are a lap down, they're still running to a strategy. They're still having their own race, so they're not really. And I think this is the rule in most endurance races. They're not obliged to just drive off the track to let you through. It's sort of a case of it's in your best interest not to hold everyone up, but it's up to the faster car to make that pass cleanly. So that's where this endurance format really makes it interesting, because it is a test of discipline and patience.
Yeah, certainly. Although, so when you're in a sprint race or something, and at most you're maybe a lap or two down, the people coming up behind you, it's pretty easy to understand you're going to let them by. But I mean, in this case, you could have 3 cars behind you, and one of them could be a lap ahead of you. One of them could actually be the person you're racing, and then the person behind them could be, 3 laps ahead of you or something. So you might be able to see and sort of figure that out for yourself. But as they come through, if you let someone go in the wrong way, you suddenly have lost enough time that, your rival is now caught up to you. It's all this sort of game of where do you let things go, or how much do you fight it? Because, I mean, you're not really obligated to let everything by, like you said. And if you can do it in a way that actually is, least, deficient to your time, then that's sort of what you have to try to aim for. Especially in endurance racing, though, you have somebody in your ear, at least hopefully your teammates are awake, but someone to sort of play engineer can tell you that stuff, I believe, a lot easier than if you just have to think about it yourself.
Possibly. I think most of these drivers, they will have someone spotting, but I think from my own experiences, I tend to manage that sort of thing myself rather easily. But certainly, you're right. It is about managing where and when you let people through, when you battle. You've got to pick your fights. Like I think the very popular saying is these 12-hour races. Well, it's more like a 1-hour sprint. You've just got an 11-hour warm-up to be to that final 1 hour, and you're just setting yourself up for that last push to the checkered flag. That's all it is, really.
Yeah, that's certainly true. Especially, I mean, tomorrow, I don't know if you guys have any interest over there, but the major GT racing over here, IMSA, has their finale of the year, a 10-hour race called Petit Le Mans. And yeah, it's just sort of great watching the sort of, I love watching all the racing, but at the end, everyone's sort of just waiting for that last hour. And there's almost always like a yellow flag to slow everyone down and bunch them all up, and it really becomes that sprint race after 9 hours have gone by, and you still have to be on your toes.
Yeah, absolutely. And also IMSA, I have an interest in IMSA actually, being a multi-class series as well, where you got the DPIs, the LMP2s, the LMP3s, and then the GTD, I want to say, and GTD AM.
I believe it's GTD. I think, or it might there was a GTE.
No. So this year it's GTD Pro and GTD. They are the same cars, it's just a change of, or it just depends on who the drivers are. So you can have 2 pro drivers in Pro, and I believe you have 1 pro and 1, I don't think it's an AM, I think it's a Pro and a Pro-Am maybe, in standard GTD. But you can see actually a lot of times the pro driver of the GTD car is, right up there with all of the GTD Pro cars, because they're the same cars. So suddenly you're able to go, toe for toe with someone who should be 3 or 4 places ahead of you. It makes the racing pretty interesting.
Well, even more interesting is that ebb and flow as the faster prototypes start picking their way through the GTDs. That keeps that class alive as well. You see a similar thing in Super GT, if you guys have ever taken interest in that. Where they've got the GT500s and the GT300s, and the GT500s trying to pick their way through the GT300s is very exciting, to say the least. It can make and break races. Multi-class racing is great. I love it.
I want to see a special event here with multi-class. I feel like that'd be something nice, a little different to do. I know we do a lot of GT3 racing with the Endurance Series, with these special events, and with Sprint and rookies. I don't know, maybe sometime down the line we do some multi-class action.
I'm with you on that one, especially with I think the GT2 pack is slated for release next year.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
So maybe we could have GT2, GT3, GT4, maybe?
And then
they're talking about it in chat earlier, that GT2, especially because GT2 is basically just faster in a straight line but with less arrows, so some of the lap times aren't actually, even better the way that you're supposed to have numbers go in that racing. So it may be that the lap times are not far enough off that really feels like true multi-class. Whereas, the GT4s, I've done a GT3, GT4 endurance race in ACC, and it's really, really fun to be in the slower class and try to pick when you let the GT3s by and slipstream off them and all that.
Can we just take a moment to acknowledge that that brilliant move from Jean Bobnow around the outside of Adam Jarecki through Blanchimont?
That was very, very...
I clenched.
That's all you need to know.
It was a very, very brave move there.
It was. And I believe whoever it was Pan, not Pan, was it Pan? Anyone around the outside of? No, you said it was Jarecki.
Bobnow and Jarecki, yeah.
Yeah, Jarecki. I believe Jarecki actually backed out of that a little bit. At least when I was looking at it from my angle, it looked like he had backed out, but maybe I'm just camera angled. But it was still, like I said, a very, very brave move, especially through such a fast corner.
The last few turns we were watching of them, it certainly looked like Jarecki was playing really good defense. So, I mean, at that point, you do have to be brave to get by.
Well, certainly a well-deserved place, to say the least.
Bobnow's sort of carving his way through the field. He's obviously out of place. Maybe he's done a pit stop and the other drivers around him haven't. Yeah, that's a very, very brave move. But, just to go back on that multi-class thing, that 90-minute format we did in the last season of sprints, I reckon that would work well
Oh, the extend format, yeah.
Yeah, that was the best fun I've had in sim racing, actually.
Congrats, now every race is going to be an extended format. Well, it's going to
Yeah.
make a last-minute change to the schedule.
I think, but I think what puts a lot of people off of multi-class is how do you police the passing? Because yes, unfortunately, with differentials in classes, you do end up with incidents. I think the best way is how other real series around the world manage it. It's the onus is on the faster car to get around cleanly. The slower car has right of way.
Yeah, I mean that's sort of the best way to do it is, you know, I'm keeping to my line, I'm keeping to my race. You have the ability to do something that I can't, so you control the situation, you know. And it's sometimes and oftentimes, you know, if you're in the slower car, you can set things up so they have an easier pass or something, especially at the beginning of a long straight where you can get that slipstream. But yeah, you certainly shouldn't be required to move out of the way in standard multi-class racing.
And even it takes a lot of trust between drivers, and especially if you look at, you know, if we did like say a sprint series of multi-class, you know, you have to those first few races, you're gonna be trying to figure people out. Just in general, we see it all the time. Every season with sprint, no matter the region, there's always going to be new drivers. You've got to learn how they act, how they move about the field. But then you add in the complexities of a slower class, and it's going to take a little bit longer. Not to say that, you know, our drivers aren't capable of learning these things. They certainly are, but I feel like that's also kind of a bit of I guess, a barrier, I would say.
I think the best thing about multi-class endurance racing, you know, when you start watching 24 hours of Le Mans, Spa, Nürburgring, Daytona also, is when it's at night. I mean, yeah, they have like different colored lights and stuff, but if you're heading down some turn or some straight and there's a car barreling up behind you at twice your speed and it's some, you know, LMP or DPI, what have you, in whatever you know, race, that's disconcerting. But at the same time, if you're in that DPI and you're going, I don't know, 150 miles an hour and the car in front of you is going like 120, and you've got to find a way to get around them, but also anticipate that when they go in on this turn, they're going to take the correct line or something. And all of that at night, that's when everything is just the most exciting.
Yes, indeed. Racing is great fun. But, I'm not sure if you guys saw that. There's a very sad-looking Honda in front of Imran here. Just saw it. It's the bumper is hanging off it. If I saw that correctly, maybe we'll get a shot of it. The next couple of camera angles. There it is.
Oh boy, that's definitely not.
That's not standard. That's not standard.
It's not a standard feature.
Well, it was mentioned earlier that if you go in the pits and fix things like that, the game maybe doesn't actually correct it in these type of races.
No, that's correct. It's a visual glitch. It's been there for I don't know how many months or years, maybe.
Classic, who knows?
Yeah, but it is still a very sad-looking Honda. That's for sure.
But if the performance isn't affected, then it's not a huge problem. Sorry.
No, you're right. I was just wondering what the 15-second penalty back by Pan's Audi was. I don't know if we had seen something or because usually, you know, the drive-thrus are for track limits. 15 seconds seems like some sort of contact or maybe driving too fast in the pits.
That's a good question. Usually it would be contact. We did see who was Pan battling away with a little bit earlier. I think it was Misson, possibly. So maybe Pan has had come together with someone. Who knows? I'm sure we'll get an update from the stewards, perhaps. Maybe.
Most likely. In due time, I'm sure they have a lot to sort of go through as it is, so they'll hopefully get to us when they do.
That'll
Right
feel
now.
miserable here, though. I mean, Spa's pit lane is just so long, and I mean, then you turn the corner, like, I thought I was done with this, what's going on? And then you'd have to sit there for an extra 15 seconds.
Yeah,
I think I'd get up and get a drink.
it's tough, but that should be a very, very good deterrent for speeding in pit lane, and very good, I guess, encouragement to practice those pit entries.
Yeah, a lot of these, a lot of the lines, like to mark the entrance of the pit lane, some of them really sneak up on you, and I feel like Spa is kind of guilty of this, not like 100%, but it's one of those things where, like, you have to be paying attention.
I think you also have to be paying attention to anyone right in front of you if they were to go in the pits, right? Because you come into the chicane and you have to go almost backwards after the first turn, which means that if you were trying to come in on the inside of someone and they're trying to get into the pits, immediately that's going to cause an issue.
I don't know if you two gentlemen saw this particular race. It was the race at Imola, the one that got hit by all the DDoS attacks. Miles and I saw heaps of people just getting murdered in the pit lane entrance from some
Really?
people not being as aggressive as others going into pit lane. So yeah, it's worth just practicing your pit entries. Like, put in the time. Your race will benefit.
By the same metric, unless you really are racing stint after stint, just 1 second away from whoever's your rival here, in a race like this, you can stand to lose a few tenths by going in slowly and safely, making sure you've got the actual, good pit speed, making sure that you haven't hit the button to release the pit speed limiter until you get out of there. I mean, those sort of tenths do not really matter at this scale.
Well, when you consider that you have a drive-through that takes a couple of minutes, maybe a minute or two, versus losing maybe a second, braking early and slowing down a little bit more before the pit lane, I think I know which one I'd rather take.
Yeah, and if you think about how we talked earlier about that final hour, there's probably going to be people who try to get in, or not try, but they will get in at least one more pit stop by the end. So, that'd be one of those moments where you really see drivers on what I would say is the limit of pit lane entry.
Well, of course.
So this view brings up a good question. Do any of you guys drive on the, I guess, the bonnet view or the hood view? Because I do, and I get a lot of flack for that.
Nope, I do dash.
I race in VR, so cockpit. Yeah. It's great. I recommend it.
He says with the BM.
Yeah, that's true.
I do dash because I already have the wheel, so I don't need to see another wheel on my screen. But I also I really love the cockpits in this game. I mean, every car is so meticulously detailed. I think it's almost kind of a sin to not at least run within the cockpit in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, that's actually, my problem is I love the way it looks. I love, especially when your wheel is superimposed on a, oh god, I talked and someone died. Happened again.
No, you're good. No, that's just a back marker. Oh wait, never mind. You're
that
right.
doesn't count. That doesn't count. Oh, that is looking. He's stopped there. Has he returned to pit lane? He has returned to pits. Okay.
Alright, so anyway, Sam, continue.
This is like the 7th time since I've been on here.
It didn't happen. It's just you're okay.
It didn't happen. Yeah, now I have to try to remember what I was even talking about.
You were saying something about the wheel being superimposed, and then you went, oh god.
Oh, yeah. So, I mean, you've got your wheel, and then you see the dash, and, like you were saying, you've already got the wheel. It looks great. I love that image, and I was trying to race like that over and over and over. I kept trying to get the visual correct, but for immersion, for me, for some reason, it just doesn't have enough, I don't know, of the screen. Maybe I don't have a big enough screen or something, or maybe it's also just because of the speed sort of illusion that it feels more realistic when I'm on the hood cam.
We'll get you into a race car, and we'll just sort of like tie you to the hood of it, and then we'll just drive around.
Well, I mean, it's an interesting thing, right? Because, okay, we're looking in this view right now, and maybe if you move a little bit forward and take the wheel out of it, it's more realistic to what we're talking about. But still, when I'm in a car, when I'm in a track car, and when I've been in some of these higher level, cars, you don't see that much of the roof and that much of the, stuff around you. You're sort of tunnel vision straight through. And yeah, you can focus on that in the video game. You can sort of just focus on that strip of windshield you can see through. But there's so much else there that is just, it's not the same as in real life being able to look past it. So it's not so much that I would like to be strapped to the hood of a race car or drive, but when I am driving, when I'm on the track, I mostly just see hood in front of me, and then things moving past it. That's more realistic to me.
That's fair. I mean, I base it off of just like me driving my car every single day. I know what I can and can't see. I do see some of my hood. It's not a lot, but I'm mainly obviously focusing on like the dash that's there, the wheels there, of course. So that's how I kind of set my view up, at least.
Yeah, see, look at chat. We've already got, can you call yourself a sim racer if you use Bonavia? Well, I'm a, real life racer, so, no.
Well, that settles that argument.
One of these days, I'm gonna bring the old Corolla. I'm gonna super up, roll cage, put a V8 probably in there somewhere. Just send it. That's a really bad idea. I should not be thinking about that.
You could get it to Lemons, I'm pretty sure.
No, you should absolutely do that. Stuffing a V8 into little cars is God's gift, really.
How many miles per gallon does it get? No.
Race car.
I mean, my car
we're
gets
gallons per mile then.
Oh my god.
Ooh, this is a tight exchange here. It's not for position, I don't think. Ooh, jeez.
No, this is, I believe, possible blue flag. Although this far down, I would maybe think it's for unlapping.
Quite possibly. Oh, maybe Mel's was just showcasing that custom livery. Which brings me to my next point. What has been the best livery so far tonight, this afternoon or this morning?
Last time we asked that, people in chat who were also in the game all voted for their own, so I don't think we can trust them.
Well, that's why we gotta take a look and see. I don't know. Thanos' car, kinda, just because it's a good meme.
Yeah. Who's got the best Easter egg on their livery? I love it when people hide little things in their livery for the broadcast team to find. I love that. It's great.
I'll
Also,
say any of the milk team.
I was gonna say, yeah, the milk one we were talking about earlier, because I didn't know what that was a reference to, and they had me look it up at the time, so I'm gonna go with that pretty much.
Nothing like showing off your milk to everybody.
Yeah, and the P plate, as mentioned in chat too, that's really funny. Because in the U.S. we don't really have the same thing, but somewhat similar with, I guess, your license stuff. But essentially, it means that that race car is not supposed to go over what, like 90 km. Is that what you guys said?
Yeah, certain states of Australia, and it's different in every single state because we're smart like that. We have certain restrictions on speed because that also makes sense. There it is, right on cue. I personally disagree with it. I don't think it really helps anyone improve their driving, and all it does is frustrate everyone on highways. And we have a lot of single lane highways in Australia, and yeah, that sucks. Ooh, drive through pen for Aaron Muriel, by the way.
Oh, there it goes. We talked earlier about the excruciating death that is drive-throughs through the spot pit lane.
Oh, this is part of endurance racing at Spa. You've got to be so precise and picture perfect to not get those penalties, because it is a long pit lane. Makes ruins your race.
Yeah, it really does. Especially when you're battling somebody for a position, and then all of a sudden, boom, you went over one time too many, and now you're going to lose all of that progress.
We've got a battle brewing here. We got. Okay, never mind.
No, we're not. We're not having a battle brewing. There is no battle.
Well, either the stewards have gotten very mad or they've just been able to catch up. There are little red penalties all up and down the list there now. We've got 2 of them right back to back. There's the drive-through and there's one way down low too.
Okay, now we've got a battle here. Callum Gibbons looking at the back of Jarecki, heading into Lacombe, and well, Jarecki's made that way too easy. And has he lost 2 places with that? No, he couldn't have. I think he's
no, that's a lap car, or not lap car, but I guess a front marker car. That's Loverink actually. So Loverink has another blue flag to work through. Shouldn't be too difficult, especially down the inside here. And that'll put these 2 right back together. But like you said, that was just no defense put up from Jarecki.
Well, they're also not in the same class, so maybe Jarecki just thinking about his own race. So
that's also possible.
Hey, we saw the end of that. That didn't look like the way you're supposed to enter the pit lane.
No.
Oh, I sense sadness. This is an instant replay. Oh. So not only does this Honda have a drive-through penalty, now it's got a lot of damage to repair. So while one Honda...
That is how you enter the pit lane.
So while one Honda is in the fence, we got another Honda doing 17.6s apparently. Stevie Ty. That is that's moving. The Honda the Honda is quick around here.
Looks like Ty perhaps trying to catch up, make some moves.
Yeah, it's been noted a bunch that the Honda's real fast around here, but also that there are so many people in BMWs, and all of them are in the bottom half, or almost the bottom half. So the front engine cars are just not able to keep up around this track.
It seems to be a little bit, I guess, different fortunes for some drivers, because while we have one Honda leading and a couple of Hondas up at the top of the field, there's no Hondas in the midfield, and the rest of the Hondas are at the back of the field. I mean, we sort of see the same sort of spread with Porsches. Like, Porsche will be miles out in front, but the others are all struggling at the back of the field, or something like that. It's just, oh, there's another car dying. That is John Zhu.
Didn't do it.
Oh, it's a Bentley. Oh no.
Never the boat. It's not the little boat. It happens. What'd you do?
The curb. Oh, God. That was... Did he keep... He kept it off the wall.
That's
brilliant.
Wow.
Absolutely fantastic there from John Zhu. The boat has pulled up rather nicely. Definitely threw out the anchors there. Oh, just fantastic. Great save.
And another second earlier, if he came there, I mean, who was the Honda we were watching going through the drive-through, just coming out of the pits? That could have been a real big mess up.
Absolutely, yeah. Muriel just after that drive-through, on top of the damage that's already been sustained. Huge insult to injury.
Yeah, Aaron will be feeling absolutely rotten right now. So, like I said, it hurts your team. So we see Sean Miller diving into pit lane. This will be I hope it's a scheduled stop.
Well, I mean, we've had the visual bug in this game with the repairs on the front end, so perhaps it is. This is Vaughn. Oh, God.
John, I believe in you. You can do it.
Oh, geez. Okay. Marcus Von Vliet? That does not sound Oz.
Close
That
enough.
does not sound even close to Oz, dude. But he's running up front right now.
There is a yellow flag about 2 turns up from where we just were. And I was also going to mention, we were just following P1 with some very close back markers behind. That makes me a little bit nervous.
Oh, that's a sad-looking Porsche. Look at that. Sorry, not Porsche. Audi.
Yeah, this is Carlson. Oh, just a little snap there and just spun out. Thankfully, that long runoff at Puan. So kept it out of the barriers, but those tires definitely not in the best condition.
Well, did you guys notice the angle of the rear wing? I'd say he's found the wall somewhere. He's backed it in pretty hard. So done a lot of damage to the back of the car. So unfortunately, going through Puhon, you really need a stable rear end.
No, that's just for more downforce. It's fine.
See, the uneven wing. The uneven wing allows for the air to be pushed a little differently. So, like, you go through, it more favors this side, and we've got
another death.
Trouble here. This is the 700 M class car driven by well, if I take a quick peek, driven by Mike Crick. So up and over the top of Radion on the inside. We have seen a lot of deaths here at the top as you come over the hill.
You need some milk.
Thanks for strong bones. What would the car equivalent of milk be? Oil?
Oh, that's from the engine.
Can someone just... Oh, we've got
this
more death.
Oh, we have another death. That's Dylan
Sue.
Oh.
Alright, let's see what happens. So, another...
What was I saying about front-engine cars being more stable? That's I really wish I hadn't said that, because it's just biting me in the ass right now.
Wow, imagine Caster cursing. Haven't done that all night. Haha, gonna keep it. Oh, boy, that's... Oh, big hit. No, that's not how you want to take Radion at all. Looks like he got a little too much of the inside curve, tried to save it, and it was not gonna happen.
Yeah, that corner, you're trying to take it flat out every single lap, and it's quite a big ask to get that one line through Eau Rouge and not get that inside curve. You touch that inside curve, you're going to have a bad time. It's just a lot of discipline to do that lap after lap after lap without making mistakes. And as we're seeing, a lot of people touching that curb. They need to do it once and you're gone.
Well, as long as you don't bend it and really damage the car, it's going off and having some sort of issue is so common for endurance racing. But what really makes it worse happening there, let's say you've just, flat spotted your tires or what have you, if you can get back to the pits like you want to, you've just crashed or you just went off at the worst possible place in Spa. You have the entire rest of the lap to get all around, and you get to just watch people leaving the pits as you need to get back to them with a broken car.
Actually, I would argue that La Source would be the worst place to crash, because that's even further.
Well, yeah, but I mean, you're not gonna crash there in La Source, right? So you come up and crash.
I don't know, mate.
Wasn't there a Formula 1 race where some car got airborne at La Source and kind of went over the top of Leclerc or something? I'm just making things
multiple crashes like that at La Source. You're gonna have to be a little bit more specific. The old saying is, you show me a place on a racetrack and I'll show you a driver who can put a car there. It's just one of those things. Someone can always find a barrier, even in a straight line. Like, you get two cars battling away, and very easy to lose where the other driver is. And you move over, and there's a car there. Oh, I'm in the fence. That's how easy it can happen.
Yeah, you see it a lot with, especially here at Spa, and you go into a pub lobby. How often is it that you get through Eau Rouge and Radion somehow, and then as you get to the Kemmel Straight, as you just come around the slight bend, you just happen to waltz in upon what you can only describe as absolute death and destruction? How often does that happen?
Dylan chat.
That's just what happened.
Shots fired there. He's only saying that because I'm in commentary.
But I mean, it's true though. It doesn't really matter where you are. You can put somebody, or you can find a way to wreck a car.
One of my favorite all-time offs is at Bathurst a few years ago. I believe it was a Lamborghini that somehow did like a 50-50 grind down some elevated, wall on the side. I don't know if you guys remember that.
I remember that one.
I gotta see this. Hold on.
Okay, who was the driver? I think it was Warren Luff. He was in a Lamborghini Huracan. Came across McPhillamy Park, lost the rear, and the gravel trap just did nothing. Hit the tyre barrier airborne, and it ended up on top of the wall.
Oh, I'm watching it right now.
Oh, yeah. This will be amazing.
Yeah, I just tried to play some Tony Hawk Pro Skater with his Lamborghini.
What? Dude, what? How? Okay. What? Damn. Okay. All right.
I do remember that weekend, and that Lambo was not the only car that had problems there. It was basically anything that was from the Volkswagen group. So Audis, Lamborghinis, they were running such low rear wing that going through McPhillamy, they were just snapping. Garth Tander had a massive accident in an Audi the same weekend and absolutely destroyed the car. I think, who was it up there? Managed to do a full 360 coming up to the approach of Skyline. Did not touch a wall. Who was it? I think it was Davison. I don't know how he did it. But he's lost it at McPhillamy, done a full 360 on that little short shoot to Skyline and kept it off the wall.
That's incredible. That's actually unreal. I think my... Oh, hold on. I was getting some double angles. I think my favorite sort of accident from Bathurst, and it's like really messed up to say, was the 2010 race where Fabian Coulthard just rolled as he went through the kink coming down Conrad's.
Yes, the chase. Yep.
Yeah.
We've got that little we've got the death camera down there as well. That's not camera 2, that's death camera. So we're not going to miss any. Yeah, and no more, we're not going to miss any more deaths at Radion.
They literally mentioned that earlier that there would be a picture-in-picture with just a one at Radion, just watching all the crashes. It's kind of funny that popped up. Also, check out who we have in chat, guys.
Oh my god. Is that who I think it is? Could it be?
It is Barbecue Bar, yes.
Oh my god. Big, there's some sadness. I feel that. It's just like my sort of day-to-day feeling.
You watch now. Now we've got the death camera up. We're not going to see any more deaths. Right?
Yep, there it is.
Everyone's going, oh! No, just kidding.
We've solved the Radion problem, boys. Just put a camera. You know what? Why are we extending the runoff there? Why don't we just place a camera there? It'll never happen again. I mean, like you said, we have death camera. No one's gonna die up there now.
I do always think about the moment just after something significant happens as a driver, right? When, I mean, let's say you end up 50-50 on a wall in your Lamborghini and you have to get out, like, what just happened, where am I, etc. But some of those big crashes when you've slid, what, 200-300 meters because you got caught out going full speed up Eau Rouge and Radion, getting out of the car like that just has to be completely disorienting.
Yeah, it does. Because you have your little angle, little view of the world, and you're used to it sort of rotating and pitching up and down a certain way, and to have all of that just sort of what feels like just put on a frisbee and tossed away that's a little difficult to kind of recover from right away.
Currently watching Wilk Appreciado at the moment, running a split livery. How do you guys feel about split liveries?
I think they're nice. I mean, there's a certain way to do them, of course, and this is definitely one of them. Is that a Kiwi?
certainly is. How appropriate as well. Drive to Survive. He should have added Drive to Survive Radeon to that.
Yeah, and what's on the other side? Oh, it's a koala. Why are they so angry? I mean, I get
It's a
koalas
drop
are kind
bear.
of terrifying, but like, why the kiwi?
That's a drop bear, right?
Yeah, drop bears. Absolutely. I would
What?
say a drop bear, yeah.
English? Is that another name for a koala? I feel like I'm getting like some like prank I'm just not like in on.
Are you telling me you've never heard of a drop bear? What?
What's a drop bear?
Yeah, J-Bo, tell him. You tell him, mate. Yeah, you got to be careful when you come to Australia because you know everything's trying to kill us down here.
Yes,
Well,
I understand
we-
that your entire continent island thing is just a whole bunch of I'm gonna kill you in your sleep.
Yeah, well, you just got to be real careful when you go out bushwalking because you get these drop bears.
I thought, wait, hold
Yeah.
on. Is it just bears that fall out of trees?
They don't really drop out of trees. They jump on you. Like, they're worse than the magpies we have here.
You know, why am I asking? I have the internet. What is
How
a
are they
drop-
worse than the magpies?
or a drop bear? Wait, hold on. Is a hoax oh my god, you guys are so... you guys so
Got him!
Okay, it is like 3 in the morning. I've been up since like 8. I'm tired and I want to go to bed. So pardon me for one, not understanding Australian lore. Okay? Number
Well-
2, shut up.
Well, now you understand that Australians just take the piss out of everything. So
No, I know you guys. That's all you guys do have. It's like, no, what do you do for fun in Australia? You take the piss. You do anything else? Nope.
More or less.
Which I respect. Honestly, I respect that because that's a lot of fun. It seems funny. And I like that kind of stuff. As someone who, you know, comes from a family where we kind of mess with each other a little bit, you know, doing it with your friends and all that. Yeah, that's something I want to do. I want to deal with this.
I feel like we've kind of rigged the game now and are not having death in the death cam, and it's a little bit unfortunate. I think we need to move that.
Well, now that you've said something, something's bound to happen.
The second we move
That's
it,
always the point. That's always the trouble.
Just looking at chat. It's a funeral celebrant. I did many funerals for victims of the drop bears. But they're all closed casket. Oh, one of these days I'm going to visit Australia. One of these days.
Oh, you should. Absolutely
I should.
But we do actually have things that will try and kill us every time.
No, I know. I understand. That's the way I see it is, you know, God made the earth and the angels are like, hey, we've got all these weird creatures that are going to kill like everything. What do we do? He's like, I'll just put them on that island over there. No one's ever going to go there. And then checks back in X amount of time later and they're like, it's like, oh, hey, how are all those deadly animals doing? And the angels are like, well, there's humans on it and they're not dead. Just sits there and he's just like, what? He goes, yeah, they live. They're not dead. They figured out how to basically combat every single one. It's like, all right, note to self. People who live on that island are absolutely insane.
Yeah, more or less. We can't argue with that one. I mean,
No,
how many-
definitely not.
Something I love is that we've got 7 of the 10 deadliest snakes. We've got redback spiders, Sydney funnel bloody webs that'll kill you in a matter of minutes by biting you, and our favourite footwear is thongs. Or
Yeah, that's the
flip-flops,
one thing I
suppose.
never understood is why would, like, you think with all those like little, you know, on the ground creatures that are kind of, you know, camouflaged, hidden away, why not wear like boots? Like, but no, open-toed shoes. Okay, great idea.
It's hot down here, man.
That's
really
okay.
hot.
That's fair. Yeah, yeah. No, you guys are. Yeah, that's the one thing. I've got some friends down in Australia, and a couple that stream. I'm always like, so how is it down there? And they're like, well, you know, it's hot. And I'm like, cool. It's freezing, and I can't feel my fingers over here. But I'll take it over, you know, 100+ degree weather any day.
I will say though, it's great how many of the animals seem to just not care, right? When you're watching like GT cars racing around Mount Panorama and for some reason a kangaroo is like, you know what? I'm going to try to do that too. That's brilliant. Just brilliant.
What about the, wasn't there an echidna on Bathurst 1 year?
Yeah, last year I think it was the 1000. Yeah, an echidna decided to make an appearance at the cutting.
It was probably searching for the Chaos Emeralds.
Probably.
I was really hoping someone would, like, react to that so it didn't just fall flat on its face.
Well, I mean, it's Bathurst. Plenty of chaos there.
Yep. You don't even need the wildlife to do it. Just let us run around for a little while. We'll find a way to make something happen.
What haven't we had invade the track at Bathurst? We've had kangaroos, we've had a dog, we had a snake tried to attack the cars as they went past the skyline.
Did you have wasn't there a tree that fell down on like Conrad's at 1 year?
Yeah, we had a tree fall down on the track. We had the lights in the safety car decide, no, I don't want to be on the car going down Conrad.
Oh, that's really good. I love that one.
Fortunately, Dick Johnson found a rock on the track coming out of the cutting, ruined his race. Then he found a tree on the exit of Forest Elbow.
Someone found a tire that came off of a car in front of them and completely smashed the windshield.
Yep. Peter Brock found a wheel on Conrad when he was in the BMW. That ruined his race. Just what haven't we had on the track? Let's be honest.
I was gonna say, if it exists, you've had it happen at the mountain. There's just no way of really going about saying it any other way than that.
Is there any other track that has that much chaos?
Monza Turn 1.
Oh yeah, okay. I was about to say Bathurst's got a monopoly on chaos, and Monza.
But no, I don't think in terms of just like stuff like that, just random nature getting in the way or completely impossible scenarios. Bathurst definitely.
Well, I mean, obviously in the tracks in this game, but I think the king is almost always the Nordschleife.